Chapter 1 of Bonnie Prince Charlie, A Tale of Fontenoy and Culloden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. Bonnie Prince Charlie, A Tale of Fontenoy and Culloden by G.A. Henty. Chapter 1 The Return of a Prodigal. It was a dull evening in the month of September, 1728. The apprentices had closed and barred the shutters, and the day's work was over. Supper was laid in the long room over the shop. The viands were on the table, and round it were standing Bale Anderson and his wife, his foreman John Gillespie, and his two apprentices. The latter were furtively eyeing the edibles, and wondering how much longer the grace which their master was delivering would be. Suddenly there was a knock at the door below. No one stirred until the Bale had finished his grace, before which time the knock had been twice repeated. "Elspeth, woman," the bailie said when he had brought the grace to an end, "go down below and see who knocks so impatiently. Look through the grill before you open the door. These are no times when one opens the first stranger who knocks." The old servant who had been standing behind her mistress went downstairs. The door was open, and they heard an exclamation of surprise at the answer to her question. "Who is it that's knocking as if this house belonged to him?" Those gathered upstairs heard the bolts withdrawn. There was a confused sound of talking, and then a heavy step was heard ascending the stairs, and without an introduction, a tall man, wrapped in a cloak, carrying a child of some 2 years old, strode into the room. He threw his hat on to the settle and advanced straight towards the baillie, who looked in surprise at this unceremonious entry. "Don't you know me, Andrew?" "Heaven preserve us!" the bailie exclaimed. "Why, it's Malcolm!" "Malcolm himself," the visitor repeated. "Sound in wind and limb." "The Lord be praised!" the bailie exclaimed as he grasped the other's hand and wrung it warmly. "I thought you dead years and years ago. Janet, this is my brother Malcolm, of whom you have often heard me speak, and of whom you can have heard little good. Mistress, if my brother has spoken the truth concerning me, I was ever and ne'er do well while Andrew stuck hard and fast to our father's trade." "My husband has ever spoken with affection of you," Janet Anderson said. "The bailie is not given to speak ill of any, much less of his own flesh and blood. And now sit down, Malcolm. Supper is waiting, and you are, I doubt not, ready for it. It is ill taking to a fasting man. When you have done you shall tell me what you have been doing for the last 15 years, and how it comes that you thus suddenly come back among us with your boy." "He is no boy of mine," Malcolm said, "but I will tell you all about it presently. First, let me lay him down on that settle, for the poor little chap is fast asleep and dead tired out. Elspeth, roll up my cloak, and make a pillow for him. That's right, he will do nicely now. You are changed less than any of us. Elspeth, just as hard to look at, and, I doubt not, just as soft as your heart as you used to be when you tried to shield me when I got into scrapes. And now to supper." Little was said during the meal. Fortunately the table was bounteously spread, for the newcomer's appetite was prodigious, but at last he was satisfied, and after a long drink at the horn beside him, which Elspeth had filled with ale, he said, "There's nothing like a Scottish meal after all, Andrew. French living is well enough for a time, but one tires of it, and many a time when I have been lying down supperless on the sod, after marching and fighting the whole day, I have longed for a bowl of porridge and a platter well filled with oatmeal cakes." Supper over, John and the apprentices retired. Elspeth went off to prepare the guest chamber and to make up a little bed for the child. "Now, brother, let us hear your story. But, first of all, perhaps you want to light your pipe." "That I do," Malcolm replied, "if Mistress Janet has no objection thereto." "She is accustomed to it," the bailie said, answering for her. "I smoke myself. I deem that tobacco, like other things, was given for our use, and methinks that with a pipe between the lips men's brains work more easily, and that it leadeth to pleasant converse." Janet went to a cupboard, brought out 2 long pipes and a jar of tobacco, placed the 2 tumblers, a flat bottle, and a jug of water on the table. "That is right," the bailie said. "I do not often touch strong waters. The habit, as I see too plainly, is a harmful one. And in this good city of Glasgow there are many, even of those so placed that they should be an example to their fellows, who are given nightly to drink more than is good for them. but on occasion like the present I deem it no harm to take a glass." "I should think not," Malcolm said heartily. "It is long since I tasted a glass of real Scottish spirit, and I never need an excuse for taking a glass of whatever it be that comes in my way. Not, Mistress Janet, that I am a toper. I don't say that at the sack of a town, or at times when liquor is running, so to speak, to waste, I am more backward than the rest, but my hand wouldn't be as steady as if I had been one of those who are never so happy as when they are filling themselves with liquor. And now, Andrew, to my story. You know that when I saw you last, just when the troubles in '15 began, in spite of all your warnings to the contrary, I must needs throw myself into the thick of them. You, like a wise man, stuck to your shop, and here you are now a Bailie of Glasgow, while I, who have been wandering over the face of the earth, fighting for the cause of France, and risking my life 1,000 times in a matter which concerned me in no way, have returned just as penniless as I sent out." "It is said, brother Malcolm," Janet said mildly, "that a rolling stone gathers no moss." "That is true enough," Malcolm assented, "and yet you do not know there are few rolling stones who, if their name were to come over again, would remain fixed in their bed. Of course we have not the pleasures of home, of wives and children, but the life of adventure has its own joys, which I, for one, would not change for the others. However, brother, as you know, I threw myself heart and soul into that business. The last time I saw you was just as I was starting with a score of others to make our way to join the Earl of Mar's army at Perth. I have seen many an army since, but never did I see 16,000 finer fighting men than there were assembled. The Laird of Macintosh brought 500 clansmen from Inverness shire, the Marquis of Huntly had 500 horse and 2,000 foot, and the Earl of Marischal had 1,000 men. The Laird of Glenyon brought 500 Campbells, and the Marquis of Tulbondarn 1,400, and a score of other chiefs of less power were there with their clansmen. There were enough men there to have done anything had they been properly armed and led, but though arms and ammunition had been promised from France, none came, and the Earl of Mar had so little decision that he would have wrecked the finest army ever marched. The army lay doing nothing for weeks, and just before we were expecting a movement, the company I belonged to was sent with a force of Highlanders under the Macintosh to join the army under the Lords of Derwentwater, Kenmure, Nithsdale. Lord Derwentwater had risen with a number of other gentlemen, and with their attendants and friends had marched against Newcastle. They had done nothing there, but remained idle near Hexham Till, joined by a force raised in the lowlands of Scotland by the Earls of Nithsdale, Carnwath, and Winton. An united army marched north against Kelso, where we joined them. We Scots soon saw that we had gained nothing by the chance of commanders. Lord Derwentwater was ignorant of military affairs, and he was greatly swayed by a Mr. Forster, who was somehow at the head of the business, and who had not only incompetent but proved to be a coward, if not, as most folks believed, a traitor. So dissension soon broke out, and 400 Highlanders marched away north. After a long delay it was resolved to move south, where, it was said, we should be joined by the great numbers of Lancashire, but by this time all had greatly lost spirit and hope in the enterprise. We crossed the border and marched down through Perth, Appleby, and Kendal to Lancaster, and then on to Preston. I was little more than a lad, Andrew, but even to me it seemed madness thus to march into England with only 2,000 men. Of those 1,200 were foot, commanded by Brigadier Macintosh, the other were horse. There were 2 troops of Stranhouse dragoons quartered in Preston, but these retired when we neared the town, and we entered without opposition. Next day, which was, I remember, the 10th of November, the Chevalier was proclaimed king, and some country gentlemen with their tenants came in and joined us. I suppose it would have come to the same thing in the end, but never were things so badly managed as they were by Mr. Forster. Preston was a strong natural position. An enemy coming from the south could only reach it by crossing a narrow bridge over the river Ribble, a mile and a half away, and this could have been held by a company against an army. From the bridge to the town the road was so narrow that in several places 2 men could not ride abreast. It ran between 2 high and steep banks, and it was here that Cromwell was nearly killed when he attacked the Charles troops. Well, all these places, where we might certainly have defended ourselves, were neglected, and we were all kept in the town, where we formed 4 main posts. One was in the churchyard. This was commanded by Brigadier Mackintosh. In support of this was a volunteer horse under Derwentwater, and the 3 other lords. Lord Charles Murray was in command of the Bear Castle, a little distance from the churchyard. Colonel Mackintosh had a charge of a post at Windmill, and a 4th was in the center of the town. Lord Derwentwater was a poor general, but he was a brave man. He and his 2 brothers, the Ratcliffes, rode about everywhere, setting an example of coolness, animating the soldiers, and seeing to work on the barriers. 2 days after we reached the town, we heard that General Wilde was approaching. Colonel Farquharson was sent forward with a portion of Mackintosh battalion to hold the bridge and the pass. But Mr. Forster, who went out on horseback, no sooner saw the enemy approaching than he gave orders to Farquharson and his men to retreat to the town. If I had been Farquharson's place, I would have put a bullet through the coward's head, and would have defended the bridge to the last. After that, everything was confusion. The Highlanders came back to the town furious and disheartened. The garrison prepared to receive the enemy. Mr. Forster was seen no more, and in fact he went straight back to the house where he was lodging and took his bed, where he remained till all was over. The enemy came on slowly. They could not understand why strong posts should be left undefended, and feared falling in ambuscade. I was at the post commanded by Brigadier Mackintosh. I had joined a company commanded by Leslie of Glenglyon, who had brought with him some 20 men, and had made his company with men who, like myself, came up without a leader. His company was attached to Mackintosh's regiment. Presently the English came in sight, and as soon as they ascertained that we were still there, which they had begun to doubt, they attacked us. We beat them back handsomely, and Derwentwater with his cavalry charged the dragoons so fiercely that he drove them out of town. It was late in the afternoon when the fight began, and all night the struggle went on. At each of our posts we beat them back over and over again. The town was on fire in half a dozen places, but luckily the night was still and the flames did not spread. We knew that it was a hopeless fight we were making, for from some prisoners we learned that 3 regiments of dragoons were already coming up against us, and had already arrived at Clitheroe. From some inhabitants, I suppose, the enemy learned that the street leading to Wigan had nor been barricaded, and Lord Forster brought up Preston's regiment by the way, and suddenly fell on the flank of our barrier. It was a tough fight, but we held our own till the news came that Forster had agreed to capitulate. I don't say that our cause was hopeless. We were outnumbered and had no leader. Sooner or later we must have been overpowered. Still, no capitulation should have been made except on the terms of mercy to all concerned. But Forster no doubt felt safe about himself, and that was all he cared for. And the end showed that he knew what he was all about. For a while the brave young nobleman and numbers of others were either executed or punished in other ways. Forster, who had been the leading spirit, who had persuaded them to rise and led them into this strait, was after a short imprisonment suffered to go free. I tell you, Brother Andrew, if I were to meet him now, even in church, I would drive my dagger into his heart. However, there we were. So furious were we that it was with difficulty the officers could prevent us from sallying out sword in hand and trying to cut our way through the enemy. As to Forster, if he had appeared in the streets he would have been hewn to pieces. However, it was useless to resist now. The English troops marched in, and we laid down our arms, and our battalions marched into a church, and we were guarded as prisoners. It was not a great army they had taken, for there were but 1,490 captured, including noblemen, gentlemen, and officers. Many of us wounded more or less. I got a slight on the shoulder from a dragoon's sword. This I gained when rushing out to rescue Leslie, who had been knocked down, and would have been slain by 3 dragoons had I not stood over him till some of our men rushed out and carried him in. He was not badly hurt, the sword having turned as I cut through his bonnet. My action won his regard, and from that time until a month since we have never been separated. Under a strong escort of soldiers we were marched south. In most places the country people mocked us as we passed, but here and there we saw among the crowds who gathered in the streets of the towns through which we passed faces which expressed pity and sympathy. We were not badly treated on the march by our guard, and had little to complain of. When we reached Barnet, We fell out as usual when the march was over, and I went up to the door of a house and asked a woman, who looked pityingly at us, for a drink of water. She brought me some, and while I drank, she said, "We are Catholics, and well-wishers of the Chevalier. If you can manage to slip in here after it is dark, we will furnish you with a disguise, and will direct you to friends who will pass you on until you can escape." "Can you give me disguises for two?" I asked. "I will not go without my captain." "Yes," she said, "for two, but no more." "I will steal away after dark," I said, as I gave her back the jug. I told Leslie what had happened, and he agreed to join me in time to escape, for there was no saying what fate might befall us in London, and, indeed, the very next morning severities commenced, and the whole of the troops began obliged to suffer the indignity of having their arms tied behind them, and so being marched into London. After it was dark, Leslie and I managed to steal away from our guards, who were not very watchful, for our uniform would at once have betrayed us, and the country people would have seized and handed us over. The woman was on watch, and as soon as we neared the door she opened it. Her husband was with her and received us kindly. He at once furnished us with the attire of two countrymen, and, letting us out by a back way, started with us across the country. After walking 20 miles, he brought us to the house of another adherent of the Chevalier, where we remained all day. So we were passed on until we reached the coast, where we lay hid for some days until an arrangement was made with the captain of a fishing boat to take us to sea, and either to land us at Calais or to put us on board a French fishing boat. So we got over without trouble. Long before that, as you know, the business had virtually come to an end here. The Earl of Mar's army lay week after week at Perth, till at last it met the enemy under Argyle at Sheffenmer. You know how that went? The Highland clans in the right of the centre carried all before them, and drove the enemy from the field, but on the left they beat us badly. So both parties claimed the victory. But, victory or defeat, it was fatal to the cause of the Chevalier. Half the Highland clans went off to their homes that night, and Mar had to fall back to Perth. Well, that was really the end of it. The Chevalier landed, and for a while our hopes rose. He did nothing, and our hopes fell. At last he took ship and went away, and the affair was over, except for the hangings and the slaughterings. Leslie, like most of the Scottish gentlemen who succeeded in reaching France, took service with the French king, and, of course, I did the same. It would have done your heart good to see how the Scottish regiments fought on many a field. The very best troops of France were never before us, and many a tough field was decided by our charge. Leslie was a cornet. He was about my age, and you know, I was but 20 when Sheriffmuir was fought. He rose to be a colonel, and would have given me a pair of colours over and over again if I would have taken them. But I felt more comfortable among our troopers than I should have done among the officers, who were almost all men of good Highland family. So I remained Leslie's right hand. A braver soldier never swung a leg over a saddle, but he was always in some love affair or another. Why he didn't marry, I couldn't make out. I suppose he could never stick long enough to one woman. However, some 4 years ago he got into an affair more serious than any he had been in before, and this time he stuck to it right earnest. Of course, she was precisely one of the women he ought not to have fallen in love with, though I, for one, couldn't blame him, for a prettier creature wasn't to be found in France. Unfortunately, she was the only daughter of the Marquis de Recambours, one of the wealthiest and most powerful of French nobles, and there was no more chance of his giving consent to her throwing herself away upon a Scottish soldier of fortune than to her going into a nunnery. Less, in fact. However, she was as much in love with Leslie as he was with her, and so they got secretly married. 2 years ago this child was born, but she managed somehow to keep it from her father, who was all this time urging her to marry the Duc de Chanterange. At last, as ill luck would have it, he shut her up in a convent just a week before she had arranged to fly with Leslie to Germany, where he intended to take service until her father came round. Leslie would have got her out somehow, but his regiment was ordered to the frontier, and it was 18 months before we returned to Paris, where the child had been in keeping with some people with whom he had placed it. The very evening of his return, I was cleaning his arms when he rushed into the room. "All is discovered," he said. "Here is my signet ring. Go at once and get the child, and make your way with it to Scotland. Take all the money in the escritoire. Quick!" I heard feet approaching, and dashed to the bureau and transferred the bag of louis there to my pocket. An official with 2 followers entered. "Colonel Leslie," he said, "it is my duty to arrest you by order of His Gracious Majesty," and he held out an order signed by the king. "I am unconscious of having done any wrong, sir, to His Majesty, whom I have served for the last 16 years. However, it is not for me to dispute his orders." Thereupon he unbuckled his sword and handed it to the officers. "You will look after the things till I return, Malcolm, as I am sure I can clear myself of any charge that may be brought against me. I trust to be speedily back again." "Your trooper need not trouble himself," the officer said. "The official with me will take charge of everything, and I will at once affix my seal to all your effects." I went downstairs and saw the colonel enter a carriage with the two officials. Then I went straight to the major. "Colonel Leslie has been arrested, sir. On what charge I know not. He has entrusted a commission to me. Therefore, if you find I am absent from parade in the morning, you will understand I am carrying out his orders." The major was thunderstruck at the news, but told me to do as the colonel had ordered me, whatever it might be. I mounted the colonel's horse and at once rode to the house where the child was in keeping. The people knew me well, as I had often been there with messages from the colonel. When I showed them the signet ring and told them that I had orders to take the child to his father, they made no opposition. I said I would return for him as soon as it was dusk. I then went and purchased a suit of civilian clothes, and returning to the house attired myself in these, and taking the child on the saddle before me, rode for the frontier. Following unfrequented roads, traveling only at night, and passing a day in a wood, I passed the frontier unmolested, and made my way to Ostend, where I sold the horse and took passage in the first ship sailing for Leith. I arrived there 2 days ago, and have walked here with an occasional lift in a cart. And here I am, brother Andrew, to ask you for hospitality for a while for myself and Leslie's boy. I have 100 louis, but these of course belong to the child. As for myself, I confess I have nothing. Saving has never been in my line. You are heartily welcome, Malcolm, as long as you choose to stop, but I trust that ere long you will hear of Colonel Leslie." "I trust so," Malcolm said, "but if you knew the court of France as well as I do, you would not feel very sanguine about it. It is easier to get into a prison than out of one." "But the colonel has committed no crime," the bailie said. "His chance would be a great deal better if he had," Malcolm laughed. "A colonel in one of His Majesty's Scottish regiments can do a good deal in the way of crime without much harm befalling him. But when it comes to marrying the daughter of a nobleman who is a great personage at court, without his consent, it is a different affair altogether. I can tell you, Leslie has powerful friends, and his brother officers will do what they can for him. But I can tell you services at the court of France go for very little. Influence is everything. And as the nobleman of the Marquis, intended to be the husband of his daughter, is also a great personage at court and a friend of Louis, there is no saying how serious a matter they may make of it. Men have been kept prisoners for life for far less serious business than this." "But supposing he is released, does he know where to communicate with you?" "I'm afraid he doesn't," Malcolm said ruefully. "He knows that I come from Glasgow, but that is all. Still, when he is freed, no doubt he will come over himself to look for his son, and I am sure to hear of his being here." "You might do, and you might not," the bailie said. "Still, we must hope for the best, Malcolm, and at any rate I am in no haste for the colonel to come. Now I have got you home again, after all these years, I do not wish to lose you again in a hurry." Malcolm only remained for a few weeks at his brother's house. The restraint of life at the bailie's was too much for him. Andrew was a well-ordered household. The bailie was a methodical and regular man, a leading figure in the kirk, far stricter than were most men of his time, and the undue consumption of liquor, strong in exhortation in season and out of season. His wife was kindly but precise, and as outspoken as Andrew himself. For the first day or two of the real affection which Andrew had for his younger brother, and the pleasure he felt at his return, shielded Malcolm from comment or rebuke. But after the very first day the bailie's wife had declared to herself that it was impossible that Malcolm could long remain an inmate of the house. She was not inhospitable, and would have made great sacrifices in some directions for the long missing brother of her husband, but his conduct outraged all the best feelings of a good Scottish housewife. Even on that first day he did not come punctually to his meals. He was away about the town looking up old acquaintance, came in at dinner and again at supper after the meal had already begun, and dropped into his place and began to eat without saying a word of grace. He stamped about the house as if he had cavalry spurs still on his heels, talked in a voice that could be heard from attic to basement, used French and Flemish oaths which horrified the good lady, although she did not understand them, smoked at all hours of the day, whereas Andrew always confined himself to his after-supper pipe, and, in spite of his assertions on the previous evening, consumed an amount of liquor which horrified the good woman. At his meals he talked loudly, kept the two apprentices in a titter with his stories of campaigning, spoke slightingly of the city's authorities, and joked the Bailie with a freedom and roughness which scandalized her. Andrew was slow to notice the incongruity of his brother's demeanour and bearing with the atmosphere of the house, although he soon became dimly conscious that there was a jarring element in the air. At the end of a week Malcolm broached the subject to him. "Andrew," he said, "you are a good fellow, though you are a Bailie and an elder of the kirk, and I thank you for a hearty welcome you have given me, and for your invitation to stay for a long time with you. But it will not do. Janet is a good woman, and a kindly, but I can see that I keep her perpetually on thorns. In good truth, 15 years of campaigning are but an indifferent preparation for a man as an inmate of a respectable household. I did not quite know myself how thoroughly I had become a devil-may-care trooper until I came back to my old life here. The ways of your house would soon be as intolerable to me as my ways are to your good wife, and therefore it is better by far that before any words have passed between you and me, and while we are as good friends as on the evenings when I returned, I should get out of this. I met an old friend today, one of the lads who went with me from Glasgow to join the Earl of Mar at Perth. He is well to do now and trades in cattle, taking them in droves down to England. For the sake of old times he has offered me employment, and methinks it will suit me as well as any other." "But you cannot surely be going as a drover, Malcolm?" "Why not? The life is as good as any other. I would not sit down after these years of roving to an indoor life. I must either do that or cross the water again and take service abroad. I am only 36 yet, and am good for another 15 years of soldiering, and right gladly would I go back if Leslie were again at the head of his regiment. But I had not been spoiled by him. He ever treated me as a companion and as a friend rather than as a trooper in his regiment, and I should miss him sorely did I enter any other service. Then, too, I would fain be here and readily to join him again if he sends for me or comes, and I should wish to keep an eye always on his boy. You will continue to take charge of him, won't you, Andrew? He's a little strange, but he takes to Elspeth, and will give little trouble when he once learns the language." "I don't like it at all, Malcolm," the Bailie said. "No, Andrew, but you must feel it is best. I doubt that ere this your wife has told you her troubles concerning me." As the Bailie on the preceding night had listened to a long string of complaints and remonstrances on the part of his wife as to his brother's general conduct, he could not deny the truth of Malcolm's supposition. "Just so, Andrew," Malcolm went on. "I knew that it must be so. Mistress Janet has kept her lips closed firm to me, but I could see how difficult it was for her to sometimes do so. It could not be otherwise. I am as much out of place here as a wolf in a sheepfold. As to the droving, I shall not mention to all I meet that I am brother to one of the bailies of Glasgow. I shall like the life. The rough pony I shall ride will differ in its paces from my old charger, but at least it will be a life in the saddle. I shall be earning an honest living. If I take more than is good for me, I may get a broken head and be none the wiser. Whereas if I remain here and fall foul to the city watch, it would be a grief and pain for you." The Bailie was silenced. He had already begun to perceive that Malcolm's ways and manners were incompatible with the peace and quiet of a respectable household, and that Janet's complaints were not altogether unreasonable. He had seen so many of his acquaintances lift their eyebrows in disapprobation at the roistering talk of his brother, and had foreseen that it was probable trouble would come. At the same rime he felt a repugnance to the thought that after so many years of absence his brother should so soon quit his house. It seemed a reflection alike on his affection and hospitality. "You will take charge of the child, won't you?" Malcolm pleaded. "There is a purse of 100 louis, which will, I should say, pay for any expense to which he may put you for some years." "As if I would take the baron's money!" Andrew exclaimed angrily. "What do you take me for, Malcolm? Assuredly I will take the child. Janet and I have no baron of our own, and it is good for a house to have a child in it. I look upon it as if it were yours, for it is like enough you will never hear of its father again. It will have a hearty welcome. It is a bright little fellow, and in time I doubt not that Janet will take greatly to it. The charge of a child is a serious matter, and we cannot hope that we shall not have trouble with it, but there is trouble in all things. At any rate, Malcolm, we will do our best, and if at the end of a year I find that Janet has not taken to it, we will see about some other arrangement. And, Malcolm, I do trust that you will stay with us for another week or two. It would seem to me as if I had turned you out of my house were you to leave me so soon." So Malcolm made a 3-week stay at his brother's, and then started upon his new occupation of driving Highland cattle down into Lancashire. Once every 2 or 3 months he came to Glasgow for a week or two between his trips. In spite of Andrew's entreaties, he refused on these occasions to take up his abode with him, but took a lodging not far off, coming in the evening for an hour to smoke a pipe with his brother, and never failing of a morning to come in and take the child for a long walk with him, carrying him upon his shoulder, and keeping up a steady talk with him in his native French, which he was anxious that the boy should not forget, as at some time or another he might again return to France. Some weeks after Malcolm's return to Scotland, he wrote to Colonel Leslie, briefly giving his address at Glasgow, but making no allusion to the child, as, if the colonel were still in prison, the letter would be sure to be opened by the authorities. He also wrote to the major, giving him his address, and begging him to communicate it to Colonel Leslie whenever he should see him. That done, there was nothing for it but to wait quietly. The post was so uncertain in those days that he had but slight hope that either of his letters would ever reach their destination. No answer came to either of his letters. 4 years later, Malcolm went over to Paris and cautiously made inquiries, but no one had heard anything of Colonel Leslie from the day he had been arrested. The regiment was away fighting in the Low Countries, and the only thing Malcolm could do was to call upon the people who had charge of the child, to give them his address in case the colonel should ever appear to inquire of them. He found, however, the house tenanted by other people. He learned that the last occupants had left years before. The neighbors remembered that one morning early some officers of the law had come to the house, and the men had been seized and carried away. He had been released some months later, only to find that his wife had died of grief and anxiety, and he had then sold off his goods and gone no one knew whither. Malcolm therefore returned to Glasgow with the feeling that he had gained nothing by his journey. End of chapter 1. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. Chapter 2 of Bonnie Prince Charlie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. Bonnie Prince Charlie. Chapter 2. The Jacobite Agent. So 12 years passed. Ronald Leslie grew up a sturdy lad, full of fun and mischief, in spite of the sober atmosphere of the Bailey's house, and neither flogging at school nor lecturing at home appeared to have the slightest effect in reducing him to that state of sober tranquillity which was in Mrs. Anderson's eyes the thing to be most desired in boys. Andrew was less deeply shocked than his wife at the discovery of Ronald's various delinquencies, but his sense of order and punctuality was constantly outraged. He was, however, really fond of the lad, and even Mrs. Anderson, greatly as the boy's ways constantly disturbed and ruffled her, was at heart as fond of him as was her husband. She considered, and not altogether wrongly, that his wilderness, as she called it, was in no slight degree due to his association with her husband's brother. Ronald looked forward to the periodical visits of the drover with intense longing. He was sure of a sympathetic listener in Malcolm, who listened with approval to the tales of the various scrapes into which he got since his last visit, of how instead of going to school he had played truant and with another boy his own age had embarked in a fisherman's boat and gone down the river and had not been able to get back until the next day, how he had played tricks upon his dominie and had conquered in single combat the son of Consieur Duff, the butcher, who had spoken scoffing words at the Stuarts. Malcolm was, in fact, delighted to find that in spite of repression and lectures his young charge was growing up a lad of spirit. He still hoped that some day Leslie might return, and he knew how horrified he would be were he to find that his son was becoming a smug and well-conducted citizen. No small portion of his time on each of his visits to Glasgow Malcolm spent in training the boy in the use of arms. "Your father was a gentleman," he would say to him, "and it is fitting that you should know how to handle a gentleman's arms. Clubs are well enough for citizens' apprentices, but I would have you on the handle rapier and a broadsword as well as any of the young lairds. When you get old enough, Ronald, you and I will cross the seas, and together we will try to get to the bottom of the mystery to your father's fate. And if we find that the worst has come to worst, we will seek out your mother. She will most likely have married again, They will be sure to have forced her into it, but even if she dare not acknowledge you as her son, her influence may obtain for you a commission in one of the king's regiments, and even if they think I'm too old for a trooper, I will go as your follower. There are plenty of occasions at the court of France when a sharp sword and a stout arm, even if it be somewhat stiffened by age, can do good service." The lessons began as soon as Ronald was old enough to hold a light blade, and as between the pulses of exercise, Malcolm was always ready to tell stories of his adventures in the wars of France. The days were full of delight to Ronald. When the latter reached the age of 14, Malcolm was not satisfied with the amount of proficiency which the lad was able to gain during his occasional visits, and therefore took him for further instruction to a comrade who had, like himself, served in France, and had returned and settled down in Glasgow, where he opened a fencing school, having been a maître d'armes among the Scottish regiments. The arrangement was, however, kept a profound secret from Andrew and his wife, but on half holidays and on any other days when he could manage to slip away for an hour, Ronald went to his instructor and worked hard and steadily with the rapier. Had Mrs. Anderson had an idea of the manner in which he spent his time, she would have been horrified, and would have certainly have spared her encomiums on his improved conduct and the absence of the unsatisfactory reports which had before been so common. The cloud of uncertainty which hung over his father's fate could not but have an influence upon the boy's character, and the happy carelessness and gaiety which were his natural characteristics were modified by the thought his father might be languishing in a dungeon. Sometimes he would refuse to accompany his schoolfellows on their rambles or fishing expeditions, and would sit for hours thinking over all sorts of wild plans by which he might penetrate to him and aid him to escape. He was never tired of questioning Malcolm Anderson as to the prisons in which, if still alive, his father would be likely to be confined. He would ask as to their appearance, the height of their walls, whether they were moated or not, and whether other houses abutted closely upon them. One day Malcolm asked him the reason of these questions, and he replied, "Of course I want to see how it would be possible to get my father out." And although Malcolm tried to impress upon him that it would be an almost impossible task even to discover in which prison his father was kept, he would not allow himself to be discouraged. "There must be some way of finding out, Malcolm. You tell me that prisoners are not even known by their names to the wardens, but only under a number. Still, someone must know. There must be lists kept of those in prison, and I shall trust to my mother to find out for me. A great lady as she is must be able to get at people if she sets about it, and as certainly she must have loved my father very, very much, or she never would have married him secretly, and got into such trouble for it. I am sure she will do her best when she finds that you and I have come over to get him out. When we know that, I think we ought to be able to manage. You could get employment as a warder, or I could go disguised as a woman or a priest, or somehow. I feel sure we shall succeed if we do but find out that he is alive and where he is." Malcolm knew too much about the strong and well guarded prisons of France to share in the boy's sanguine hopes, but he did not try to discourage him. He thought that with such an object in life before him, the boy would devote himself all the more eagerly to exercises which would strengthen his arm, increase his skill with weapons, and render him a brave and gallant officer. And in this he was right. As the time went on, Ronald became more and more serious. He took no part whatever in the schoolboy games and frolics in which he had once been a leader. He worked hard at his school tasks to sooner be done with them, and above all devoted himself to acquiring a mastery of the sword, with a perseverance and enthusiasm which quite surprised his instructor. "I tell you, Malcolm, man," he said one day to his old comrade, after Ronald had been for upwards of 2 years his pupil, "if I had known when you first asked me to teach the lad to handle a sword how much of my time he was going to occupy, I should have laughed in your face. For 10 times the sum you agreed to pay me would not have been enough, but having begun it for your sake, I have gone on for the lad's, and it has been a pleasure to teach him. So eager was he to learn, so ready to work heart and soul to improve. The boy's wrist is as strong as mine, and his eye as quick. I have long since taught him all I know, and it is practice now, and not teaching, that we have every day. I tell you I have worked to hold my own with him. He knows every trick and turn as well as I do, and is quicker with his lunge and riposte. Were it not that I have my extra length of arm in my favour, I could not hold my own. As you know, I have many of the officers of the garrison among my pupils, and some of them have learned in good schools, but there is not one of them could defend himself for a minute against that boy. If it were not the matter has been kept secret, I would set him in front of some of them, and you would see what short work he would make of them. Have you heard of the rumors, Malcolm, that the young Chevalier is likely to follow the example of his father, 30 years back, and to make a landing in Scotland?" "I have heard some such rumors," Malcolm replied, "though whether there be aught in them I know not. I hope that if he does so he will, at any rate, follow the example of his father no further. As you know, I hold to the Stuarts, but I must own they are but poor hands at fighting. Charles I ruined his cause. James II threw away the crown of Ireland by galloping away from the battle of the Boyne, and the Chevalier showed here in 15 that he was no leader of men, and unless this lad is made of very different stuff to his forefathers, he had best stay in France." "But if he should come, Malcolm, I suppose you will join him?" "I am afraid I shall be fool enough to do so, even with my 50 years on my head." "And you?" "I suppose I shall be a fool too," Malcolm said. "The Stuarts are Scotch, you see, and with all their faults, I would rather 1,000 times have a Scottish king than those Germans who govern us from London. If the English like them, let them keep them, and let us have a king of our own. However, not many come of it. It may be but a rumour. It is a card which Louis has threatened to play a score of times whenever he wishes to annoy England. It is more than likely that it will come to naught, as it has so often done before. But they tell me that there are agents travelling about the Highland clans, and that this time something is really to be done." "They have said so over and over again, and nothing has come of it. For my part, I don't care which way it goes. After the muddle that was made of it 30 years ago, it does not seem to be more likely that we shall get rid of the Hanoverians now. Besides, the hangings and slaughterings then would, I should think, make the nobles and the heads of clans twice ere they risked everything again." "That is true, but when men's blood is up they do not count the cost. Besides, the Highland clans are always ready for a fight. If Prince Charles comes you will see there is not much hanging back, whatever the consequences may be. Well, you and I have not much to lose except our lives." "That is true enough, old friend, and I would rather die that way than any other. Still, to tell you the truth, I would rather keep my head on my shoulders for a few years if I can." "Well, nothing may come of it, but if it does, I shall strike a blow again for the old cause." At home, Ronald heard nothing but expressions of loyalty to the crown. The mere fact that the Highlanders espoused the cause of the Stuarts was sufficient in itself to make the Lowlanders take the opposite side. The religious feelings which had always counted for so much in the Lowlands had caused Scotland to side with the Parliament against King Charles, had not lost its force. The leanings of the Stuarts were, it was known, still strongly in favour of the Catholic religion, and although Prince Charles Edward was reported to be more Protestant in feeling than the rest of his race, this was not sufficient to counterbalance the effect of their hereditary Catholic tendency. Otherwise, there was no feeling of active loyalty towards the reigning King of Scotland. The first and second Georges had none of the attributes which attract loyal affection. The first could with difficulty speak the language of the people over whom he ruled. Their feelings and sympathies were Hanoverian rather than English, and all court favours were bestowed as fast as possible upon their countrymen. They had neither the bearing nor manner which men associate with royalty, nor the graces and power of attraction which distinguish the Stuarts. Commonplace and homely in manner, in figure, and in bearing, they were not men whom their fellows could look up to or respect. Their very vices were, of course, and the Hanoverian men and women they gathered round them were hated by the English people. Thus, neither the England nor Scotland was there any warm feeling of loyalty for the reigning house, and though it was possible that but few would adventure life and property in the cause of the Stuarts, it was equally certain that outside the army there were still fewer who would draw sword for the Hanoverian king. Among the people of the lowland cities of Scotland, the loyalty which existed was religious rather than civil, and rested upon the fact that their forefathers had fought against the Stuarts, while the Highlanders had always supported their cause. Thus, although in the household and in the kirk Ronald had heard King George prayed for regularly, he had heard no word concerning him calculated to awaken the boyish feeling of loyalty, still less of enthusiasm. Upon the other hand, he knew that his father had fought and suffered for the Stuarts and was an exile in their cause, and that the Hanoverians had handed over the estate of which he himself would now be the heir to one of their adherents. "It is no use talking of these matters to Andrew," Malcolm impressed upon him. "It would do you no good. When he was a young man he took the side of the Hanoverians, and he won't change now. While, did Mistress Janet guess that your heart was with the Stuarts, she would say that I was running you, and should bring you to a gallows. She is not fond of me now, though she does her best to be civil to her husband's brother. But did she know that you had become a Jacobite, like enough she would move Andrew to put a stop to your being with me, and there would be all sorts of trouble." "But they could not prevent me being with you," Ronald said indignantly. "My father gave me to your charge, not into theirs." "That is true enough, laddie. But if it is they who have cared for you and brought you up, when you are a man you cannot doubt go which way it pleases you. But till then you owe your duty and respect to them, and not to me, who have done naught for you but just carry you over here in my cloak." "I know they have done everything for me," Ronald said penitently. "They have been very good and kind, and I love them both. But for all that it is only natural that my father should be first, and that my heart should be in the cause for that he fought for." "That is right enough, Ronald, and I would not have it otherwise, and I have striven to do my best to make you as he would like to see you. Did he never come back again, I should be sorry indeed to see Colonel Leslie's son growing up a Glasgow tradesman, as my brothers no doubt intend you to be, for I know he is long since giving up any thought of hearing from your father, but in that you and I will have a say when the time comes. Until then you must treat Andrew as your natural guardian, and there is no need to anger him by letting him know that your heart is with the king over the water, any more than you can wield a sword like a gentleman. Let us have peace as long as we can. You are getting on for 16 now. Another 2 years and we will think about going to Paris together. I am off again tomorrow, Ronald. It will not be a long trip this time, but maybe before I get back we shall have news from France which will set the land on fire." A short time after this conversation, as Ronald on his return from college, for he was now entered at the university, passed through the shop, the bailie was in conversation with one of the city magistrates, and Ronald caught the words. "He was somewhere in the city. He came down for the Highlands, where he was been going to and fro 2 days since. I have a warrant out against him, and the constables are on the lookout. I hope to have him in jail before tonight. These pestilent rogues are a curse to the land, though I cannot think the clans would be fools enough to rise again, even though Charles Stuart did come." Ronald went straight up to his room, and for a few minutes sat in thought. The man of whom they spoke was doubtlessly an emissary of Prince Charles, and his arrest might have serious consequences, perhaps bring ruin on all with whom he had been in communication. Who he was or what he was like Ronald knew not, but he determined at any rate to endeavour to defeat the intention of the magistrate to lay hands on him. Accordingly, a few minutes later, while the magistrate was still talking with Andrew, he again went out. Ronald waited about outside the door till he left, and then followed him at a short distance. The magistrate spoke to several acquaintances on the way, and then went to the council chamber. Waiting outside, Ronald saw 2 or 3 of the magistrates enter. An hour later the magistrate he was watching came out, but he had gone but a few paces when a man hurrying up approached him. They talked earnestly for a minute or two. The magistrate then re-entered the building, remained there a few minutes, and then joined the man who was waiting outside. Ronald had stolen up and taken his stand close by. "It is all arranged," the magistrate said. "As soon as night has fallen a party will go down, surround the house, and arrest him. It is better not to do it in daylight. I shall lead the party, which will come round to my house. So if the men you have left on watch bring your news that has changed in his hiding place, let me know at once." The magistrate walked on. Ronald stood irresolute. He had obtained no clue as to the residence of the person of whom they were in search, and after a moment's thought he determined to keep an eye upon the constable, who would most likely join his comrade on the watch. This, however, he did not do immediately. He had probably been for some time at work, and now took the opportunity of going home for a meal, for he at once made his way to a quiet part of the city and entered a small house. It was half an hour before he came out, and Ronald fidgeted with impatience, for it was already growing dusk. When he issued out, Ronald saw that he was armed with a heavy cudgel. He walked quickly now, Ronald following at a distance, passed nearly across the town, and down a quiet street which terminated against the old wall running from the castle port to a small tower. When he got near the bottom of the street, a man came out from the archway, and the two spoke together. From their gestures Ronald felt sure that it was the last house on the left-hand side of the street that was being watched. He had not ventured to follow far down the street, for as there was no thoroughfare, he would at once be regarded with suspicion. The question now was how to warn the man of his danger. He knew several men were on watch, and as only one was in the street, doubtless the others were behind the house. If anything was to be done, there was no time to be lost, for the darkness was fast closing in. After a minute's thought he went quickly up the street, and then started at a run, and then came down upon a place where he could ascend the wall, which was at many points in bad repair. With some difficulty he climbed up, and found that he was exactly opposite the house he wished to reach. It was dark now. Even in the principal streets the old town was only lit by oil lamps here and there, and there was no attempt at illumination in the quiet quarters. Persons who went abroad after nightfall always carried a lantern with them. There was still sufficient light to show Ronald that the house stood at a distance of some 14 feet from the wall. The roof sloped too steeply for him to maintain his holding upon it, but halfway along the house was a dormer window about 3 feet above the gutter. It was unglazed, and doubtless gave light to a granary or storeroom. Ronald saw that his only chance to alight on the roof close enough to the window was to be able to grasp the woodwork. At any other moment he would have hesitated before attempting such a leap. The wall was only a few feet wide, and he could therefore get but little run for a spring. His blood was, however, up, and having taken his resolution he did not hesitate. Drawing back as far as he could, he took 3 steps, and then sprang for the window. Its sill was some 3 feet higher than the edge of the wall from which he sprang. The leap was successful. His feet struck just above the gutter, and the impetus threw forward his body, and the hands grasped the woodwork on the window. In a moment he had dragged himself inside. It was quite dark within the room. He moved carefully, for the floor was piled with disguised furniture, boxes, sacking, and rubbish. He was some time finding the door, but although he moved as carefully as he could, he knocked over a heavy chest which was placed on a rickety chair, the 2 falling with a crash on the floor. At last he found the door and opened it. As he did so, light met his eyes, and he saw, ascending the staircase, a man with a drawn sword, and a woman holding a light above her head following closely. The man uttered an exclamation on seeing Ronald appear. "A thief!" he said. "Surrender, or I'll run you through at once." "I am no thief," Ronald replied. "My name is Ronald Leslie, and I am a student at the university. I have come here to warn someone whom I know not in this house that it is watched, and that in a few minutes at the outside a band of the city watch will be here to capture him." The man dropped the point of the sword, and taking the light from the woman held it closer to Ronald's face. "How came you here?" he asked. "How did you learn this news?" "The house is watched both sides below," Ronald said, "and I leapt from the wall through the dormer window. I heard a magistrate arranging with one of the constables for a capture, and gathered that he of whom they were in search was a Jacobite, and as I come of a stock which has always been faithful to the Stuarts, I hastened to warn him." The woman uttered a cry of alarm. "I thank you with all my heart, young sir. I am he for whom they are in search, and if I get free you will render a service indeed to our cause. But there is no time to talk now. If what you tell me be true, you say the house is watched from both sides." "Yes, there are 2 men in the lane below, 1 or more, I know not how many behind." "There is no escape behind," the man said. "The walls are high, and the other houses abut them. I will sally out and fight through the men in front." "I can handle the sword," Ronald put in, "and if you will provide me with a weapon I will do my best by your side." "You are a brave lad," the man said, "and I accept your aid." He led the way down the stairs and entered a room, took down a sword from over the fireplace, and gave it to Ronald. As he took it in his hand there was a loud knocking at the door. "Too late!" the man exclaimed. "Quick, the light, Mary. At any rate I must burn my papers." He drew some letters from his pocket, lit them at the lamp, and threw them on the hearth. Then opening a cabinet he drew forth a number of other papers, and crumpling them up added them to the blaze. "Thank God that is safe," he said. "The worst evil is averted." "Can you not escape by the way from which I came hither?" Ronald said. "The distance is too great to leap, but if you've got a plank, or can pull up a board from the floor, you can put it across to the wall and make your escape that way. I will try to hold the stairs till you are away." "I will try at least," the man said. "Mary, bring the light, and aid me while our brave friend does his best to give us time." So saying he sprang upstairs, while Ronald made his way down to the door. "Who is making such a noise at the door of a quiet house at this time of night?" he shouted. "Open in the king's name," was the reply. "We have a warrant to arrest one who is concealed here." "There is no one concealed here," Ronald replied, "and I doubt that you are, as you say, officers of the peace. But if so, pass your warrant through the grill, and if it be signed and in due form, I will open to you." "I will show you my warrant when need be," the voices answered. "Once more, open the door, or we will break it in." "Do it at your peril," Ronald replied. "How can I tell you are not thieves who seek to ransack the house, and that your warrant is a pretense? I warn you that the first who enters I will run him through the body." The reply was a shower of blows on the door, and a similar attack was begun by a party behind the house. The door was strong, and after a minute or two the hammering ceased, and then there was a creaking, straining noise, and Ronald knew they were applying a crowbar to force it open. He retreated to a landing halfway up the stairs, placed a lamp behind him so that it would show its light full on the faces of those ascending the stairs, and waited. A minute later there was a crash. The lock had yielded, but the bar still held the door in its place. Then the blows redoubled, mingled with the crashing of wood. Then there was the sound of a heavy fall, and a body of men burst in. There was a rush at the stairs, but the foremost halted at the sight of Ronald with his drawn sword. "Keep back!" he shouted, "or beware! The watch will be here in a few minutes, and then you will all be laid by the heels." "Fools, we are the watch!" one of the men exclaimed, and dashing up the stairs aimed a blow at Ronald. He guarded it and ran the man through the shoulder. He dropped his sword and fell back with a curse. At this moment the woman ran downstairs from above and nodded to Ronald to signify the fugitive had escaped. "You see, I hold to my word," Ronald said in a loud voice. "If ye be the watch, which I doubt, show me the warrant, or if ye have at once authority with you, let him proclaim himself. Here's the warrant, and here I am, James McWhirtle, a magistrate of this city." "Why did you not say so before?" Ronald exclaimed, lowering his sword. "If it be truly a worshipful Mr. McWhirtle, let him show himself, for surely I know him well, having seen him often in the house of my guardian, Bailie Anderson." Mr. McWhirtle, who had been keeping well in the rear, now came forward. "It is himself," Ronald said. "Why did you not say you were here at once, Mr. McWhirtle, instead of setting your men to break down the doors if they were Highland Catrians on a foray?" "We bade you open in the king's name," the magistrate said, "and you withstood us, and it will be hanging matter for you, for you have aided in the king's enemies." "The king's enemies!" Ronald said in a tone of surprise. "How could there be any many enemies of the king here, seeing there are only myself and the good woman upstairs? You will find no others." "Search the house," the magistrate said furiously, "and take this malpert lad into custody on the charge of assisting the king's enemies, of impeding the court of justice, of withstanding by force of arms the issue of a lawful writ, and with grievously wounding one of the city watch." Ronald laughed. "It is a grievous list, worshipful sir, but mark you, as soon as you showed your warrant and declared yourself, I gave way to you. I only resisted so long as it seemed to me you were evildoers breaking into a peaceful house." Two of the watch remained as guard over Ronald. One of the others searched the house from top to bottom. No signs of the fugitive were discovered. "He must be here somewhere," the magistrate said, "since he was seen to enter, and the house had been closely watched ever since. See, there are a pile of ashes on the hearth, as if papers had recently burned. Sound the floors and the walls." The investigation was particularly sharp in the attic, for a board was here found to be loose, and there were signs of it being recently wrenched out of its place. But as the room below was unsealed, this discovery led to nothing. At last the magistrate was convinced that the fugitive was not concealed in the house, and after placing his seals on the doors, all of the rooms, and leaving 4 men in charge, he left the place, Ronald, under the charge of 4 men, accompanying him. On the arrival at the city, Talbot Ronald was thrust into a cell, and there left until morning. He was then brought before Mr. McWhirtle and 2 of the other city magistrates. Andrew Anderson was in attendance, having been notified the night before of what had befallen Ronald. The bailie and his wife had at first been unable to credit the news, and were convinced that some mistake had been made. Andrew tried to obtain his release on the promise to bring him up in the morning, but Mr. McWhirtle and his colleagues, who had been hastily summoned together, would not hear of it. "It is a case of treason, man. Treason against his gracious majesty, aiding and abetting one of the king's enemies, to say naught of brawling and assaulting the city watch." The woman found in the house had also been brought up, but no precise charge was made against her. The court was crowded, for Andrew, in his wrath at being unable to obtain Ronald's release, had not been backward in publishing his grievance, and many of his neighbours were present to hear this strange charge against Ronald Leslie. The wounded constable and another first gave their evidence. "I myself can confirm what has been said," Mr. M'Whirtle remarked, "seeing that I was present with the watch to see the arrest of a person against whom a warrant had been issued." "Who is that person?" Ronald asked. "Seeing that I am charged with aiding and abetting his escape, it seems to me I have a right to know who he is." The magistrates looked astounded at the effrontery of the question, but after a moment's consultation together, Mr. M'Whirtle said that in the interest of justice it was unadvisable at the present moment to state the name of the person concerned. "What have you to say, prisoner, to the charge made against you? In consideration of our good friend Bailie Anderson, known to be a worthy citizen and loyal subject of His Majesty, we would be glad to hear what you have to say anent the charge." "I have nothing to say," Ronald replied quietly. "Being in the house when it was attacked, with as much noise as if a band of border ruffians were at the gate, I stood on the defence. I demanded to see what warrant they had for forcing an entry, and as they would show me none, I did my best to protect the house. But the moment Mr. M'Whirtle proclaimed who he was, I lowered my sword and gave them passage." There was a smile in the court at the boy's coolness. "But how came you there, young sir? How came you to be in the house at all, if you were the first there for good motive?" "That I decline to say," Ronald answered. "It seems to me that any one may be in a house by the consent of its owners, without having to give his reasons therefor." "It will be the worse for you if you defy the court. I ask you again, how came you there?" "I have no objection to tell you how I came there," Ronald said. "I was walking on the old wall, which, as you know, runs close by the house, when I saw an ill-looking loon hiding himself as if watching the house. Looking behind, I saw another ruffianly-looking man there." Two gasps of indignation were heard from the porch at the back of the court. Thinking there was mischief on hand, I leapt from the wall to the dormer window to warn the people of the house that there were ill-doers who had designs upon the place, and then remained to see what came of it. That is a simple fact." There was an exclamation of incredulity from the magistrates. "If you doubt me," Ronald said, "you can send a man to the wall." I felt my feet loosen a tile, and it slid down into the gutter. One of the magistrates gave an order, and the two of the watch left the court. "And who did you find in the house?" "I found this good woman, and as sorely frightened she when I told her what kind of folk were lurking outside." "And was there anyone else there?" "There was a man there," Ronald said quietly, "and he seemed alarmed too." "What became of him?" "I cannot say for certain," Ronald replied, "but if you ask my opinion, I should say that having no stomach for meeting people outside, he just went out the way I came in, especially as I heard the worshipful magistrate say that a board in the attic had been lifted." The magistrates looked at each other in astonishment. The mode of escape had not occurred to any, and the disappearance of the fugitive was now explained. "I never heard such a tale," one of the magistrates said after a pause. "It passes belief that a lad belonging to the family of a worthy and respectable citizen, a bailie of the city, and one who stands well with his fellow townsmen, should take a desperate leap from the wall through a window of a house where a traitor was in hiding, warn him that the house was watched, and give him time to escape while he defended the stairs. Such a tale, sure, was never told in a court. What say you, Bailie?" "I can say naught," Andrew said. "The boy is a good boy, and a quiet one, given to mischief like other boys of his age, doubtless, but always amiable. What can have possessed him to behave in such a wild manner, I cannot conceive, but it seems to me that it was but a boy's freak." "It was no freak when he ran his sword through Peter Muir's shoulder," Mr. M'Whirtle said. "You will allow that, neighbour Anderson." "That man must have run against the sword," the bailie said, "seeing the boy scarce knows one end of a weapon from another." "You are wrong there, Bailie," one of the constables said, "for I have seen him many a time going into the school of James Mackwain, and I have heard a comrade say, who knows James, that the lad can handle a sword with the best of them." "I will admit at once," Ronald said, "that I have gone to Mackwain's school and learned fencing of him. My father, Colonel Leslie of Glenlyon, was a gentleman, and it was right that I should wield a sword, and James Mackwain, who had fought in the French wars and knew my father, was good enough to teach me. I might say that my guardian knew nothing of this." "No, indeed," Andrew said. "I never so much as dreamt of it. If I had done so, and I would have talked together to a purpose." "Leslie of Glenlyon was concerned in the 15, was he not?" Mr. M'Whirtle said, "and had to fly the country, and his son seems to be trending in his steps, Bailie. I doubt ye have been nourishing a viper in your bosom." At this moment the two constables returned, and reported that certainly a tile was loose as the prisoner had described, and there were scratches on it at the feet of someone entering the window, but the leap was one that very few men would undertake. "Your story is so far confirmed, prisoner, but it does not seem to us that even had you seen two men watching a house, it would be reasonable that you would risk your neck in the way without a cause. Clearly you have aided and abetted a traitor to escape justice, and you will be remanded. I hope, before you are brought before us again, you will make up your mind to make a clean breast of it, and throw yourself on the king's mercy." Ronald was accordingly led back to the cell, the bailie being too much overwhelmed with surprise at what he had heard to utter any remonstrance. End of chapter 2. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. Chapter 3 of Bonnie Prince Charlie, A Tale of Fontenoy and Culloden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. Bonnie Prince Charlie, A Tale of Fontenoy and Culloden by G.A. Henty. Chapter 3. Free. After Ronald had been removed from the court, the woman was questioned. She asserted that her master was away, and was, she believed, in France, and that in his absence she often let lodgings to strangers. That 2 days before, a man whom she knew not came and hired a room for a few days. That, on the evening before, hearing a noise in the attic, she went up with him and met Ronald coming downstairs. That, when Ronald said there was a strange man outside the house, and when immediately afterwards there was a great knocking at the door, the man drew his sword and ordered her to come upstairs with him. That he then made her assist him to pull up a plank, and thrust it from the attic to the wall, and ordered her to replace it when he had gone. She supposed he was a thief flying from justice, but was afraid to refuse to do his bidding. "And why did you not tell us all this, woman, when he came in?" Mr. McWhirtle asked sternly. "Had he not told us, we might have overtaken him." "I was too much frightened," the woman answered. "There were swords out and blood running, and men using words contrary both to the law and Scripture. I was frightened enough before, and I just put my apron over my head and sat down till the hubbub was over. And then, as no one asked me any questions, and I feared I might have done wrong in aiding a thief to escape, I just held my tongue." No cross-questioning could elicit anything further from the woman, who indeed seemed frightened almost out of her senses, and the magistrate at last ordered her to return to the house, and remain there under the supervision of the constable until again sent for. Andrew Anderson returned home sorely disturbed in his mind. Hitherto he had told none, even of his inmates, that the boy living in his house was the son of Colonel Leslie, but had spoken of him as the child of an old acquaintance who had left him to his care. The open announcement of Ronald that he was the son of the leaders of the last rebellion, coming just as it did when the air was thick with rumors of another rising, troubled him greatly. And there was the fact that the boy had, unknown to him, been learning fencing, and lastly, this interference which had enabled a notorious emissary of the Pretender to escape arrest. "The boy's story may be true as far as it goes," he said to his wife when relating to her the circumstances, "for I have never known him to tell a lie, but I cannot think it was all the truth. A boy does not take such a dreadful leap as that, and risk breaking his neck simply because he sees two men near the house. He must somehow have known that the man was there, and went to give him warning. Now I think of it, he passed through the shop when Peter McWhirtle was talking to me about it, though, indeed, he did not know then where the loon was hiding. The boy went out soon afterwards, and must somehow have learned, if indeed he did not know before. Janet, I fear that you and I have been like two blind owls with regard to the boy, and I dread sorely that my brother Malcolm is at the bottom of all this mischief." This Mrs. Anderson was ready enough to credit, but she was too much bewildered and horrified to do more than shake her head and weep. "Will they cut off his head, Andrew?" she asked at last. "No, there is no fear of that, but they may imprison him for a bit, and perhaps give him a good flogging. The young rascal! But there, don't fret over it, Janet. I will do all I can for him. And in truth, I think Malcolm is more to blame than he is, and we have been to blame for letting the lad be so much with him, seeing that we might be sure he would put all sorts of notions in the boy's head. But what is to be done, Andrew? We cannot let the poor lad remain in prison. We have no choice in the matter, Janet. In prison he is, and in prison he has to remain until he is let out, and I see no chance of that. If it had only been a brawl with the watch it could have been gotten over easily enough, but this is an affair of high treason, aiding and abetting the king's enemies, and the rest of it. If it were in the old times, they would put the thumbscrews on him and find out all he knew about it, for they will never believe he risked his life in the plot, and the fact that his father before him was in arms for the Chevalier tells that way. I should not be surprised if an order comes for him to be sent to London to be examined by the king's councillors, but I will go round now and ask the justices what they think of the matter." His tidings when he returned were not encouraging, the general opinion of the magistrates being that Ronald was certainly mixed up in the Jacobite plot, that the matter was altogether too serious to be disposed of by them, being of the nature of high treason, and that nothing could be done until instructions were received from London. No clue had been obtained as to the whereabouts of the man who had escaped, and it was thought probable that he had at once dropped beyond the walls and made for the west. Malcolm arrived 10 days later from a journey in Lancashire, and there was a serious quarrel between him and Andrew on his presenting himself at the house. "It is not only that you led the lad into mischief, Malcolm, but that you taught him to do it behind my back. You may look at it that way if you will, Andrew, and it's natural enough from your point of view. But I take no blame to myself. You treated the boy as if he had been your son, and I thank you with all my heart for your kindness to him. But I could not forget Leslie of Gunloin, and I do not blame myself that I have kept the same alive in his mind also. It was my duty to see that the young eagle was not turned into a barn door fowl, but I never thought he was going to use his beak and his claws so soon. A nice thing you will have to tell his father that owing to your teachings his son is a prisoner in the Tower, maybe for life. But there's no fear of that. You will never have to render that account, for there's no more chance of you ever hearing more of him than there is of my becoming King of Scotland. It's bad enough that you have always been a ne'er-do-well yourself without training that unfortunate boy to his ruin." "Well, well, Andrew, I will not argue with you, and I don't blame you at being sore and angry over the matter, nor do I deny what you have said about myself. It's true enough, and you might say worse things against me without my quarrelling with ye over it. However, the less said the better. I will take myself off and think over what is to be done." "You had better come up and have your supper with us," Andrew said, mollified by his brother's humility. "Not for 20 golden guineas, Andrew. I would face Mistress Janet. She has borne with me well, though I know her in her heart she disapproves of me altogether. But after this scrape into which I have got the boy, our darned face her. She might not say much, but to eat with her eye upon me would choke me." Malcolm proceeded at once to the establishment of his friend Mackwain. "This is a nice kettle of fish, Malcolm, about young Leslie. I have had the justices down here asking me all sorts of questions, and they have got into their minds that I taught him not only sword play but treason, and they have been threatening to put me in the stocks as a vagabond. But I snapped my fingers in their faces, saying I earned my money as honestly as they did, and that I concern myself in no way in politics, but teach English officers and the sons of Glasgow tradesmen as well as those of Highland gentlemen. They were nicely put out, I can tell you, but I didn't care for that, for I knew I was in the right of it. But what on earth made the young cock meddle in this matter? How came he to be mixed up in the Jacobite plot? Have you got your finger on it?" "Not I, James. And how it happens that he is concerned in it is more than I can guess. I know, of course, his heart is with the king over the water, but how he came to get his hand into the pie is altogether beyond me. The people here are well nigh mad about it. I know not who the gallant who has escaped us, but it is certain that his capture was considered a very important one, and that the justices here expected to have gained no small credit by his arrest, whereas now they will be regarded as fools for letting him slip through their fingers. I cannot for the life of me make out how he came to be mixed up in such a matter. Not one but you and I could have known that he was a lad of mettle who might be trusted in such a business. It can hardly be that they would have confided any secrets to him. Still, the fact that he was in the house with the men they are in search of, and that he drew and risked his life and certain imprisonment to secure his escape, shows that he must have been heart and soul in the plot. And what do you think of doing, Malcolm?" "I shall get him out somehow. I can lay hands on a score or two more of our old comrades here in Glasgow, and I doubt not that they will all strike a blow with me for Leslie's son, to say nothing of his being a follower of the Stuarts. You are not thinking, man, of attacking the jail? What would be a serious matter? The doors are strong, and you would have the soldiers, to say naught of the town guard and the citizens, upon you before you had reached him. No, no, James, I am thinking of no such foolishness. I guess that they will be trying him for withstanding the watch. That is but a small matter. They will be sending him south for the king's ministers to get out of him what he knows about the Jacobite plot, and the names of all concerned, and it is upon the road that we must get him out of their hands. Like enough, they will only send for troopers with him, and we can easily master them somewhere in the dales. It's more like Malcolm. They will send him by ship. They will know well enough that if the lad knows aught, there will be plenty whose interest is to get him out of their hands. I think they will take the safer way of putting him on board a ship. Like enough they will, Malcolm agreed, and in that case it will be a harder job than I deemed it, but at any rate I mean to try. Ronald's not the lad to turn traitor. He will say nothing whatever they do to him, you may be sure, and he may lie for years in an English prison if we do not get him out of their hands before he gets there. At any rate, what we have got to do now is mark every ship in the port sailing for London, and to find out whether passages are taken for a prisoner and his guard in any of them. I will make that my business, and between times get a score of trusty fellows together in readiness to start if they should send him by land. But I doubt not that you are right, and that he will be taken off by ship. The days of waiting passed slowly to Ronald, and Andrew Anderson once or twice obtained permission to see him. The bailie wisely abstained from any reproaches, and sought only to persuade him to make a clean breast of the business, and to tell all he knew about a plot which could but end in failure and ruin to all concerned. Although his belief in Ronald's truthfulness was great, he could not credit that story which he had told contained all the facts of the matter. To the bailie it seemed incredible that merely from an abstract feeling in favour of the Stuarts, Ronald would have risked his life and liberty in aiding the escape of a Jacobite agent, unless he was in some way deeply involved in the plot, and he regarded Ronald's assertions to the contrary as the outcome of what he considered an entirely mistaken sense of loyalty to the Stuart cause. "It is all very well, Ronald," he said, shaking his head sadly, "but when they get you to London they will find means to make you open your mouth. They have done away with the thumbscrews and the rack, but there are other ways of making a prisoner speak, and it would be far better for you to make a clean breast of it at once. Janet is grieving for you, as if you were her own son, and I cannot myself attend to my business. Who would have thought that so young a lad should have got himself mixed up in such a sire trouble? I've really told you all, bailie, though you will not believe me, and I am sorry indeed for the trouble I have brought upon you and my aunt." For Ronald had from the first been taught to address the bailie and his wife as if Malcolm Anderson had been his real father. "Anyhow, I wish they would settle it. I would rather know the worst than go on from day to day expecting something that never happens." "You have to wait, Ronald, till word comes from London. If they write from there that your case can be dealt with merely for the assault upon the watch, I can promise you that a few weeks in jail are all that you are like to have. But I fear that there is little chance of that. They are sure to send for you to London, and whether you will ever come back alive to the good Lord only knows. We know what came of treason 30 years ago, and like enough they will be even more severe now, seeing that they will hold that folks have all the less right to try and disturb matters so long settled." "Have you seen Malcolm?" Ronald asked, to change the conversation. "Aye, lad, I've seen him, and the meeting was not altogether a pleasant one for either of us." "I hope you have not quarrelled with him on my account," Ronald said eagerly. "We have not exactly quarrelled, but we have had words. I could not but tell him my opinion as to the learning you take such courses, that we parted friends, but I doubt it will be long before Janet can see him with patience." The jailer, who was present at the interview, here notified that the bailie's time was up. "I shall see you again, Ronald, before they take you south. I would that I could do more to help you besides just coming to see you." "I know you cannot, uncle. I have got into the scrape and must take the consequences, but if I were placed in the same position I should do it again." A few days afterwards, as he was eating his ration of prison bread, Ronald found in a small pellet of paper, and on opening it read the words, "Keep up your courage. friends are at work for you. You will hear more yet of M.A." Ronald was glad to know that his old friend was thinking of him, but knowing how strong was the prison, he had little hopes that Malcolm would be able to effect anything to help him. Still, the note gave him comfort. 3 days later, Andrew called again to bid him goodbye, telling him that orders had been received from London that he was to be sent thither by ship. "I should like to have seen Malcolm before I went, if I could," Ronald said. "I have not seen him for several days," the bailie said. "I have sent down several times to the house where he lodges, but he is always away. But, whether or no, there would be no chance of you seeing him. I myself had difficulty in getting leave to see you, though a bailie, and known to be a loyal citizen. But Malcolm knows that there would be no chance of one with such a character as his getting to see you, and that it would draw attention to him even to ask such a thing, which, if he has had in this mad brain plot, he would not wish. Malcolm would not mind a straw whether they kept a watch on him or not," Ronald said. "Will you tell him, when you see him next, that I got his message?" "What message? I have given you no message that I know of." "He will know what I mean. Tell him, whether aught comes of it or not, I thank him, and for all his kindness to me, as I do you and Aunt Janet." At the same time with the order that Ronald should be sent to London, the authorities of Glasgow received an intimation that the ministers felt great surprise at the lukewarmness which had been shown in allowing so notorious and important an enemy of his Majesty to escape, and that the king himself had expressed marked displeasure at the conduct of the city authorities in the matter. Greatly mortified at the upshot of an affair from which they had hoped to obtain much credit from government, and believing it certain that there were many greatly interested in getting Ronald out of the hands of his captors, the authorities took every precaution to prevent it. He was taken down to the river side under a strong escort, and in addition to the 4 warders who were to be in charge of the prisoner as far as London, they put on board 12 men of the city guard. These were to remain with the ship until she was well out at sea, and then to return in a boat which the vessel was to tow behind her. Ronald could not but smile when he saw all the formidable preparations for his safety. At the same time he felt that any hope he had entertained that Malcolm might, as the message hinted, make an attempt at rescue were blighted. The vessel dropped down with the tide. The orders of the justices had been so strict and urgent that the whole of the men placed on board kept a vigilant watch. Just as they were abreast of Dumbarton, the sound of oars was heard, and presently a boat was seen approaching. As it got nearer, 2 men were seen to be rowing and 2 others seated in the stern, but as the craft was a large one, there was room for others to be lying in the bottom. The constable in charge shouted to the boat to keep them off. "Stop rowing," he cried, "and come no nearer. If you do, we fire, and, as I don't want to shed your blood, I warn you that I have 16 armed men here." As his words were emphasized by the row of men, who, with levelled muskets, ranged themselves along the side of the ship, the boat ceased rowing. "What are you afraid of?" one of the men in the stern shouted. "Cannot a fisherman's boat row out without being threatened with shooting? What are you and your 16 armed men doing on board? Are you expecting a French fleet off the coast? And do you think you will beat them off if they board you? How long have the Glasgow traders taken the man to their ships with fighting men?" Ronald was in the cabin under the poop. It opened on the waist and received its light from an opening in the door, at which 2 armed men had stationed themselves when the boat was heard approaching. Had the cabin possessed a porthole through which he could have squeezed himself, he would long before have jumped overboard and tried to make his escape by swimming under cover of the darkness. He now strove to force the door open, for he recognized Malcolm's voice, and doubted not that his friend had spoken in order to let him know that he was there, that he might, if possible, leap over and swim to the boat. But it was fastened strongly without, and the guards outside shouted that they would fire unless he remained quiet. No reply was made to the taunts of the man in the boat, and slowly, for the wind was just filling her sails, the vessel dropped down the river, and the boat was presently lost sight of. In the morning the breeze freshened. It was not till the ship was 8 miles beyond the mouth of the river that the boat was pulled up alongside, and the guard, taking their places on board, hoisted sail and started on their return to Glasgow. Once fairly at sea, Ronald was allowed to leave his cabin. Now that he was enjoying the fresh air, his spirits soon recovered the tone which they had lost somewhat during his 3 weeks' confinement in prison, and he had thoroughly enjoyed his voyage. The man who was in charge of the guard had at first wished to place some restriction on his going about the board as he chose, but the crew sided with the young prisoner, and threw such ridicule on the idea that 4 warders and a head constable were afraid, even for a moment, to lose sight of a boy on board a ship at sea, that he gave way, and allowed Ronald free liberty of action, although he warned his subordinates that they must not relax their caution for a moment. The crew were all with him. They think it is a shame that a lad like this should be hauled to London as a prisoner, charged with treasonable practices, and sailors, when they once get an idea into their head, are as obstinate as Highland cattle. I have told him that he drew his sword and held a staircase against us all while a noted traitor made his escape, and that he ran one of us through the shoulder, and they only shouted with laughter, and said he was a brave young cock. Like as not, if they had a chance, these men would aim him to escape, and then we should have to answer for it. And heavily too. Loss of place and imprisonment would be the least of what we would expect. So, though while at sea and in full daylight he can do as he pleases, we must be doubly vigilant at night, or in port if the vessel should have to put in. Accordingly, the great disgust of the sailors, the watch by the turn stood sentry outside Ronald's door at night, thereby defeating a plan which the sailors had formed of lowering a boat at first night they passed near land and letting Ronald make his escape to shore. The wind was favourable until the vessel rounded the Land's End. After that it became baffling and fickle, and it was more than 3 weeks after the date of her sailing from Glasgow that the vessel entered the mouth of the Thames. By this time Ronald's boyish spirits had allayed all suspicion on the part of his guards. He joked with the sailors, climbed about the rigging like a cat, and was so little affected by his position that the guards were convinced that he was free from the burden of any state secret, and that no apprehension of any serious consequence to himself was weighing upon him. "Poor lad," the head warder said. "He will need all his spirits. He will have hard work to make the king's council believe that he interfered in such a matter as from pure love of adventure. He will have many a weary month to pass in prison before they free him, I reckon. It goes against my heart to hand over such a mere laddie as a prisoner. Still, it is no matter of mine. I have my duty to do, and it is not for me to question the orders I have received, or to argue whether a prisoner is innocent or guilty." As the vessel anchored off Gravesend, to wait for the turn of the tide to take her up, a boat rowed by the waterman, and with a man sitting in the stern, passed close by the ship. The head warder had now redoubled his vigilance, and one of the guards with loaded musket was standing on deck not far from Ronald, who was standing on the taffrail. As the boat passed some 20 yards astern of the ship, the man who was not rowing turned round for a moment and looked up at Ronald. It was but a momentary glance that the lad caught of his face, and he suppressed with difficulty a cry of surprise, for he recognized Malcolm Anderson. The rower continued steadily to ply his oars, and continued his course towards another ship anchored lower down the river. Ronald stood watching the boat, and saw that after making a wide sweep it was rowed back again to Gravesend. Ronald had no doubt that Malcolm had come south in hopes of effecting his escape, and guessed that he had taken up his post at Gravesend with the intention of examining every ship as she passed up until the one in which he knew he had sailed made his appearance. What his next step would be he could not tell, but he determined to keep a vigilant lookout and to avail himself instantly of any opportunity which might offer. As the captain did nor care about proceeding up the river after dark, it was not until the tide turned, just as morning broke, that the anchor was weighed. There was a light breeze, which just sufficed to give the vessel steerage way, and a mist hung on the water. Ronald took his favourite seat on the taffrail, and kept a vigilant watch upon every craft which seemed likely to come near the vessel. Greenwich was passed, and the vessel presently approached the crowded part of the pool. It was near high tide now, and the captain was congratulating himself that he should just reach a berth opposite the tower before it turned. Presently a boat with 2 rowers shot out from behind a tier of vessels and passed close under the stern of Glasgow Lass. A man was steering whom Ronald instantly recognized. "Jump!" he cried, and Ronald without a moment's hesitation leaped from the taffrail. He came up close to the boat, and was instantly hauled on board by Malcolm. Just at that moment the guard, who had stood stupefied by Ronald's sudden action, gave a shout of alarm and discharged his piece. The ball struck the boat close to Ronald. It was already in motion. The men bent to their oars, and the boat glided towards the Surrey side of the river. Loud shouts arose from on board the vessel, and 4 bullets cut the water round the boat. But before the muskets could be reloaded, Malcolm had steered the boat through a tier of vessels, whose crews, attracted by the firing, cheered the fugitives lustily. A minute later they had reached some landing steps. Malcolm tossed some money to the rowers, and then sprang ashore with Ronald and handed the latter a long coat, which would reach to his heels and conceal the drenched state of his clothing from notice. "We have tricked them nicely, dear boy," he said. "We are safe now. Long before they can lower a boat and get here, we shall be safe in shelter, and our 5 Glasgow bodies will have something to do to look for us here." Moderating his pace so as to avoid attracting attention, Malcolm proceeded along several streets and lanes, and presently stopped at the door of a little shop. "I am lodging here," he said, "and have told the people of the house that I am expecting a nephew back from a cruise in the Mediterranean." As he passed through the shop he said to the woman behind the counter, "Here he is, safe and sound. He's been some days longer than I expected, but I was nor so very far wrong in my calculations. The young scamp has had enough of the sea, and he agreed to go back again with me to his own people." "That's right," the woman said. "My own boy ran away 2 years ago, and I hope he will have come to his senses by the time he gets back again." When they were together in their room upstairs, Malcolm threw his arms round Ronald's neck. "Thank God, my dear boy, I have got you out of the clutches of the law. You did not know how I have been fretting since I heard you were caught, and thought that if ill came to you it would be all my fault. And now tell me how you got into this scrape, for it has been puzzling me ever since I heard of it. Surely when I saw you last you knew nothing about any Jacobite goings on." Ronald related the whole particulars of his adventure, and said that even now he was absolutely ignorant of who was the man whom he had aided to escape. "I know no more than you do, Ronald, but they must have thought his capture an important one by the fuss they made over his escape. And now, to think that you have slipped out of their hands too," and Malcolm broke into a loud laugh. "I would give a month's earnings to see the faces of the guard as they make their report that they have arrived empty-handed. I was right glad when I saw you. I was afraid you might have given them the slip on the way, and then there would have been no saying when we might have found each other again." "The sailors would have lowered a boat at night and let me make for the land," Ronald said, "but there was a good guard kept over me. The door was locked and a sentry always on the watch, and I had quite given up all hope until I saw you at Gravesend. And now, what do you intend to do? Make our way back to Scotland?" "No, no, lad, that would never do. There will be a hue and cry after you, and all the northern routes will be watched. No, I shall make a bargain with some Dutch skipper to take us across the water, and then we will make our way to Paris." "But have you got money, Malcolm?" "I have got your purse, lad. I went to Andrew and said that I wanted it for you, but he was to ask no questions, so that whatever came of it he could say that he knew nothing. He gave it to me at once, saying only, 'Remember, Malcolm, you have done that boy some harm already with your teaching. See that you do him no further harm. I guess you are bent on some hare-brained plan, but whatever it be, I wish you success.'" End of chapter 3. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. Chapter 4 of Bonnie Prince Charlie, A Tale of Fontenoy and Culloden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. Bonnie Prince Charlie, A Tale of Fontenoy and Culloden by G.A. Henty. Chapter 4. In France. The next day Malcolm went out alone, and on his return told Ronald that there were placards on the walls offering a reward of £100 for his apprehension. "You don't think people below have any suspicion, Malcolm?" "Not they," Malcolm replied. "I was telling them last night after you had gone to bed all about the places you have been voyaging to, and how anxious your father, a snug farmer near Newcastle, was to have you back again. I had spoken to them before so as to prepare them for your coming, and the old woman takes quite an interest in you, because her son at sea is a lad just about your age. I have brought you in a suit of sailor clothes. We will go down and have a chat with them after the shop is closed of a night. You will remember Newcastle and the farm, and can tell them of your escape from Greek pirates and how they nearly taken you by a French frigate near the streets." The consternation of the watch at Ronald's escape was extreme. The shot which the man on guard had fired was their first intimation of the event, and seizing their muskets they had hastily discharged them in the direction of the fugitive, and had then shouted for a boat to be lowered. But never was a boat longer getting into the water than was that of the Glasgow Lass upon this occasion. The captain gave his orders in a leisurely way, and the crew were even slower in executing them. Then somehow the fall struck, and the boat wouldn't lower. When at last she was in the water, it was found the thole pins were missing. These being found, she was rowed across the river, the 5 constables undergoing a running fire of jokes and hilarity from the sailors of the ships they passed near. In answer to their inquiries where the fugitives landed, some of the sailors shouted that she pulled up the river behind the tier of vessels. Others insisted that she sunk with all hands close by. Completely bewildered, the chief of the party told the sailors to put them ashore at the first landing. When the party gained the streets, they inquired eagerly of all they met whether they had seen aught of the fugitives. Few of those they questioned understood the broad Scotch in which the question was asked. Others laughed in their faces and asked how they were to know the man and boy they wanted from any others. And after vainly looking about for some time, they returned to the stairs only to find the boat had returned to the ship. A waterman's boat was now hired, and the rower, who had heard what had happened, demanded a sum for putting them on board which horrified them. But at last, after much bargaining, they were conveyed back to the ship. An hour later the chief of the party went ashore, and repairing to the Tower, where he had been ordered to conduct the prisoner, reported his escape. He was at once taken into custody the charge of permitting the escape of the prisoner, and it was not until 3 days later, upon the evidence of his men and of the captain and officers of the ship, that he was released. His 4 men were put on board a ship returning to Glasgow next day, while he himself was kept to identify the fugitive should he be caught. A week later Malcolm and Ronald that he had made the arrangements with the captain of a Dutch vessel to take them over to Holland. "We are to go on board at Gravesend," he said, "for they are searching all ships bound for foreign ports. It is not for you especially, but there are supposed to be many Jacobites going to and fro, and they will lay hands on anyone who cannot give a satisfactory account of himself. So it is just as well for us to avoid questioning." Accordingly, the next day they walked down to Gravesend, and taking boat there boarded a Dutch vessel when she came along on the following day. The Dutch captain received them civilly. He had been told by Malcolm that they wished to leave the country privately, and guessed that they were in some way fugitives from the law, but as he was to be well paid, this gave him no concern. There were no other passengers, and a roomy cabin was placed at their disposal. They passed down the river without impediment, and anchored that night off Sheerness. "These Dutch traders are but a slow craft," Malcolm said as he walked impatiently up and down the deck the next morning, watching the slow progress which they made past the shore. "I wish we could got the passage direct to France, but of course that is impossible now the 2 nations are at war." "What is the war about, Malcolm?" "I heard at home they were fighting, but yet that somehow the 2 countries were not at war." "No, I don't know how that comes about," Malcolm said. "England has a minister still at Paris, but for all that King George is at the head of a number of British troops in Germany fighting against the French there." "But what is it about, Malcolm?" "Well, it is a matter which concerns Hanover more than England. In fact, England has no interest in the matter at all, as far as I can see, except that as France takes one side she takes the other, because she is afraid of France getting too strong. However, it is a German business, and England is mixed up in it only because her present king is a Hanoverian and not an Englishman. This is the matter as far as I can make it out. Charles IV, Emperor of Germany, died in October 1740. It had been arranged by a sort of general agreement called the Pragmatic Sanction." "What an extraordinary name, Malcolm! What does it mean?" "I have not the least idea in the world, lad. However, that is what it is called. It was signed by a lot of powers of whom England was one, and by it all parties agreed that Charles's daughter, Maria Theresa, was to become Empress of Austria. However, when the emperor was dead, the Elector of Bavaria claimed to be emperor, and he was supported by France, by Spain, and by Frederick of Prussia, and they marched to Vienna, enthroned the elder as Duke of Austria, and drove Maria Theresa to take refuge in Hungary, where she was warmly supported. The English Parliament voted a large sum to enable the Empress to carry on the war, and last year 16,000 men under the Earl of Stair crossed the seas to cooperate with the Dutch, who were warm supporters of the Empress, and were joined by 6,000 Hessians and 16,000 Hanoverians in British pay. But after all, nothing was done last year, for in the last war the Dutch were not ready to begin, and the English army were in consequence kept idle. Then it seems that everyone was against the Empress except England and these little states." "That is pretty nearly so," Malcolm said. But at present the Empress has bought off the Prussians, whose king joined in the affair solely for his own advantage, by giving him the province of Silesia, so that in fact at present it is England and Hanover, which is all the same thing, with the Dutch and Hessians against France and Bavaria, for I don't think that at present Spain has sent any troops." "Well, it seems to me a downright shame," Ronald said indignantly, "and though I have no great love for the English, and I hate their Hanoverian George and his people, I shouldn't like to fight with one of the Scotch regiments in the French service in such a quarrel." Malcolm laughed. "My dear lad, if every soldier were to discuss the merits of the quarrel in which he is ordered to fight, there would be an end to all discipline." "Yes, I see that," Ronald agreed. "If one is once a soldier he has only to obey orders, but one need not become a soldier just at the time when he would be called upon to fight for a cause which he considers unjust." "That is so, Ronald, and it is fortunate in your feelings are in favour of Maria Theresa, and it was not thinking of enlisting just at present, for you would be puzzled over which side to take. If you fought for her you would have to fight under the Hanoverian. If you fight against the Hanoverian you are fighting against Maria Theresa. Well, we don't want to fight at all," Ronald said. "What we want to do is find out something about my father. I wish the voyage was at an end, and that we had our faces towards Paris." "It will not be so easy to cross from Holland into France," Malcolm said. "I wish our voyage was at an end for another reason, for unless I mistake there is a storm brewing up." Malcolm's prediction as to weather was speedily verified. The wind rose rapidly, raging clouds hurried across the sky, and waves got up fast, and by nightfall the sea had become really heavy, dashing in sheets high in the air every time the bluff-bowed craft plunged into it. Long before this Ronald had gone below prostrate with seasickness. "It's just like the obstinacy of these Dutchmen," Malcolm muttered to himself as he was held on by a shroud and watched the labouring ship. "It must have been clear to anyone before we were well out of the river that we were going to have a gale, and as the wind was then nearly due south, we could have run back again and anchored in shelter till it was over. Now it has backed round nearly into our teeth, with every sign of it getting into the north, and then we shall have the French coast on our lee. It is not very serious yet, but if the wind goes on rising, as it has done for the last 4 or 5 hours, we shall have a gale to remember before the morning." Before the daylight, indeed, a tremendous sea was running, and the wind was blowing with terrible force from the north. Although under but a rag of canvas, the brig was pressed down gunwale deep, and each wave as it struck her broadside seemed to heave her bodily to leeward. Malcolm, on coming on deck, made his way aft and glanced at the compass, and then took a long look over the foaming water towards where he knew the French coast must lie. The wind was 2 or 3 points east of north, and as the clumsy craft would not sail within several points of the wind, she was heading nearly east. "She is making a foot leeward for every one she forges ahead," he said to himself. "If she has been at this work all night, we cannot be far from the coast." So the Dutch skipper appeared to think for a few minutes afterwards. He gave orders to bring her about on the other track. 3 times they tried and failed. Each time the vessel slowly came up into the wind, but the heavy waves forced her head off again before the head sails filled. Then the skipper gave orders to wear her. Her head paid off to the wind until she was nearly before it. 2 or 3 great seas struck her stern and buried her head deeply, but at last the boom swung over and her head came up on the other tack. During the course of these manoeuvres she had made fully 2 miles leeway, and when she was fairly under sail with her head to the west, Malcolm took another long look towards the south. "Just as I thought," he said. "There is white water there and a dark line behind it. That is the French coast, sure enough." It would have been useless to speak, but he touched the arm of the skipper and pointed to leeward. The skipper looked in this direction for a minute, and then gave the order for more sail to be put on the ship, to endeavour to beat out in the teeth of the gale. But even when pressed to the utmost it was evident to Malcolm that the force of the waves was driving her faster towards the coast than she could make off it, and he went below and told Ronald to come on deck. "I would rather lie here," Ronald said. "Nonsense, lad. The wind and spray will soon knock the sickness out of you, and you will want all your wits about you, for it won't be many hours before we are bumping on the sands, and stoutly built as the craft is, she won't hold together for long in such a sea as this." "Do you really mean it, Malcolm, or are you only trying to get me on deck?" "I mean it, lad. We are drifting fast upon the French coast, and there is no hope of her clawing off the teeth in such a gale as this." The news aroused Ronald effectually. He had not suffered at all on the voyage down from Glasgow, and he was already beginning to feel better when Malcolm went down to call him. He was soon on deck holding on by the bulwark. "There it is, that long, low, black line. It looks a long way off because the air is full of spray and the coast is low, but it's not more than 3 or 4 miles. Look at that broad belt of foam." For some hours the Dutch skipper did his best to keep windward, but in vain. The vessel drove nearer and nearer towards the shore. The anchors were got into readiness, and when within a quarter of a mile of the line of breakers the vessel's head was brought up into the wind, and the lashings of the two anchors cut simultaneously. "Will they hold her, do you think?" Ronald asked. "Not a chance of it, Ronald. Of course the captain is right to try, but no cables were ever made would hold such a bluff-blowed craft as this in the teeth of such a wind and sea." The cables ran out to the bitts. Just as they tightened, a great sea rolled in the bow. 2 dull reports were heard, and then her head paid off. The jib was run up instantly to help her round, and under this sail the brig was headed directly towards the shore. The sea was breaking round them now, but the brig was almost flat-bottomed and drew but little water. All on board hung onto the shrouds and bulwarks, momentarily expecting a crash, but she drove on through the surf until within 100 yards off the shore. Then as she went down in the trough for a wave, there was a mighty crash. The next wave swept her forward her own length. Then there was another crash even more tremendous than the first, and her mast simultaneously went over the side. The next wave moved her but a few feet. The one which followed, finding her immovable, piled itself higher over her, and swept in a cataract down her sloping deck. Her stern had swung round after the first shot, and she now lay broadside to the waves. The Dutch skipper and his crew behaved with the greatest calmness. The ship lay over such an angle that it was impossible to stand on the deck, but the captain managed to get on the upper rail, and although frequently almost washed off by the seas, contrived to cut the shrouds and ropes that still attached the mast to the ship there. Then he joined the crew, who were standing breast high in the water on the lee side. The floating masts were pulled in until within a few yards of the vessel, and such of the crew as could swim made towards them. The skipper cut the last rope that bound them, and then plunged in and joined his men. The distance was a little over 50 yards to the shore, and the wreck formed a partial shelter. A crowd of people were assembled at the edge of the beach with ropes in readiness to give any assistance in their power. Malcolm and Ronald were among those who had swum to the masts, but when within a short distance of the shore, the farmer shouted in the latter's ear, "Swim off, lad! The mast might crash us." As soon as they neared the shore, a number of ropes were thrown. Most of the sailors, seeing the danger of being crushed, followed the example of Malcolm and lifted the masts. Malcolm and Ronald swam just outside the point where the waves broke, until a line fell in the water close to them. They grasped it at once. "Give it a twist round your arm," Malcolm shouted, "or the backwash will tear you from it." The sailors on shore watched their opportunity, and the instant a wave passed beneath, the 2 swimmers ran up the beach at full speed with the rope. There was a crash. Ronald felt himself shot forward with great rapidity, and then as he touched the ground with his feet they were swept from under him, and so great was the strain that he felt as if his arm was being pulled from the socket. A few seconds later he was lying at full length upon the sands, and before the next wave reached him a dozen men had rushed down and seized him and Malcolm, and carried them beyond its influence. For a minute or two Ronald felt too bruised and out of breath to move. Then he heard Malcolm's voice. "Are you hurt, Ronald?" "No, I think not, Malcolm," he replied, making an effort to sit up. "Are you?" "No, lad. Bruised a bit, but no worse." One by one the sailors were brought ashore, one with both legs broken from the force with which he was dashed down by the surf, and one man who stuck to the mast was crushed to death, as if it was rolled over and over onto the beach. The captain and 3 sailors were, like Malcolm and Ronald, unhurt. There still remained 4 men on the wreck. Fortunately she had struck just at high tide, and so stoutly was she built that she held together in spite of the tremendous seas, and in an hour the 4 sailors were able to wade breast high to the shore. They found that the spot where the vessel had struck was half-mile west of Gravelines. They were taken to a town and were hospitably entertained. A small body of soldiers were quartered there, and the officer in command told the Dutch skipper that as the 2 nations were at war he and his crew must be detained until he received orders respecting them. On learning from Malcolm that he and Ronald were passengers, and were Scotchmen making their way from England to escape imprisonment as friends of the Stuarts, and that he had for 12 years served in one of the Scotch regiments of Louis, and was now bound for Paris, the officer said that they were free to continue their journey at once. It was 2 or 3 days before they started, for they found the next morning that they were both too severely bruised to set out at once on the journey. As Malcolm had taken care to keep the purse containing Ronald's money securely fastened to a belt under his clothes, they had had no lack of funds. But as time was no object, they started for Paris on foot. Ronald greatly enjoyed the journey. Bright weather had set in after the storm. It was now the middle of May. All nature was bright and cheerful. The dresses of the peasantry, the style of the architecture so different to that which he was accustomed in Scotland, and everything else were new and strange to him. Malcolm spoke French as fluently as his own language, and they had therefore no difficulty or trouble along the way. They arrived at Paris without any adventure. Malcolm went to a cabaret which had at the time, when he was in the French service, been much frequented by Scotch soldiers, being kept by countrymen of their own, an ex-sergeant in one of the Scottish regiments. "Ah, Sandy MacGregor!" Malcolm exclaimed as the proprietor of the place approached to take their order. "So you are still in the flesh, man. Right glad am I to see you again." "I know your face," Sandy replied, "but I cannot say what your name might be." "Malcolm Anderson of Leslie's Scotch regiment. It is 14 years since I left them by now. But I was here again 4 years later, if you can remember, when I came over to try and find out if aught had been heard of the colonel." "Aye, aye," Sandy said, grasping Malcolm's outstretched hand warmly. "It all comes back to me now. Right glad am I to see you. And who is the lad ye have brought with you? A Scot by his face and bearing, I will be bound, but young yet for the service, if that be what he is thinking of." "He's a colonel's son, Sandy. You will remember I told you I had carried him back to Scotland with me, but I did not tell ye that this is betwixt ourselves, for those who have so badly treated his father might well have a grudge against the son, and all the more that he is rightful heir to many a broad acre here in France." "I give you a hearty welcome, young sir," Sandy said. "Many a time I have seen your brave father riding at the head of his regiment, and have spoken to him too, for he and his officers would drop in here and crack a cup together in a room, but I kept upstairs for the quality." "Well, well, and to think that you are his son! But what Malcolm said is true, and it were best that none knew who ye are, for they have an uncle quick here of putting inconvenient people out of the way." "Have you ever heard aught of my father since?" Ronald asked eagerly. "Not a word," Sandy replied. "I have heard it talked over scores of times by men who were in the regiment that he was once, and none doubted that if he were still alive he was lying in the Bastille or in Vincennes, or in one of the other cages where they keep whose presence the king or his favourites find inconvenient. It's just a stroke of a pen, without question or trial, and they are gone. Not even their best friends darena ask a question concerning them. In most cases none know why they have been put away, but there is no doubt why Leslie was seized. 3 or 4 of his fellow officers were in the secret of his marriage, and when he had disappeared those talked loudly about it, and there was sour grief and anger among the Scottish regiment at Leslie's seizure. But what was to be done? It was just the king's pleasure, and that was enough in France. Leslie had committed the grave offence of thwarting the wishes of 2 of the king's favourites, great nobles too, with broad lands and grand connections. What were the likings of a Scottish soldier of fortune and headstrong girl in comparison? In Scotland, in the old times, a gallant who had carried off a daughter of a Douglas or one or more powerful nobles would have made his wife a widow ere many weeks were over, and it is the same thing here now. It would have been an easy thing for his enemies to kill Leslie with the regiment at his back, and so they got an order from the king, and surely got rid of him as if they had taken his life. "You have never heard whether my mother is married again?" Ronald asked. "I have never heard her name mentioned. Her father is still at court, but his daughter has never been seen since, or I should have heard of it. But more than that I cannot say." "That gives me hopes that my father is still alive," Ronald said. "Had he been dead they might not have forced her into some other marriage." "They might so, but she was plainly a lassie who had a will of her own, and many have held out." "But why did they not kill him instead of putting him in prison if he was in their way?" "They might, as I said, have done it at once, but once in prison he was beyond their reach. The king may grant a lettre de cachet, and these orders are called to a favourite, but even in France men are not put to death without some sort of a trial, and even Chateaurouge de Recambourg could not ask Louis to have a man murdered in prison to gratify their private spite, especially when that man was a brave. Scottish officer whose fate had already excited much discontent among his compatriots in the king's service. Then again, much would depend upon who was the governor of the prison. These men differ like others. Some of them are honourable gentlemen, to whom even Louis himself would not venture to hint that he wanted a prisoner put out of the way. But there are others who, to gratify a powerful nobleman, will think nothing of telling a jailer to forget a fortnight to give food to a prisoner. So you see, we cannot judge from this. And now, what are you thinking of doing, Malcolm? And why are you over here? In the first place, we are over here because young Leslie took after his father and aided a Jacobite, whom George's men were in search of, to escape, and drew his sword on a worshipful justice of Glasgow and the city watch. He has begun early, Sandy said, laughing. And how did he get away? They brought him down a prisoner to London, to interrogate him as to the plot. I had a boat in the Thames, and he jumped over and swam for it. So here we are. There are rumours in Scotland that King Louis is helping Prince Charlie, and that an army is soon going to sail for Scotland. It is talked of here, but so far nothing is settled. But as King George is interfering in Louis's affairs, and is fighting him in Germany, I think it more than likely that King Louis is going to stir up a coil in Scotland to give George something to do at home. Then if there is nothing to be done here, I shall find out the old regiment. There will be many officers in it still who have fought under Leslie, and some of them may know more about him than you do, and will surely be able to tell me what has become of the lad's mither. That may well be so, but keep a quiet tongue, Malcolm. As to Leslie's son, save those on whose discretion you can rely. I tell you, if it were known that he is alive and in France, his life would be not worth a week's purchase. They would not take the trouble to get a lecture de cachet for him, and they did for his father. It would be just a pistol bullet or a stab in a dark night on a lonely place. There would be no question asked about the fate of an unknown Scottish laddie. I will be careful, Sandy, and silent. The first thing is to find out where the old regiment is lying. That I can tell you at once. It is on the frontier with Duc de Noailles, and they say there is like to be a great battle with the English George and his army. Well, as we have nothing else to do, we will set out and find them, Malcolm said. But as time is not pressing, we will stop a few days here in Paris, and I will show the lad the sights. I suppose you can put us up. That I can. Times are dull at present. After 15, Paris swarmed with Scotsmen who had fled to save their heads, but of late years but a few have come over, and the Scotch regiments have difficulty in keeping up their numbers. Since the last of them marched for the frontier, I have been looking after empty benches, and it will be good news for me when I hear that the war is over and they are all on their way back. For some days, Malcolm and Ronald wandered about the narrow streets of Paris. Ronald was somewhat disappointed in the city of which he had heard so much. The streets were ill paved and worse lighted, and they were narrow and winding. In the neighbourhood of the Louvre there were signs of wealth and opulence. The rich dresses of nobles contrasted strongly indeed with the sombre attire of the Glasgow citizens, and the appearance and uniform of the royal guards filled him with admiration. But beyond the fashionable quarter, it did not appear to him that Paris possessed many advantages over Glasgow, and the poorer classes were squalid by poverty-stricken to a far greater degree than anything he had seen in Scotland. But the chief points of attraction to him were the prisons. The Bastille, the Châtelet, and the Temple were points to which he was continually turning, the two former especially, since, if he were in Paris, it was in one of these that his father was most probably lying. The various plans he had so often thought over, by which in some way or another he might communicate with his father and aid his escape, were roughly shattered at the sight of these buildings. He had reckoned on their resembling in some respect the prison in Glasgow, and at the sight of these formidable fortresses with their lofty walls and flanking towers, their moats, vigilant sentries, his hopes fell to zero. It would, he saw at once, be absolutely impossible to open communication with a prisoner of whose whereabouts he was wholly ignorant, and of whose very existence he was doubtful. The narrow slits which lighted the cell in which he was confined might look into an inner court, or the cell itself might be below the surface of the soil. The legend of the troubadour who discovered King Richard of England's place of captivity by signing without the walls has always been present in his mind, but no such plan would be practicable here. He knew no song which his father, and his father only, would recognize, and even did he know such a song, the appearance of anyone loitering in the open space outside the moat round the Bastille, singing at intervals at different points, would have instantly attracted the attention of the sentries on the walls. Nor, even did he discover that his father was lying a prisoner in one of the cells facing outwards in the fortress, did he see any possibility of compassing his escape. The slits were wide enough only for the passage of a ray of light, or the flight of an arrow. No human being could squeeze himself through them, and even if he could do so he would need a long rope to descend into the moat. One day Ronald talked over his ideas with Malcolm, who declared at once that they were impossible of execution. "There is scarcely a case on record," he said, "of an escape from either the Bastille or the Châtelet, and yet there have been scores of prisoners confined in them with friends of great influence and abundant means. If these have been unable, by bribing jailers or by other strategy, to free their friends, how could a stranger without either connection, influence, or wealth hope to effect an escape of a captive were he certain he was within these walls? Do not waste your thought on such fancies. Ronald, if your father is still in prison, it is by influence only, an influence exerted upon the king and exceeding that of your father's enemies, that his release can be obtained. Such influence there is no possibility of exerting. Your father's comrades and countrymen, his position and services, availed nothing when he was first imprisoned, and in time which has elapsed by the number of those who know him and would venture to risk the king's displeasure by pleading his cause must have lessened considerably. The only possibility, mind I say possibility, of success lies in your mother. So far it is clear that she has been powerless, but we know not under what circumstances she has been placed. She may all this time have been shut up in a prisoner in a convent. She may be dead, but it is possible that, if she is free, she may have powerful connections on her mother's side, who might be induced to take up her cause and to plead with the king for your father's liberty. She may have been told that your father is dead. She is, no doubt, in ignorance of what has become of you, or whether you are still alive. If she believes you are both dead, she would have no motive for exerting any family influence she may have, and may be living a broken-hearted woman, firm only in the resolution to accept no other husband." "Yes, that is possible," Ronald agreed. "At any rate, Malcolm, let us lose no further time, but set out tomorrow for the frontier and try to find out from my father's old comrades what has become of my mother." End of chapter 4. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. Chapter 5 of Bonnie Prince Charlie, A Tale of Fontenoy and Culloden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. Bonnie Prince Charlie, A Tale of Fontenoy and Culloden by G.A. Henty. Chapter 5. Dettingen. After walking 2 or 3 miles, Malcolm and Ronald came upon the rear of a train of wagons which had set out from Paris an hour earlier. Entering into conversation with one of the drivers, they found that the convoy was bound for the frontier with ammunition and supplies for the army. "This is fortunate," Malcolm said, "for to tell you the truth, Ronald, I have looked forward to our meeting with a good many difficulties by the way. We have no passes or permits to travel, and should be suspected of being either deserters or thieves. We came down from the north easy enough, but they are more accustomed to the passage of travelers to or from the coast. Going east, our appearance if alone would be sure to incite comment and suspicion. It is hard if among the soldiers who are in the convoy I do not know someone who has friends in the old regiment. At any rate, we can offer to make ourselves useful in case of any of the drivers falling ill or deserting by the way." As they walked along towards the head of the long line of wagons, Malcolm closely scrutinized the troopers who formed the escort, but most of them were young soldiers, and he therefore went on without accosting them until he reached the head of the column. Here 2 officers were riding together, a captain and a young lieutenant. Malcolm saluted the former. "I'm an old soldier of the 2nd Regiment of Scottish Cavalry, and I am going with you to my young friend here, who has relations in the regiment, to join them. Will you permit us, sir, to journey with your convoy? We are ready, if needs be, to make ourselves useful in case any of your drivers are missing. No uncommon thing, as I know, on a long journey." The officer asked a few questions about his services and said, "What have you been doing since you left, as you say, 14 years ago?" "I have been in Scotland, sir. I took this lad, who was with then an infant, home to my people, having had enough of soldiering, while my brother, his father, remained with the regiment. We do not know whether he is alive or dead, but if the former, the lad wants to join as a trumpeter, and when old enough to fight in the ranks." "Very well," the officer said, "you can march along with us, and if any of these fellows desert, you shall take their places, and of course draw their pay." It was a short time indeed before Malcolm's services were called into requisition. For the very first night several of the drivers who had been pressed into the service managed to elude the vigilance of the guard and slipped away. The next morning Malcolm with Ronald and his assistant took charge of one of the heavy wagons, loaded with ammunition and drawn by 12 horses. "This is better than walking after all, Ronald. In the first place it saves the legs, and the second one is partly out of the dust. But I think we should get on faster walking, Malcolm." "Yes, if we had no stoppages. But then, you see, as we have no papers, we might be detained for weeks by some pig-headed official in a little country town. Besides, we are sure to push on as fast as we can, for they will want the ammunition before a battle is fought. And after all, a few days won't make much difference to us. The weather is fine, and the journey will not be unpleasant." In fact, Ronald enjoyed the next 3 weeks greatly as the train of wagons made its way across the plains of Champagne, and then on through the valleys of Lorraine and Alsace, until it reached Strasbourg. Malcolm had speedily made friends with some of the soldiers of the escort, and of an evening when the day's work was over he and Ronald sat with them by the fires they made by the roadside, and Malcolm told tales of the campaigns in which he had been engaged, and the soldiers sang songs and chatted over the probabilities of the events of war. None of them had served before, having been but a few months taken from their homes in various parts of France, but although, doubtless, many had at first regretted bitterly being dragged away to the wars, they were now all reconciled to their lot, and looked forward eagerly to joining their regiment, which was at the front, when the duty of looking after the convoy would be at an end. Little was known in Paris as to the position of the contending armies beyond the fact that Lord Stair, who commanded the English army, 16,000 strong, which had for the last year been lying inactive in Flanders, had marched down with his Hanoverian allies toward the Maine, and that the Duc de Noailles with 60,000 men was lying beyond the Rhine. But at Strasbourg they learned that the French army had marched north to give battle to Lord Stair, who had at present with him but 28,000 men, and was waiting to be joined by 12,000 Hanoverians and Hessians who were on their way. The convoy continued its journey, pushing forward with all speed, and on the 26th of July joined the army of de Noailles. The French were on the south side of the river, but having arrived on its banks before the English, they had possession of the bridges. As soon as the wagons had joined the army, Malcolm obtained from the officer commanding the escort a discharge, saying that he and Ronald had fulfilled their engagement as drivers of the wagons to the front, and were now at liberty to return to France. "Now we are our own masters again, Ronald," Malcolm said. "I have taken part in a good many battles, but have never yet had the opportunity of looking on at one comfortably. De Noailles should lose no time in attacking, so as to destroy the English before they receive their reinforcements. As he holds the bridges, he can bring on the battle when he likes, and I think that tomorrow or next day the fight will take place." It was known in the camp that evening that the English had established their chief magazines at Hanau, and were marching up the river towards Aschaffenburg. In the early morning a portion of the French troops crossed the river at that town, and took up a strong position there. Ronald and Malcolm climbed a hill looking down upon the river from the south side, and thence commanded the view of the ground across which the English were marching. On the eastern side of the river, spurs of the Cesper mountains came down close to its banks, enclosing a narrow flat between Aschaffenburg and Dettingen. At the latter place the heights approached so closely to the river as to render it difficult for an army to pass between them. While posting a strong force at Aschaffenburg to hold the passage across the stream running into the Main there, de Noailles marched his main force down the river. These movements were hidden by the nature of the ground from the English, who were advancing unconscious of the danger towards Dettingen. "De Noailles will have them in a trap," Malcolm said, for from their position on the hill they could see the whole ground on the further bank. Hanau, lying some 7 miles beyond Dettingen, which was itself less than 7 miles from Aschaffenburg. "I'm afraid so," Ronald said. "Afraid?" Malcolm repeated. "Why, you should rejoice, Ronald." "I can't do that," Ronald replied. "I should like to see the Stuarts instead of the Hanoverians reigning over us. But after all, Malcolm, England and Scotland are one nation." "But there are Scotch regiments with the French army, and a brigade of Irish." "That may be," Ronald said. "Scotchmen who have got into political trouble at home may enter the service of France, and may fight heartily against the Germans or the Flemings or any other enemies of France. But I know that I should feel very reluctant to fight against the English army, except, of course, at home for the Stuarts." "It will benefit the Stuarts' cause if the English are defeated here," Malcolm said. "That may be or it may not," Ronald replied. "You yourself told me that Louis cared nothing for the Stuarts, and would only aid them in order to cripple the English strength at home. Therefore, if he destroys the English army here, he will have less cause to fear England, and so less motive for helping the Chevalier." "That is true enough," Malcolm agreed. "You are fast becoming a politician, Ronald." "Well, I will look on as a neutral then, because although the English are certainly more nearly my countrymen than are the French, you must remember that for 12 years I fought under the French flag. However, there can be no doubt what is going to take place. See, the dark masses of the English army are passing through the defile of Dettingen, and the French have begun to cross at Seggelstadt in their rear. See, they are throwing 3 or 4 bridges across the river there." In utter ignorance of their danger, the English marched on along the narrow plain by the river bank towards Aschaffenburg. "Look at their cavalry scouting ahead of them," Malcolm said. "There the French are opening fire." And as he spoke, puffs of musketry rose from the line of the stream held by the French. The English cavalry galloped back, but the columns of infantry still advanced until within half a mile of the French position, and were there halted, while some guns from the French lines opened fire. The bridges at Seggelstadt were now completed, and the masses of troops could be seen pouring over. King George and the Duke of Cumberland had joined the Earl of Stair just as the army passed through Dettingen, and were riding at the head of a column when the French fire opened. A short time was spent in reconnoitring the position of the enemy in front. The English believed that the entire French army was there opposed to them, and that the advance of the army into Franconia, which was the main objective, was therefore barred. After a short consultation, it was resolved to fall back at once upon the magazines of Hanau, which, from their ignorance of the near proximity of the French, had been left but weakly guarded, believing that as they fell back they would be hotly pursued by the French army. The king took the command of the rear as the post of danger, and the columns, facing about, marched towards Dettingen. But the French had been beforehand with them. De Noailles had sent 23,000 men under his nephew, the Duke of Gramont, across the river to occupy Dettingen. He himself with his main army remained on the south side, with his artillery placed so as to fire across the river upon the flank of the English as they approached Dettingen, while he could march up and cross at Aschaffenburg should the English, after being beaten back at Dettingen, try to retreat up the river. De Gramont's position was a very strong one behind a swamp and a deep ravine hollowed out by a stream from the hill. There seemed no possibility of escape for the English army, who were as yet absolutely in ignorance of the position of the French. As the head of the column approached Dettingen, Gramont's artillery opened upon them in front, while that of De Noailles smote them in flank. As soon as the king found that his retreat was cut off, he galloped from the rear of the column to his head. His horse, alarmed by the fire of the artillery and whistling of balls, ran away with him, and with difficulty stopped just as he reached the head of the column. He at once dismounted and announced his intention of leading his troops on foot. There was a hasty council held between him, Lord Stair, the Duke of Cumberland, and it was agreed that the only escape from the entire destruction was by fighting their way through the force now in front of them. This would indeed have been impossible had de Gramont held his position, but when that officer saw the English troops halt, he believed he had only the advanced guard in front of him, and resolving to overwhelm these before their main body arrived, he abandoned his strong position, led the troops across the swamp, and charged the English in front. De Noailles from the opposite bank, seeing the error his nephew had made, hurried his troops toward the bridges in order to cross the river and render him assistance, but it was too late. The English infantry, headed by the king in person, hurled themselves upon the troops of de Gramont. Every man felt that the only hope of escape from his trap into which they had fallen lay in cutting their way through the enemy, and so furiously did they fight that de Gramont's troops were utterly overthrown, and were soon in full flight towards the bridges in the rear, hotly pursued by the English. Before they could reach the bridges, they left behind them on the field 6,000 killed and wounded. King George, satisfied with his success, and knowing the French army was still greatly superior to his own, wisely determined to get out of his dangerous position as soon as possible, and pushed on that night to Hanau. Although Malcolm and Ronald were too far off to witness the incidences of the battle, they made out the tide of war rolling away from them, and saw the black masses of troops pressing on through Dettingen in spite of the French artillery, which thundered from the opposite bank of the river. "They have won," Ronald said, throwing up his cap. "Hurrah, Malcolm! Where's the utter destruction of the English now? See, the plain beyond Dettingen is covered by a confused masses of flying men. The English have broken out of the trap, and instead of being crushed, they've won a great victory." "It looks like it certainly," Malcolm said, "and I would not have believed it if I had not seen it. Their destruction seems certain. And now let us go round to the camp again." On their way down, Malcolm said, "I think, on the whole, Ronald, that you are perhaps right, and the French defeat will do good rather than harm to the Stuart cause. Had they conquered, Louis would have been too intent on pushing forward his own schemes to care much for the Stuarts. He has had no real interest in them, and he only uses them as a cat's paws to injure England. If he had beaten the English and Hanoverians, he would not have needed their aid. As it is, it seems likely enough that he will try to create a diversion, and keep the English busy at home by aiding the Stuarts with men and money to make a landing in Scotland. In that case, Malcolm, we need not grieve over the defeat today. You know my sympathies are with the brave Empress of Austria rather than with her enemies, and this defeat should go far towards seating her securely on the throne. Now what will you do, Malcolm? Shall we try and find my father's friends at once?" "Nor for another few days," Malcolm said. "Just after a defeat men are not in the best mood to discuss bygone matters. Let us wait and see what is done next." The next morning a portion of the French army which had not been engaged crossed the river and collected the French and English wounded, for the latter had also been left behind. They were treated by the French with the same care and kindness that was bestowed upon their own wounded. De Noailles was about to advance against the English at Hanau, when he received the news that the French army in Bavaria had been beaten back by Prince Charles, and had crossed the Rhine into Alsace. As he would now be exposed to the whole brunt of the attack of the allies, he decided to retreat at once. The next day the retreat recommenced. Many of the drivers had fled at the first news of the defeat, and Malcolm without question assumed the post of driver of one of the abandoned teams. For another week the army retired, and then crossing the Rhine near Worms were safe from pursuit. Now Ronald and I will look up the old regiment, and we will see what is to be done. The 2nd Scotch Dragoons were posted in a little village a mile distant from the main camp, which had now been formed. Malcolm did nor make any formal transfer of the wagon to the authorities, thinking it by no means improbable that they would insist upon his continuing his self-adopted avocation as a driver. But after seeing to the horses, which were picketed with a long line of transport animals, he and Ronald walked quietly away without any ceremony of adieu. "We must not come back again here," he said, "for some of the teamsters would recognize me as having been driving lately, and I should have hard work to prove that I was not a deserter. We must take to the old regiment now as long as we are here." On reaching the village they found a street full of troopers, who were busy engaged in cleaning their arms, grooming their horses, and removing all signs of weather and battle. Ronald felt a thrill of pleasure at hearing his native language spoken. He had now so far improved the knowledge of French as to be able to converse without difficulty, for Malcolm had from his childhood tried to keep up his French, and had lately always spoken in that language to him, unless it was necessary to speak English in order to make him understand. These occasions had become more and more rare, and 2 months of constant conversation with Malcolm and others had enabled Ronald by this time to speak with some fluency in the French tongue. None of the soldiers paid any attention to the newcomers, whose dress differed in no way from that of Frenchmen, as after the shipwreck they had, of course, been obliged to rig themselves out afresh. Malcolm stopped before an old sergeant who was diligently polishing his sword hilt. "And how fares it with you all these years, Angus Graham?" The sergeant almost dropped his sword in his surprise at being so addressed by his own tongue by one whose appearance betokened him a Frenchman. "You don't know me, Angus," Malcolm went on with a smile, "and yet you ought to, for if it hadn't been for me the sword of that German hussar who carved that ugly scar across your cheek would have followed it up by putting an end to your soldiering altogether." "Heart alive! But it's Malcolm Anderson. Ah, man! But I'm glad to see you. I thought you were dead years ago, for I have heard nae mair of you since from the day when you disappeared from among us like a spook, the same day that puir Colonel Leslie was hauled off to the Bastille. A sour day was that for us. Ah! And where y'all been all this time?" "Back at home, Angus, at least in body, for my heart's been with the old regiment. And who, think you, is this? But you must keep a close mouth, man, for it must not be talked of. This is Leslie's son. By his father's last order I took him off to Scotland with me to be out of reach of his foes. And now I have brought him back again, to try if between us we can gain any news of his father." "You don't say so, Malcolm! I have never as much heard that the colonel had a son, though there was some talk in the regiment that he had married a great lady, and that it was for that he had been hid away in prison. And this is Leslie Boy. Only to think now. Well, young sir, there isn't a man in this regiment but would do his best for his father's son, and those who have joined us since, and in truth that's the great part of us, have heard many a tale of Colonel Leslie, though they may not have served under him, and not a tale but was to his honour, for the braver officer nor a kinder one never stepped on the earth. But come inside, Malcolm. I have got a room to myself and a stoup of good wine. Let's talk over some things fair and gentle, and when I know what it is that you want, you may be sure that I will do all I can for the sake both of the colonel and you, old comrade." The trio were soon seated in the cottage, and Malcolm then gave a short sketch of all that had taken place since he had left the regiment. "Well, well," the sergeant said when he had ended, "and so the lad, young as he is, has already drawn his sword for the Stuarts, and takes after his father, being loyal as well as in looks, for now that I know who he is I can see his father's face, and plain enough. And now for your plans, Malcolm." "Our plans must be left to chance, Angus. We came hither to see whether any of the colonel's friends are still in the regiment, and to learn from them whether they have any news whatever of him, and secondly, whether they can tell us aught of his mother." "Aye, there are 6 or 8 officers still in the regiment who served with him. Hume is our colonel now. You will remember him, Malcolm, well, for he was captain of our troop, and Major Macpherson was a captain too. Then there are Oliphant and Munro and Campbell and Graham, all of whom were young lieutenants in your time, and are now old captains of troops." "I will see the colonel and Macpherson," Malcolm said. "If they do not know, the younger men are not likely to. Will you go along with us, Angus, and introduce me to Hume? He is like enough to remember me, seeing that I was so much with Leslie." "They will be dining in a half an hour," the sergeant said. "We'll go after they have done their meal. It's always a good time to talk with men when they are full, and the colonel will have no business to disturb him then. Our own dinner will be ready directly. I can smell a goose that I picked up, as it might be by accident, at the place where we halted last night. There are 4 or 5 of us old soldiers who always mess together when we are not on duty with our troops, and if I mistake not, you will know every one of them, and right glad they will be to see you. But of course I shall say no word as to who the lad is, save that he is a friend of yours." A few minutes later 4 other sergeants dropped in, and they were a joyful greeting between them and Malcolm as soon as they recognized his identity. The meal was a jovial one, as old jokes and old reminiscences were recalled. After an hour's sitting, Angus said: "Pass round the wine, lads, till we come back again. I am taking Anderson to the colonel, who was captain of his troop. We are not likely to be long, and when we come back we will make a night of it in honour of old times. Or am I mistaken?" On leaving the cottage they waited for a while until they saw the colonel and major rise from beside the fire round which the other officers they had begun taking their meal, and walked to the cottage which they shared between them. Angus went up and saluted. "What is it, Graham?" the colonel asked. "There's one here who would fain have a talk with you. It is Malcolm Anderson, whom you may remember as pure Colonel Leslie's servant, and is being in your own troop, and he has brought me one with him concerning whom will speak to you himself." "Of course I remember Anderson," the colonel said. "He was devoted to Leslie. Bring him in at once. What can have brought him out here again after so many years? Been getting into some trouble at home, I suppose. He was always in some scrape or another when he was in the regiment, for though he was a good soldier he was as wild and reckless a blade as any in the regiment. You remember him, Macpherson?" "Yes, I remember him well," the major said. "The colonel was very fond of him, and regarded him almost as a brother." A minute later Angus ushered Malcolm and Ronald into the presence of the 2 officers, who had now taken seats in the room which served as a kitchen and sitting room to the cottage, which was much the largest in the village. "Well, Anderson, I am glad to see you again," Colonel Hume said, rising and holding out his hand. "We have often spoken of you since the day you disappeared, saying that you were going on a mission for the colonel, and have wondered what the mission was, and how it was that we never heard of you again. I came over to Paris 4 years later, Colonel, but the regiment was away in Flanders, and as I found out from others what I had come to learn, there was no use in my following you. As to the colonel's mission, it was this," and he put his hand on Ronald's shoulder. "What do you mean, Anderson?" the colonel asked in surprise. "This is Colonel Leslie's son, sir. He bade me fetch him straight away from the folk with whom he was living, and to take him off to Scotland, so as to be out of reach of his foes, who would doubtless have made even shorter work of him than they did with the colonel." "Good heavens!" the colonel exclaimed. "This is news indeed. So poor Leslie left a child, and this is he!" "My lad," he said, taking Ronald's hand, "believe me that anything I can do for you, whatever it be, shall be done, for the sake of your dear father, whom I loved as an elder brother." "And I too," the major said. "There was not one of us but would have fought to the death for Leslie. And now sit down, my lad, while Anderson tells us your story." Malcolm began at the account of the charge which Colonel Leslie had committed to him, and the manner in which he had fulfilled it. He told them how he had placed the child in the care of his brother, he himself having no fixed home of his own, and how the lad had received a solid education, while he had seen to the learning and use of the sword, so that he might be able to follow his father's career. He then told them the episode of the Jacobite agent and the episode which had been effected in the Thames. "You have done well, Anderson," the colonel said when he had concluded, "and if ever Leslie should come to see his son, he will have cause to thank you, indeed, for the way in which you have carried out his charge he committed to you, and he may well be pleased at seeing him grown up and such a manly young fellow. As to Leslie himself, we know not whether he is alive or dead. Every interest was made at the time to assuage his majesty's hostility, but the influence of the Marquis of de Recambours was too strong, and the king at last peremptorily forbade Leslie's name being mentioned before him. You see, although the girl's father was, of course, at liberty to bestow her hand on whomever he pleased, he had, with the toadyism of a courtier, asked the king's approval of the match with the Chanterage, which, as a matter of course, he received. His majesty, therefore, chose to consider to one of his peers. At the same rhyme, I cannot but think that Leslie still lives, for had he been dead we should assuredly have heard of the marriage of his widow with someone else. The duke has, of course, long since married, and the report that the pair are ill matched, but another husband would be speedily have been found for the widow." "Since the duke is married," Ronald said, "he should no longer be so bitter against my father, and perhaps after so long an imprisonment the king might be moved to grant his release. As the duke's marriage is an unhappy one, I fear that you cannot count upon his hostility to your father being in any way lessened, as he would all the more regret the interference with his former plans. Have you any idea where my mother is, sir?" "None," the colonel said, "but that I might find out for you, I will give you a letter to the Count de Noailles, who is on intimate terms with the Archbishop of Paris, who would, no doubt, be able to tell him in which convent the lady is residing. You must not be too sanguine, my poor boy, of seeing her, for it is possible that she is already taken to the Vale. Indeed, if your father has died, and she has still refused to accept any suitor whom the marquis may have found for her, you may be sure that she has been compelled to take the Vale, as her estates would then revert to the nearest kinsman. This may, for aught we know, have happened years ago, without a word of it being bruited abroad, and the affair only known to those most concerned. However, we must look at the best side. We shall be able doubtless to learn through the archbishop whether she is still merely detained in the convent or has taken the Vale, and you can then judge accordingly whether your father is likely to be alive or dead. But as to your obtaining an interview with your mother, I regard it as impossible in the one case as the other. At any rate, it is of the highest importance that it should not be known that you are in France. If it is proved that your father is dead and that your mother is scheduled for life, we must then introduce you to her family, and try to get them to bring all their influence to bear to have you acknowledged openly as the legitimate heir of the marquis, and to obtain for you the succession to at least a portion of his estates, say, to that of those which she brought him as her dowry. In this you may be sure that I and every Scottish gentleman in the army will give you all the aid and influence we can bring to bear." Ronald warmly thanked Colonel Hume for his kindness, and the next day, having received a letter to the Count de Noailles, set out for Paris with Malcolm. On his arrival there, he lost no time in calling upon the count, and presenting his letter of introduction. The count read it through twice without speaking. "My friend Colonel Hume," he said at last, "tells me that you are the son, born in lawful wedlock, of Colonel Leslie and Amelie de Recambours. I am aware of the circumstances of the case, being distantly related to the lady's family, and will do that which Colonel Hume asked me, namely, discover the convent in which she is living. But I warn you, young man, that your position here is a dangerous one, and that were it known that Colonel Leslie's son is alive and in France, I consider your life would not be worth a day's purchase. When powerful people are interested in the removal of anyone not favored with powerful protection, the matter is easily arranged. There are hundreds of knives in Paris who can be purchased for a few crowns. If seclusion be deemed better than removal, a king's favourite can always obtain a lettre de cachet, and some man may linger a lifetime in prison without a soul outside the walls knowing of his existence there. You are now an obstacle to the plans of a great noble, and that is in France a fatal offence. Your wisest course, young man, will be to efface yourself, to get your friend Colonel Hume to obtain for you a commission in his regiment, and to forget for ever that you are the son of Colonel Leslie and Emile de Recambours. However, in that you will doubtless choose for yourself, but believe me my advice is good. At any rate, I will do what my friend Colonel Hume asks me, and will obtain for you the name of the convent where your mother is living. I do not see that you will be any the better off whenever you have it, for assuredly you will nor be able to obtain permission to see her. However, that again is your affair. If you will give me the address where you are staying in Paris, I will write to you as soon as I obtain the information. Do not be impatient. The Archbishop himself may be in ignorance on the point, but I doubt not that to oblige me he will obtain the information from the right quarter." A week later, Ronald, on returning one day to Les Soldats Écossais, found a note awaiting him. It contained only 3 words: "She has not taken the veil. She is at the Convent of Our Lady at Tours." The next morning Ronald and Malcolm set out on their journey to Tours. End of chapter 5. Recording by Brian Cherrick.
Chapter 6 of Bonnie Prince Charlie, A Tale of Fontenoy and Culloden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. Chapter 6 The Convent of Our Lady. Arrived at Tours, Malcolm took a quiet lodging in a retired street. Colonel Hume had furnished him with a regular discharge, testifying that the bearer, Malcolm Anderson, had served his time in the 2nd Scotch Dragoons, and was now discharged as being past service, and that he recommended him as a steady man for any employment for which he must be suited. Malcolm showed this document to the landlord in order that the latter might, as required by law, duly give notice to the police of the name and occupation of his lodger, and at the same time mentioned that the relations of his wife lived near Tours, and that he hoped through them to be able to obtain some sort of employment. As soon as they were settled in their lodgings they went out, and after a few inquiries found themselves in front of the Convent of Our Lady. It was a massive building in a narrow street near the river, to which its grounds, surrounded by a high wall, extended. None of the windows of the building looked towards the street, upon which the massive gate with a small wicket entrance opened. "What building is this?" Malcolm, in a careless tone, asked a woman who was sitting knitting at her door, nearly opposite the entrance. "I am a stranger in Tours." "That needs no telling," the woman replied, "or you would have known that this is the Convent of Our Lady, one of the richest in Touraine, and they say in all France. Though what they do with their riches is more than I can tell, seeing that the rules are of the strictest, and that no one ever comes beyond the gates. They have their own grounds down to the river, and there is a walk along the wall there where they take the air of an evening when the weather is fine. Poor things, I pity them from my soul." "But I suppose they all came willingly," Malcolm said, "so there is no need for pity." "I don't know about willingly," the woman said. "I expect most of them took the veil rather than marry the men their fathers provided for them, or because they were in the way of someone who wanted their lands, or because their lovers had been killed in the war, just as if grief for a lover was going to last one's life. Besides, they are not all sisters. They say there's many a lady of a good family shut up there till she will do her father's will. Well, well, I often says to myself, They may have all the riches of France inside those walls, but I would rather sit knitting at my door here than have a share of them." "You are a wise woman," Malcolm said. "There is nothing like freedom. Give me a crust and a sod for my pillow rather than gold plates inside a prison. I have been a soldier all my life, and have had my share of hard knocks, but I never grumbled so long as I was on a campaign, though I often found it dull work enough when in garrison." "Oh, you have been a soldier! I have a brother in the regiment of Touraine. Perhaps you know him?" "I know the regiment of Touraine," Malcolm said, "and there are no braver set of men in the king's service. What is his name?" "Pierre Pitou. I have not heard of him for the last 2 years. He is a tall man and broad, with a scar over the left eye." To be sure," Malcolm said. "Of course, Pierre Pitou is one of my best friends, and now I think of it, ma'am, I ought to know without asking, so great is his resemblance to you. Why, his last words to me were, 'If you go to Tours, seek out my sister, who lives in a house nearly opposite the entrance to the Convent of Our Lady,' and to think I should have forgotten all about it till I saw you." Malcolm remained for a quarter of an hour chatting with the woman about her brother, and then, promising to call again the next day in the evening to be introduced to her husband, he rejoined Ronald, who had been waiting at the corner of the lane, and had been fidgeting with impatience at the long interview between Malcolm and the woman. "What have you been talking about all this time, Malcolm, and what could you have to say to a stranger?" "I have been telling her all about her brother, Pierre Pitou of the Touraine regiment, and how he distinguished himself at Dettingen, and will surely be made a sergeant, with a hope some day of getting to be a captain. I have quite won her heart." "But who is Pierre Pitou, and when did you know him?" Ronald asked, surprised. "He is a tall man with broad shoulders and a scar over his left eye," Malcolm said, laughing, and then he related the whole conversation. "But why did you pretend to this poor woman that you knew her brother?" "Because she may be very useful to us, Ronald, and if you can't find a friend in court it's just as well to have one near court. She is a gossiping woman, and like enough she may know some of the lay sisters, who are in fact the servants of the convent, and come out to buy supplies of food and other things, and who distribute the alms among the poor. I don't know what advantage will come of it yet, Ronald, but I can see I have done a great stroke of business, and feel quite an affection for my friend Pierre Pitou." Malcolm followed up the acquaintance he had made, and soon established himself as a friend of the family. Ronald did not accompany him on any of his visits, for as the plan of proceeding was still undecided, he and Malcolm agreed that it was better that he should not show himself until some favourable opportunity offered. Sometimes toward evening he and Malcolm would take a boat and float down the stream past the convent walls, and Ronald would wonder which of the figures whose heads he could perceive as they walked upon the terrace was that of his mother. It was not until Malcolm had been quite at home with Madame Vipon that he again turned the conversation toward the convent. He learned that she had often been inside the walls, for before her marriage she had worked at a farm whence the convent drew a portion of its supplies, milk, butter, and eggs, and she had often carried baskets to the convent. "Of course I never went beyond the outer court," she said, "but Farmer Miron's daughter, it was he owned the farm, is a lay sister there. She was crossed in love, poor girl. She liked Andre, the son of a neighbouring farmer, but it was but a small place by the side of that of Miron, and her father would not hear of it, but wanted her to marry Jacques Dubois, the rich miller, who was old enough to be her father. Andre went to the wars and was killed, and instead of changing when the news came, as her father expected, and taking up with the miller, she hated him worse than ever, and said that he was the cause of Andre's death, so the long and short of it was, she came as a lay sister to the convent here. Of course, she never thought of taking the vows, for to do that here one must be noble and be able to pay a heavy dowry to the convent. So she is just a lay sister, a sort of servant, you know, but she is a favourite and often goes to market for them, and when she does she generally drops in here for a few minutes for a talk, for though she was only a child when I was at the farm, we were great friends, and she hears from me how all the people she used to know are getting on." "I suppose she knows all the ladies who reside in the convent as well as the sisters?" "Oh yes, and much better than the sisters. It is on them she waits. She does not see much of the sisters, who keep to their own side of the house, and have very little to do with the visitors, or as one might call them, the prisoners, for that is what most of them really are." "Now I think of it," Malcolm said, "one of the officers I served under had a relation, a lady, whom I have heard him say, when he was talking to another officer, is shut up here, either because she wouldn't marry someone her father didn't want her to. I forget exactly what it was now. Let me see, what was her name? Elise? No, that wasn't it. Amélie de Recambours. Yes, that was it. Oh yes, I know the name. I have heard Jeanne speak of her. Jeanne said it was whispered among them that she had really married somebody against her father's will. At any rate, she has been there ever so many years, and they have not made her take the veil, as they do most of them if they are obstinate and won't give way. Poor thing! Jeanne says she is very pretty still, though she must be nearly 40 now." "That is very interesting," Malcolm said, "and if you will not mind, Madame Vipon, I will write to the officer of whom I spoke and tell him his cousin is alive and well. I was his servant in the regiment, and I know, from what I have heard him say, he was very much attached to her." "There can be no harm in that, you know," he said, as Madame Vipon looked doubtful. "But if you would prefer it, of course, I will not say how I have heard." "Yes, that will be better," she agreed. "There is never any saying how things come round, and though there's no harm in what I have told you, still it's ill gossiping about what takes place inside convent walls." "I quite agree with you, my dear Madame Vipon, and admire your discretion. It is singular how you take after your brother. Pierre Pitot had the reputation of being the most discreet man in the regiment of Touraine." Ronald was very excited when he heard from Malcolm that he had actually obtained news at second hand as to his mother, and it was with difficulty that his friend persuaded him to allow matters to go on as he had proposed. "It will never do to hurry things now, Ronald. Everything is turning out beyond our expectations. A fortnight ago it seemed absolutely hopeless that you should communicate with your mother. Now things are in good train for it." Accordingly Malcolm made no further allusion to the subject to Madame Vipon until a fortnight had passed. Then he said, on calling her one day, "Do you know, my dear Madame Vipon, I have had a letter from the gentleman of whom I was speaking to you. He is full of gratitude at the news I sent him. I did not tell him from whom I had heard the news, save that it was from one of the kindest of women, the sister of an old comrade of mine. He has sent me this," and he took out a small box which he opened and showed a pretty gold brooch, with earrings to match, and bid me to give it in his name to the person who had sent him this good news. "That is beautiful," Madame Vipon said, clapping her hands, "and I have so often wished for a real gold brooch. Won't my husband open his eyes when he sees them?" "I think, if I might advise, my dear madame," Malcolm said, "I should not give him the exact history of them. He might take it into his head that you had been gossiping, although there is no woman in the world less given to gossiping than you are. Still, you know what husbands are. Therefore, if I were you, I would tell them that your brother Pierre had sent them to you through me, knowing, you see, that you could not have read a letter even if he could have written one." "Yes, perhaps that would be the best," Madame Vipon said, "but you had better write to Pierre and tell him. Otherwise, when he comes home and my husband thanks him for them, he might say he'd never sent them, and there would be a nice affair." "I will do so," Malcolm said, "but in any case I am sure your wit would have come to the rescue, and you would have said that you had in fact bought them from your savings, but that thinking your husband might grumble at your little economies, you had thought it best to say that they came from your brother." "Oh, fie, monsieur! I am afraid you are teaching me to tell stories." "That is a very hard word, my dear madame. You know as well as I do that without a little management on both sides, husbands and wives would never get on well together, you know. But now I want to tell you more. Not only does my old master write to say how glad he is to hear of his cousin's welfare, but he has told me a great deal more about the poor lady, and knowing your kindness of heart, I do not hesitate to communicate the contents of his letter to you. The Countess Amélie de Recambours was secretly married to a young officer, a great friend of my late master, and her father did not discover it until after the birth of a child, a boy. Then she was shut up here. The father got the boy safely away to Scotland, but he has now come back to France. I do not suppose the poor lady has ever heard of her little son since, and it would be an act of kindness and mercy to let her know that he is alive and well." "Yes, indeed, poor creature," Madame Vipon said, sympathetically. "Only to think of being separated from your husband, and never hearing of your child for all these years." "I knew your tender heart would sympathize with her," Malcolm said. "She is indeed to be pitied." "And what became of her husband?" "I fancy he died years ago, but my master says nothing about him. He only writes of the boy, who it seems is so delighted with the news about his mother that he is coming here to see if it is possible to have an interview with her." "But it is not possible," Madame Vipon exclaimed. "How can he see her, shut up as she is in that convent?" "Yes, it is difficult," Malcolm agreed, "but nothing is impossible, my dear madame, when a woman of heart like yourself takes a matter in hand. And I rely, I can tell you, greatly on your counsel as to your good will. I am assured of that beforehand." "But it is quite, quite impossible, I assure you, my good Monsieur Anderson." "Well, let us see. Now I know that you would suggest that the first measure to be taken is to open communication between mother and son, and there I heartily agree with you. That would be the first thing, of course, monsieur, but how is that to be done?" "Now that is where I look to you, madame. Your friend Jeanne waits upon her, you see, and I know your quick wit will already have perceived that Jeanne might deliver a message. I am sure that she would never be your friend had she not a warm heart like your own, and it will need very little persuasion on your part, when you have told her this sad story, to induce her to bring gladness to this unfortunate lady." "Yes, but think of the consequences, Monsieur Anderson. Think what would happen if it were found out." "Yes, if there were any talk of the countess running away from the convent, I would not on any condition ask you to assist in such a matter. But what is this? Merely to give a message, a few harmless words." "But you said an interview, Monsieur Anderson." "An interview only if it is possible, my dear madame. That is quite another matter, and you know you said that it was quite impossible. All that we want now is just a little message, a message by word of mouth, which not even the keenest eye can discover or prevent. There can be no harm in that." "No, I don't think there can be much harm in that," Madame Vipon agreed. "At any rate I will talk to Jeanne. It will be her day for going to market tomorrow. I will tell her the story of the poor lady, and I think I can answer beforehand that she will do everything she can." The following afternoon Malcolm again saw Madame Vipon, who told him that although she had not actually promised, she had no doubt Jeanne would deliver the message. "She will be out again on Saturday, monsieur, at 9 in the morning, and if you will be here with the boy, if he has arrived by that time, you shall speak to her." At the time appointed, Malcolm, with Ronald, attired now as a young French gentleman, arrived at the house of Madame Vipon, who was warmly thanked by Ronald for the interest she had taken in him. "My friend here has spoken to me in the highest terms of you, Madame Vipon, and I am sure that all he has said is no more than the truth." "I am sure I will do all I can," replied Madame Vipon, who was greatly taken by Ronald's appearance and manner. "It's a cruel thing separating a mother from a son so many years, and after all what I am doing is no hanging matter anyway." A few minutes later Jeanne entered. She was a pleasant looking woman of 5 or 6 and 20, and even her sombre attitude as a lay sister failed to give a formal look to her merry face. "So these are the gentlemen who want me to become a conspirator," she said, "and to run the risk of all sorts of punishment and penalties for meddling in their business." "Not so much my business as the business of my mother," Ronald said. "You, who have such a true heart of your own, for madame has told us something of your story, will, I am sure, feel for that poor lady shut up for 15 years, and knowing not whether her child is dead or alive. If we could but see each other for 5 minutes, think what joy it would be to her, what courage her poor heart would take." "See each other!" Jeanne repeated, surprised. "You said nothing about that, Francois. You only said, 'take a message.' How can they possibly see each other? That's a different thing altogether." "I want you to take a message first," Ronald said. "If nothing more can be done, that will be very much; but I cannot think but that you and my mother between you will be able to hit upon some plan which we might meet." "But how?" Jeanne asked in perplexity. "How could it possibly be?" "For example," Ronald suggested, "could I not come in as a lay sister? I am not much taller than you, and could pass very well as a girl." Jeanne burst out laughing. "You do not know what you are saying, monsieur. It would be altogether impossible. People do not get taken on as lay sisters in the Convent of Our Lady unless they are known; besides, in other ways, it would be altogether impossible. And even if it were not, it might be years before you could get to speak to the countess, for there are only 2 or 3 of us who ever enter the visitors' rooms; and lastly, if you were found out, I don't know what would be done to both of us. No, that would never do at all." "Well, in the next place, I could climb on to the river terrace at night, and perhaps you could come and speak to me there." "That is more possible," Jeanne said thoughtfully, "but all the doors are locked up at night." "But she might get out of a window," Ronald urged. "With a rope ladder she could get down and then return again, and none be the wiser." Jeanne sat silent for a minute, and then she asked suddenly, "Are you telling me all, monsieur, or are you intending that the countess shall escape with you?" "No, indeed, on my honour!" Ronald exclaimed. "I have nowhere I could take my mother. She would be pursued and brought back, and her position would be far worse than it is now. No, I swear to you that I only want to see her and speak to her, and I have nothing else whatever in my mind." "I believe you, monsieur," Jeanne said gravely. "Had it been otherwise, I dare not have helped, for my punishment if I was discovered to have aided in an escape from the convent would be terrible, terrible," she repeated with a shudder. "As to the other, I will risk it, for a gentler and kinder lady I have never met. And yet I am sure she must be very, very brave to have remained firm for so many years. At any rate, I will give her your message." Ronald took from a small leather bag, which he wore round his neck, a tiny gold chain with a little cross. "I had this round my neck when I was taken away as a child to Scotland. No doubt she put it there and will recognize it. Say to her only, 'He whom you have not seen since he was an infant is in Tours, longing above all things to speak to you.' That is all my message. Afterwards, if you will, you can tell her what we have said, and how I long to see her. How high is her room from the ground? Because if it is high it will be better that I should climb to her window than that she should descend and ascend again." Jeanne shook her head. "That could not be," she said. "The visitors have all separate cells, but the partitions do not go up to the ceiling, and even if you entered, not a word could be spoken without being overheard. But fortunately she is on the first floor, and I am sure she is not one to shrink from so little a matter as the descent of a ladder in order to have an interview with her son." That same afternoon, as Amélie de Recambours was proceeding from the refectory to her cell, following several of her fellow captives, her attendant Jeanne came out from one of the cells. Glancing behind to see that no one was following, she put her finger on her lips, and then whispered, "Make some excuse not to go into the garden with the others this evening. It is most important." Then she glided back into the room from which she had come. The countess followed the others in a state of almost bewilderment. For 16 years nothing had occurred to break the monotony of her existence. At first occasional angry messages reached her from her father, with orders to join an application to the Pope for a divorce. But when it had been found impossible to overcome her steady refusals, the messages had at least ceased, and for years no word from the outer world had reached her, although she had learned from those who from time to time came to share her captivity what was passing outside. Whether her husband was alive or dead, she knew not. They had told her over and over again that he was dead, but the fact that she had never had the option given her of accepting another husband or taking the final vows kept hope alive, for she was convinced that if he was really dead, efforts would be made to compel her to marry again. What then, she wondered to herself, could this communication so secretly given mean? She regarded the lay sister who attended upon her, as a happy-looking young woman whose face was in strong contrast to most of those within the walls of the convent, but she had exchanged but few words with her, knowing that she would be but a short time about her. For the policy of the abbess was to change the attendants upon the ladies in their charge frequently, in order to prevent them from being tampered with, or persuaded into conveying communications without the walls. "You look pale, Amelie," one of the other ladies said, as they gathered in a group for a moment before proceeding to their respective apartments, where they were supposed to pass the afternoon in working, reading, and meditation. "It is the heat," the countess said. "I have a headache." "You look it," the latter said. "It is not often you have anything the matter with you. You know we all say that you must have a constitution of iron and the courage of a Roland to be 16 years here, and yet to have no wrinkle on your forehead, no marks of weeping round your eyes." The countess smiled sadly. "I wept the first 6 months, almost without ceasing, and then I told myself that if I would be strong and resist I must weep no more. If a bird in a cage once takes to pining, he is sure not to live long. There are few of us here the news of whose death would not give pleasure to those who shut us up, and I for one resolved that I would live in spite of all." "Well, you must not get ill now, Amelie. We should miss you terribly in the one hour of the day when we really live, the hour when we walk and talk, and laugh if we can, on the river terrace." "I don't think I shall be able to come this evening," the countess said. "I shall lie down and keep myself quiet. Tomorrow I hope to be myself again. It is a mere passing indisposition." The hours passed slowly as Amelie lay on her couch and wondered over the coming interview. There were so many things which she might hear: that her father was dead, that her family had hopes at last of obtaining her restoration to the world. That it could be a message from her husband she had no hope, for so long as her father lived she was sure that his release would never be granted. As to the child, she scarce gave it a thought. That it had somehow been removed and had escaped the search that had been made for it, she was aware, for attempts had been made to obtain from her some clue as to where it would most likely have been taken. She was convinced that it had never have been found, for if it had she would have heard of it. It would have been used as a lever to work upon her. At last the hour when she was accustomed to go into the garden arrived, and as the convent bell struck 7, she heard the doors of the other cells open, the sound of feet in the corridor, and then all became still. In a few minutes a step approached, and one of the sisters entered to inquire why she was not in the garden with the others. She repeated that her head ached. "You look pale," the sister said, "and your hand is hot and feverish. I will send you up some tisane. It is the heat, no doubt. I think that we are going to have thunder." In a few minutes a step was heard again approaching, and Jeanne entered with the medicament. As she closed the door the countess started into a sitting position. "What is it, Jeanne? What is it that you have to say to me?" "Calm yourself, I pray you, countess," Jeanne said. "For both our sakes, I pray you to hear what I have to say calmly. I expect Sister Felicia will be here directly. When she heard you were unwell, she said she would come up and see what you needed. And now I will begin my message. In the first place I was to hand you this," and she placed in Amelie's hand the little necklet and cross. For a moment the countess looked at them wonderingly, and then there flashed across her memory a sturdy child in its nurse's arms, and a tall man looking on with a loving smile as she fastened a tiny gold chain round the child's neck. A low cry burst from her lips as she started to her feet. "Hush, lady, hush!" Jeanne exclaimed. "This is my message. He whom you have not seen since he was an infant is in Tours, longing above all things to speak to you." My child, the countess cried, "alive and here! My God, I thank thee that thou hast remembered a friendless mother at last. Have you seen him, Jeanne? What is he like? Oh, tell me everything." "He is a right proper young gentleman, madame, straight and comely and tall, with brown waving hair and a bright pleasant face, a son such as any mother might be proud of." The countess suddenly threw her arms around Jeanne's neck and burst into tears. "You have made me so happy, Jeanne, happy as I never thought to be again. How can I thank you?" "The best way at present, madame," Jeanne said with a smile, will be by drinking up that tisane and lying down quietly. Sister Felicia moves about as noiselessly as a cat, and she may pop in at any moment. Do you lie down again, and I will stand a little way off talking. Then if she comes upon us suddenly she will suspect nothing." The Countess seized the bowl of tisane and drank it off, and then threw herself on the couch. "Go on, Jeanne, go on. Have pity on my impatience. Think how I am longing to hear of him. Did the message say he was longing to see me? But that is not possible." "It is not quite impossible, madame, though it would be dangerous, very dangerous. Still, it is not quite impossible." "How then could it be done, Jeanne? You know what our life is here. How can I possibly see my boy?" "What he proposes, madame, is this, that he should some night scale the river wall, and await you on the terrace, and that you should descend from your window by a rope ladder, and so return after seeing him." "Oh yes, that is possible," the Countess exclaimed. "I could knot my bedclothes and slide down. It matters not about getting back again, since we have no ladder." "I can manage to bring in 2 light ropes," Jeanne said. "It would not do for you to be found in the garden, for it would excite suspicion, and you would never have a chance of doing it again. But it is not an easy thing to climb up a rope ladder with no one to help you, and you know I shall be at the other end of the house." "That is nothing," the Countess said. "Had I to climb 10 times the height, do you think I should hesitate for a moment when it was to see my son? Oh, Jeanne, how good you are! And when will it be?" "I will bring in the ropes next time I go out. Mind and place them in your bed. You will know that night at 11 o'clock. Your son will be on the terrace awaiting you." As Jeanne finished speaking, she placed her finger on her lips, for she thought she heard a slight noise without. The Countess closed her eyes and then lay down on her pillow, while Jeanne stood as if watching her. The next instant the door opened noiselessly, and Sister Felicia entered. She moved with a noiseless step up to Jeanne. "Is she asleep?" she whispered. "Oh no!" Jeanne answered in a louder voice, guessing that the sister would have heard the murmur of voices. "She has only just closed her eyes." The Countess looked up. "Ah, is it you, sister? I have taken the tisane Sister Angela sent up, but my hands are burning and my head aches. The heat in chapel was so great I thought I should have fainted." "Your hands are indeed burning," the sister said, convinced, as soon as she touched them, that the Countess was really indisposed. "Yes, and your pulse is beating quicker than I can count. Yes, you have a touch of fever. I will mix you a draught and bring it up to you at once. Hark, that is the first peal of thunder. We are going to have a storm. It will clear the air, and do you even more good than my medicine. I will leave you here tonight. If you are not better tomorrow we will move you into the infirmary." The next morning Sister Felicia found her patient much better, though she still seemed languid and weak, and was ordered to remain quietly in her apartment for a day or so, which was just what she desired, for she was so filled with her newborn happiness that she feared that if she ever went about her daily tasks as usual, she should not be able to conceal from the sharp eyes of the sisters the joyousness which was brimming over in her, while had she laughed she would have astonished the inmates of the gloomy convent. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Bonnie Prince Charlie, A Tale of Fontenoy and Culloden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adele de Pignerolles. Bonnie Prince Charlie, A Tale of Fontenoy and Culloden by G.A. Henty. Chapter 7. Mother. When Jeanne, after accomplishing her errands the next time she went out, entered Madame Vipon's, she found Ronald and Malcolm waiting her. "You have told my mother?" the former asked eagerly as she entered. "Yes, I have told her, and if I had been an angel from heaven, with a special message to her, the poor lady could not have looked more happy." "And you have been like an angel to us!" Ronald exclaimed, taking her hand. "How can I thank you for your goodness?" "For shame, sir!" Jeanne said, smiling and colouring as Ronald, in his delight, threw his arms around her and kissed her. "Remember I am a lay sister." "I could not have helped it," Ronald said, "if you had been the lady superior. And now," he went on eagerly, "is all arranged? See, I have brought a ladder of silk rope, light and thin, but quite strong enough to bear her." "You take all for granted then, sir. You know I said I would take your message, but that I would not engage to meddle further in it." "I know you said so, but I was sure that having gone so far you would do the rest. You will, won't you, Jeanne?" "I supposed I must," Jeanne said, "for what with the countess on one side and you on the other, I should get no peace if I said no. Well, then, it is all arranged. At 11 o'clock tonight you are to be on the terrace, and you can expect her there. If she does not come, you will know that something has occurred to prevent her, and she will come the following night at the same hour." Jeanne took the silken cords and wound them round her, under her lay sister's robe, and then, with a kindly nod at Ronald, and an injunction to be as noiseless as a mouse in climbing up the terrace, and above all not to raise his voice in speaking to his mother, she tripped away across the street to the convent. Malcolm and Ronald sallied out from Tours before the city gates were closed at sunset, and sat down on the slope which rises from the other side of the river and waited till it was time to carry the plan into operation. Gradually the lights disappeared from the various windows and the sounds which came across the water ceased, and by 10 o'clock everything was profoundly still. They had, in the course of the afternoon, hired a boat, saying they were going out for a night's fishing. This they had moored a short distance below the town, on the side of the river where they now were. They now made their way to it and rowed quietly across the stream. Then they left it and waded through the water, which flowed knee deep at the foot of the walls. Although Tours was still a wild town, the habit of keeping sentry in time of peace had long since died out, and they had no fear, at that hour, of discovery. There was no moon, but the night was bright and clear, and they had no difficulty in finding that part of the wall which now formed the terrace of the convent. They were provided with a rope knotted at every foot, and with a grapnel attached to one end. At the second attempt this caught on the parapet of the wall, and Ronald at once climbed it and stood on the terrace, where, a minute later, he was joined by Malcolm. The convent itself could not be seen, for a screen of trees at the foot of the wall shut it off from the view of people on the opposite side of the river. They waited quietly until a sudden peal of the bells of the numerous churches announced that it was the hour. Then they moved towards the steps leading down into the garden. A minute later a figure was seen approaching. Malcolm fell back, and Ronald advanced towards it. As the countess approached she held out her arms, exclaiming, "My boy! My boy!" and with a cry of "Mother!" Ronald sprang forward into her embrace. For a short time not a word was spoken, and then the countess murmured, "My God, I thank thee for this great happiness. And now, my son," she said, recovering herself, "tell me everything. First, have you news of your father?" "Alas, no," Ronald said. "Nothing has been heard of him since the fatal day when he was seized, but I am convinced that he is still alive, and since I have found you, surely I shall be able to find him." "Who is that with you, Ronald?" "That is Malcolm Anderson. It is to him I owe everything. He carried me off and took me away with him to Scotland the day my father was arrested. He has been my best friend ever since, and it is he who brought me here to you." The countess advanced to Malcolm. "My son has told me that we owe everything to you, my brave Malcolm," she said, holding out her hand. "I guessed that it was to you that my husband had confided the care of the child when I learned that it had disappeared. I remembered what confidence he had in your devotion, and how he confided everything to you." "He was like a brother to me, madame," Malcolm replied, "and glad indeed am I that I have been able to befriend his son and to bring him back to you a gentleman who will be an honour even to his father's name and yours." "And now let us sit down here," the countess said, taking a seat upon a bench. "It gets light very early, and you must not stay after 2 o'clock, and there is so much for me to hear." For the next 2 hours Ronald sat holding his mother's hand, while he told her the story of his life. "And now, mother," he said, when he had concluded, "we have but an hour left, for it has just struck 1, and we have not said a word yet about the principal thing of all. How are we to obtain your freedom? Can you not arrange to escape with us? I do not, of course, mean tonight, for we have nothing prepared, and, moreover, I promised Jeanne that there should be no attempt at escape, but we can come again when everything is ready. We shall, of course, need a disguise for you, for there will be a hot pursuit when your escape is known. But we might manage to reach the coast and cross over to England, and so make our way north." "No, my son," the countess said. "I have thought it over in every way since I knew you were here, and I am resolved to remain here. Were I to fly, the last hope that your father might be freed would be lost. My father would more than ever be incensed against him and me. And, moreover, although that is but a minor consideration, there would be no hope whatever of your ever recovering the rank and estate to which you are entitled. No, I am resolved to wait here, at any rate so long as my father lives. At his death, doubtless, there will be some change, for as heiress to his estates my existence must in some way be recognized, and my family may be enabled to obtain my release when his powerful opposition is removed. If not, it will be time to take the idea of flight into consideration. Till then, I remain here. Now that I have seen you, now that I know you as you are, for I can just make out your face by the light of the stars, I shall be as near contentment and happiness as I can be till I meet your father again. In the meantime, your good friend here can advise you far better than I can as to what your course had better be. If you can obtain any high influence, use it for obtaining your father's release. If it be accompanied by a sentence of exile from France it matters not, so that he is freed. You can then return here, and I will gladly fly with you to join him in Scotland." Malcolm now rose from his seat and left mother and son half an hour together. When 2 o'clock struck he returned to them. "There is the signal," the countess said, rising, "and now we must part." She had already refused to accede to Ronald's entreaty that she would meet him there again. "No, my son, we have been permitted to meet this once, but we must not tempt fortune again. Sooner or later something would be sure to occur which would lead to discovery, and bring ruin upon all our plans. It is hard to say no, and to refuse the chance of seeing you again now that we have come together, but I am fully resolved that I will not risk it." "We will see you safe up the ladder, mother," Ronald said. "It is no easy matter to climb up a rope ladder swinging loosely." "No, I discovered that in descending," the countess said; "but if you come with me you must take off your boots. The print of a man's footstep in the garden would ruin us all, and, mind, not a word must be spoken once we have left the terrace." Taking off their boots they accompanied her through the garden. There was a last passionate embrace at the foot of the ladder, then the countess mounted it while they held it steady. Directly she entered the window she undid the fastening of the rope inside and let the ladder drop down to them. 5 minutes later Ronald descended the rope into the river. Malcolm shifted the grapnel so that it caught only on the edge of the parapet and could be shaken off from below when the strain on the rope was removed, then he slid down to Ronald's side. A sharp jerk brought down the grapnel, and they returned along the edge of the river as they had come, crossed in the boat, and waited for morning. They waited 2 days longer in Tours in order that they might receive, through Jeanne from the countess, a list of the noble families to which was related, with notes as to those persons of whom she had seen most before her marriage, and who she believed would be most disposed to exert their influence on her behalf. "Jeanne," Ronald said, "I am troubled that I do not know what I can do to show you how grateful I am. I should so like to give you some souvenir, but what can I do? You could not wear brooches, or earrings, or trinkets." "That I could not, monsieur," Jeanne broke in with a smile, "and if I could I would not accept them from you. I have done what I could have done because I pitied your mother and you, and I am content that if I have broken the rules I have done it with a good purpose." "Well, Jeanne," Ronald said, "you may not be a lay sister all your life. You have taken no vows that will bind you forever, and I have no doubt that the lady superior can absolve you from your engagements should you at any time wish to go back to the world. If so, and I am still in France, I will come to dance at your wedding, and will promise you as pretty a necklace and earrings as are to be found in Touraine." "Very well, that is a bargain," Jeanne said, laughing, "and it is not impossible, young sir, that some day I may hold you to your promise, for only last market day I met my father, and he spoke to me more kindly than he used to, and even said he missed me, and I hear that the miller has found someone who will put up with him for the sake of his money. I shouldn't be surprised if, when that comes off, father wants me home again. But I shan't go directly he asks me, you may be sure, but shall bargain that if there be any question of a husband it will be for me to decide and not him." The next day Ronald and his companions started for Paris. They were highly gratified with the success which had attended them, and Ronald felt his whole life brighten now that he had found the mother who had been so long lost to him. On arriving in Paris they found that Colonel Hume's regiment had returned to the capital. It was not expected that there would be at present any further fighting on the frontier, and 2 or 3 of the Scotch regiments had been brought back. Ronald at once called on Colonel Hume and related to him the success which had attended the first portion of his undertaking. "I congratulate you, indeed," Colonel Hume said. "I own that I thought your enterprise was a hopeless one, for it seemed to me impossible that you should be able to obtain an interview with a lady closely imprisoned in a convent. Why, Anderson, it is plain now that your talents have been lost, and you ought to have been a diplomatist instead of wasting your time as a soldier. The way you carried out your plan was indeed admirable, and I shall really begin to think that Ronald will yet succeed. And now, my young friend, what do you mean to do next?" "Would it be possible, sir, to ascertain where my father is confined?" "I think not, my lad," the colonel said gravely. "In addition to the 4 or 5 prisons in Paris, there are a score of others in different parts of France. The name of the prisoners in each are known only to the governors. To all others within the walls they exist as numbers only. The governors themselves are sworn to secrecy, and even if we could get at 1 or 2 of them, which would be difficult enough, we could hope for no more. Nor would it be much satisfaction to you merely to know in which prison your father is lying, for it is a very different matter to communicate with a prisoner in one of the royal fortresses to passing a message to a lady detained in a convent. I can see nothing for you but to follow the example of your mother and to practise patience, so conducting yourself as to gain friends and make a name and influence, so that at your grandfather's death you may bring as strong a pressure as possible to bear upon the king." "How old is my grandfather?" Ronald asked. "He is a man about 60. "Why, he may live 20 years yet!" Ronald exclaimed bitterly. "Do not look at the worst side of the question," Colonel Hume replied with a smile. "But he may live some years," he went on more gravely, "and in the meantime you must think what you had better do. I will tell you as a great secret that it has finally been resolved that an expedition shall sail this winter for Scotland, and 15,000 troops will assemble at Dunkirk under Marshal Saxe. Nothing could be more opportune. We are to form part of the expedition, with several other Scottish regiments. You are too young as yet for me to ask a commission for you, but if you like I will enroll you as a gentleman volunteer. In this way you may have an opportunity of distinguishing yourself. I will introduce you to the Chevalier, and it may be that if he succeeds in gaining the crown of Scotland, if not of England, he will himself ask King Louis as a personal favour to release and restore to him Colonel Leslie of Glenlyon, who fought bravely with him in '15. If the expedition fails, and we get back alive to France, I will then obtain for you a commission in the regiment, and we can carry out our plan as we arranged. What do you say to that?" "I thank you greatly, sir, and accept your offer most gratefully. I see that I am powerless to do anything for my father now, and your plan gives at least a prospect of success. In any case, nothing will give me so much delight as to serve with the regiment he formerly commanded, and under so kind a friend as yourself." "That is settled then," Colonel Hume said. "And now about outfit. A gentleman volunteer wears the uniform of the officers of the regiment, and indeed is one in all respects except that he draws no pay. My purse will be at your disposal. Do not show any false modesty, my lad, about accepting help from me. Your father would have shared his last penny with me had I needed it." "I thank you heartily, Colonel, for your offer, and should it be necessary I will avail myself of it, but at present I have ample funds. Malcolm carried off with me a bag with 100 louis, and up to the day when I landed in France these had never been touched. I have 80 of them still remaining, which will provide my outfit and my maintenance for a long time to come." "There is another advantage in your being a volunteer, rather than on the list of officers, Ronald, in that if it is necessary at any time you can, after a word with me, lay aside your uniform and go about your affairs as long as you choose without question, which would be hard to do if you belonged regularly to the regiment." At the end of a week Ronald had procured his uniform, and was presented by the colonel to the officers of the regiment as Ronald Leslie, the son of an old friend of his, who was joining the regiment as a gentleman volunteer. Malcolm joined only in the capacity of Ronald's servant. It was painful to the lad that his old friend and protector should assume such a relation towards him, but Malcolm laughed at his scruples. "My dear Ronald," he said, "I was your father's servant and yet his friend. Why should I not act in the same capacity to you? As to the duties, they are so light that, now I do not belong to the regiment, my only difficulty will be to kill time. There is nothing to do save to polish up your arms and your equipment. Your horse will be looked after by a trooper so long as you are with the regiment. I shall call you in the morning, get your cup of chocolate, and prepare your dinner when you do not dine abroad, carry your messages when you have any messages to send, and escort you when you go about any business in which it is possible that a second sword would be of any use to you. As I have said, the only trouble will be to know what to do with myself when you do not want me." It was now the end of August, and for the next 4 months Ronald worked hard at drill. He soon became a general favourite with the officers. The fact that his name was Leslie, and that he was accompanied by Malcolm, who was known to many of the old soldiers as being devoted to their former colonel, and as having in some strange way disappeared from the regiment at the same time, gave ground to a general surmise that Leslie was the colonel's son. Malcolm himself, when questioned, neither denied nor acknowledged the fact, but turned it off with a joke and a laugh. He was soon as much at home in his old regiment as if he formed a part in it, and when not required by Ronald passed the greater part of his time with his former comrades. As was natural, the opinion entertained by the men as to Leslie's identity was shared by the officers. The avoidance by Ronald of any allusion to his family, his declining when he first came among them to say which branch of the Leslies he belonged, and the decided manner in which Colonel Hume, the first time the question was broached in his hearing in Ronald's absence, said that he begged no inquiries would be made on that score, all he could assure them was that Leslie's father was a gentleman of good family and a personal friend of his own, put a stop to all further questioning, but strengthened the idea that had got abroad that the young volunteer was the son of Colonel Leslie. Early in January the 2nd Scottish Dragoons marched for Dunkirk, where 20,000 men assembled, while a large number of men of war and transports were gathered in the port. One day, when Ronald was walking in the street with Malcolm at his heels, the latter stepped up to him and touched him. "Do you see that officer in the uniform of a colonel of the Black Musketeers in that group at the opposite corner? Look at him well, for he is your father's greatest enemy, and would be yours if he knew who you are. That is the Duc de Chateaurouge." Ronald glanced at the man who had exercised so evil an influence upon the fate of his parents. He was a dark, tall man with a pointed moustache, and from 40 to 45 years of age. His features were regular and handsome, but in his thin straight eyebrows, the curl of his lips, and a certain supercilious drooping of the eyelids, Ronald read the evil passions which rendered him so dangerous and implacable an enemy. "So that is the duke," Ronald said when he had passed on. "I did not know that he was a soldier." "He is an honorary colonel of the regiment, and only does duty when it is called on active service; but he served in it for some years as a young man, and had the reputation of being a good soldier, though I know that he was considered a harsh and unfeeling officer by the men who served under him. That is the man, Ronald, and if you could get 6 inches of your sword between his ribs it would go a good long way towards obtaining your father's release, but I warn you he is said to be one of the best swordsmen in France." "I care not how good a swordsman he is," Ronald said hotly, "if I do but get a fair chance." "Don't do anything rash, Ronald. I have no fear about your swordsmanship, for I know that in the last 4 months you have practised hard, and that Francois says that young as you are you could give a point to any officer in the regiment. But at present it were madness to quarrel with the duke. You have everything to lose and nothing to gain. If he killed you there would be an end of you and your plans. If you killed him you would have to fly the country, for a court favourite is not to be slain with as much impunity as a bourgeois, and equally would there be an end of all hope of obtaining your father's release. No, for the present time you must be content to bide your time. Still, it is as well for you to know your foe when you see him. and in the meantime go on frequenting the various schools of arms and learn every trick of the sword that is to be taught. Look," he went on, as a group of mounted officers rode down the street, "that is Marshal Saxe, one of the best soldiers in France, if not the best, and just as wild and reckless in private life as he is calm and prudent as a general." Ronald looked with some surprise at the great general. He had expected to see a dashing soldier. He saw a man who looked worn and bent with disease, and as if scarce strong enough to sit on his horse; but there was still a fire in his eye, and as he uttered a joke to an officer riding next to him and joined merrily in the laugh, it was evident that his spirit was untouched by the disease which had made a wreck of his body. A few days later a messenger arrived with the news that the French fleet from Brest had sailed, and had met the English fleet which had gone off in pursuit of it, and the coast of Kent was in consequence unguarded. Orders were instantly given that the troops should embark on board the transports, and as fast as these were filled they set sail. The embarkation of the cavalry naturally took longer time than that of the infantry, and before the Scottish dragoons had got their horses on board a portion of the fleet was already out of sight. "Was there ever such luck!" Malcolm exclaimed, after assisting in getting the horses on board, a by no means easy task, as the vessel was rolling heavily at her mooring. "The wind is rising every moment, and blowing straight into the harbour. Unless I mistake not, there will be no sailing tonight." This was soon evident to all. Signals were made from ship to ship, fresh anchors were let down, and the topmast housed. By midnight it was blowing a tremendous gale, which continued for 3 days. Several of the transports dragged their anchors and were washed ashore, and messages arrived from different parts of the coast telling of the wreck of many of those who had sailed before the storm set in. The portion of the fleet which had sailed had indeed been utterly dispersed by the gale. Many ships were lost, and the rest, shattered and dismantled, arrived at intervals in the various French ports. The blow was too heavy to be repaired. The English fleet had again returned to the coast, and were on the lookout to intercept the expedition, and as this was now reduced to a little more than half of its original strength, no surprise was felt when the plan was abandoned altogether. Marshal Saxe, with a portion of the troops, marched to join the army in Flanders, and the Scotch dragoons were ordered to return to Paris for the present. For a year Ronald remained with the regiment in Paris. He had that time been introduced by Colonel Hume to several members of his mother's family. By some of these who had known her before her marriage he was kindly received, but all told him that it would be hopeless to make any efforts for the release of his father as long as the Marquis de Recambours remained alive and high in favour at court, and that any movement in that direction would likely do harm rather than good. Some of the others clearly intimated to him that they considered that the countess had, by making a secret marriage and defying her father's authority, forfeited all right to the assistance or sympathy of her mother's family. Twice Ronald travelled to Tours and sent messages to his mother through Jeanne, and received answers from the countess. She had, however, refused to meet him again on the terrace, saying that in spite of the love she had for him, and her desire to see him again, she was firmly resolved not to run the risk of danger to him and the failure of all their hopes by any rash step. At the end of the summer campaign in Flanders, Marshal Saxe returned to Paris, and Colonel Hume one day took Ronald and introduced him to him, having previously interested the marshal by relating his history to him. The marshal asked Ronald many questions, and was much pleased with his frank manner and bearing. "You shall have any protection I can give you," the marshal said. "No man has loved adventures more than I, nor had a fairer share of them, and my sympathies are altogether with you. Besides, I remember your father well, and many a carouse have we had together in Flanders. But I am a soldier, you know, and though the king is glad enough to employ our swords in fighting his enemies, we have but little influence in court. I promise you, however, that after the first great victory I win I will ask the release of your father as a personal favour from the king, on the ground that he is an old comrade of mine. I can only hope, for your sake, that the marquis, your grandfather, may have departed this world before that takes place, for he is one of the king's prime favourites, and even the request of a victorious general would go for little as opposed to his influence the other way. And now, if you like, I will give you a commission in Colonel Hume's regiment. You have served for a year as a volunteer now, and younger men than you have received commissions." Ronald thanked the marshal most heartily for his kind promise, but said that at present he would rather remain as a volunteer, because it gave him greater freedom of action. "Perhaps you are right," the marshal said, "but at any rate you had better abstain from attempting any steps such as Colonel Hume tells me you once thought of for obtaining the release of your father. Success will be all but impossible, and a failure would destroy altogether any hopes you may have of obtaining his release from the king." It seemed that some of his mother's family with whom he had communicated must have desired to gain the favour of the favourite of the king by relating the circumstances to him, for a short time after Ronald's interview with the marshal the marquis came up to Colonel Hume when he was on duty in the king's antechamber, and, in the presence of a number of courtiers, said to him, "So, Colonel Hume, I find that I have to thank you for harbouring in your regiment an impostor who claims to be my grandson. I shall know, sir, how to repay the obligation." "The gentleman in question is no impostor, Marquis, as I have taken the pains to inform myself. And I am not aware of any reason why I should not admit the son of a Scottish gentleman into my regiment, even though he happen to be a grandson of yours. As to your threat, sir, as long as I do my duty to his majesty I fear the displeasure of no man." 2 nights later, as Ronald was returning from dining with Colonel Hume and some of his officers, he was suddenly attacked in a narrow street by 6 men. Malcolm was with him, for Colonel Hume had at once related to him the conversation he had had with the marquis, and had warned him to take the greatest precautions. "He is perfectly capable of having you suddenly put out of his way by a stab in the back, Ronald, and if there were anywhere for you to go I should advise you to leave Paris at once, but nowhere in France would you be safe from him, and it would upset all your plans to return to Scotland at present. However, you cannot be too careful." Ronald had related what had passed to Malcolm, who determined to watch more carefully than ever over his safety, and never left his side when he was outside the barracks. The instant the 6 men rushed out from a lane, at whose entrance a lamp was dimly burning, Malcolm's sword was out, and before the assailants had time to strike a blow he had run the foremost through the body. Ronald instantly recovered from his surprise and also drew. He was now nearly 18, and although he had not yet gained his full height he was a match for most men in strength, while his constant exercise in the school of arms had strengthened the muscle in his sword arm until in strength as well as in skill he could hold his own against the best swordsman in the regiment. The men were for a moment checked by the fall of their leader, but then seeing that they had opposed to them only one man, and another whom they regarded as a lad, scarcely to be taken into consideration, they rushed upon them. They were quickly undeceived. Ronald parried the first blow aimed at him, and with his riposte stretched his opponent on the pavement, and then springing forward, after a few rapid thrusts and parries, ran the next through the shoulder almost at the same moment that Malcolm stretched another opponent on the ground. Terrified at the downfall of 3 of their number, while a 4th leaned against a doorpost disabled, the 2 remaining ruffians took to their heels and fled at the top of their speed, the whole affair having lasted scarce a minute. "Tell your employer," Ronald said to the wounded man, "that I am not to be disposed of so easily as he imagined. I should be only giving you what you deserve if I were to pass my sword through your body, but I disdain to kill such pitiful assassins except in self-defence." The next morning Ronald communicated to Colonel Hume what had happened. "It's just as well, my young friend, that you are going to leave Paris. I received orders half an hour ago for the regiment to march to the frontier at once. That is the marquis's doing, no doubt. He thought to get rid of you last night and to punish me this morning, but he has failed both ways. You have defeated his cutthroats. I shall be heartily glad to be at the front again, for I am sick of this idle life in Paris." End of chapter 7. Recording by Adele Pignerolles.
Chapter 8 of Bonnie Prince Charlie, A Tale of Fontenoy and Culloden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. Bonnie Prince Charlie, A Tale of Fontenoy and Culloden by G.A. Henty. Chapter 8, Hidden Foes. "I am heartily glad to be out of Paris," Ronald said to Malcolm on their first halt after leaving the capital. It is not pleasant to regard every man one meets after dark as a possible enemy, and although I escaped scot-free from the gang who attacked us the other night, one cannot always expect such good fortune as that. It was a constant weight on one's mind, and I feel like a new man now that we are beyond the city walls. Nevertheless, Ronald, we must not omit any precautions. Your enemy has a long purse, and can reach right across France. That last affair is proof of his bitterness against you, and it would be rash indeed were we to act as if, having made one attempt and failed, he would abandon his plans altogether. He is clearly a man who nourishes a grudge for years, and his first failure is only likely to add to his vindictive feeling. I do not say that your danger is as great as it was in Paris, but that is simply because the opportunities of attacking you are fewer. I should advise you to be as careful as before, and be on your guard against ambushes and surprises." "Well, it may be so, Malcolm, and of course I will be careful, but till I have proof to the contrary, I shall prefer to think that the Marquis will trust to my being knocked on the head during the war, and will make no further move against me until the regiment returns to Paris." "Think what you like, lad," Malcolm said, "so that you are cautious and guarded. I shall sleep with one eye open, I can tell you, till we are fairly beyond the frontier." 2 days later the regiment encamped outside the town of St. Quentin. They were usually quartered on the inhabitants, but the town was already filling with troops, and as the weather was fine Colonel Hume ordered his men to bivouac a short distance outside the walls. Ronald was seeing that his troop got their breakfast the next morning, when a sergeant came up with 2 men on a horse. "This is Monsieur Leslie," he said to them. "These men were asking for you, sir." "What do you want with me?" Ronald said, surprised. "We heard, sir," one of the peasants said, "that you wanted to buy a horse. We have a fine animal here, and cheap." "But I do not want to buy one," Ronald replied. "I am very well supplied with horses. What made you think I wanted one?" "We asked one of the officers, sir, if anyone in the regiment would be likely to buy, and he said that Monsieur Leslie wanted one, he believed." "No," Ronald said decidedly. "Whoever told you was mistaken. I have my full complement, and though your horse looks like a nice animal, I could not take him if you offered him to me for nothing. I don't think you will get anyone to buy him in the regiment. I believe that every officer has his full complement of chargers." In the evening Ronald happened to mention to Malcolm the offer he had had in the morning. "It was a nice looking beast," he said, "and I had half a mind to ask them what they would take to exchange him with my roan, but I did not want to dip further into my purse." "I wish I had been beside you at the time," Malcolm said earnestly. "Those 2 fellows wouldn't have gone out of the camp so easily." "Why, what do you mean, Malcolm?" "Mean?" Malcolm repeated in a vexed tone. "This is what comes of your being watchful and cautious, Ronald. Why, the matter is clear enough. The Marquis has set men on your track, but of course they could do nothing until some of them knew you by sight. So 2 of them are sent into camp with this cock and bull story about a horse, and they come and have a good look at you and go quietly off. It is too provoking. Had I been there I would have given them in charge of a file of men at once. Then we would have asked every officer in the regiment if he had sent them to you, and when we found, as we certainly should have found, that none of them had done so, we should have marched the men off to Colonel Hume, and, I am sure, when he heard the circumstances of the case, they would have been lashed up and flogged till he had got the truth of the matter out of them. My great hope has been that they could not very well attempt your life, because none of the men who might be engaged on the job would be likely to know your face, and they would therefore have no means of singling you out for attack, and now 2 of the ruffians will be able to follow you and watch their opportunity." "Oh, nonsense, Malcolm! You are too suspicious altogether. I have no doubt the affair was just as they stated it to be. What was more natural?" "Well, Ronald, you will meet all the other officers at a supper in half an hour. Just ask if any of them sent 2 men wanting to sell a horse to you this morning. If any of them say that they did so, I will acknowledge I am wrong." Accordingly Ronald at supper put the question, but none of the officers admitted they knew anything about the matter. "You have 2 very good horses, Leslie. Why should anyone suppose that you wanted another?" the colonel asked. "I don't know," Ronald said. I only know that 2 men did come up with a horse to me this morning, and said that one of the officers had told them that I wanted to buy one." "It must have been one of the men," said the colonel carelessly, "though I don't know why anyone should suppose that you wanted another charger. Still someone, knowing that you were the last joined officer, might think you had need for a second horse." The subject dropped, and Malcolm shook his head ominously when Ronald acknowledged to him that his suspicions were so far right that none of the officers had sent the men to him. The next day, as the regiment was passing through a thick wood, and Ronald was riding with Captain Campbell behind his troop, which happened to be in the rear of the regiment, 2 shots were fired from among the trees. The first struck Ronald's horse in the neck, causing him to swerve sharply round, a movement which saved his rider's life, for the second shot, which was fired almost instantly after the first, grazed his body and passed between him and Captain Campbell. "Are you hit, Leslie?" the latter exclaimed, for the sudden movement of his horse had almost unseated Ronald. "Nothing serious, I think. The bullet has cut my coat and grazed my skin, I think, but nothing more." The captain shouted orders to his men, and with a score of troopers dashed into the wood. The trees grew thickly, and there was a dense undergrowth, and they had difficulty in making their way through them. For half an hour they continued their search without success, and then rejoined the regiment on its march. "This is a curious affair," Colonel Hume said, when Captain Campbell reported at the next halt that an attempt at assassination had taken place. "It looks like a premeditated attempt upon one or other of you. You haven't been getting into any scrape, have you?" he asked with a smile, "kissing some peasant's wife, or offering to run away with his daughter? But seriously, this is a strange affair. Why should 2 men lie in wait for the regiment and fire at 2 of his officers? The men have been behaving well, as far as I have heard, on the line of march, and nothing has occurred which could explain such an outrage as this." "It may be fancy on my part, Colonel," Ronald said, "but I cannot help thinking that it is a sequence of that affair I told you about in Paris, just before we started. The first shot struck my horse, and the second would certainly have killed me had it not been for the horse's sudden swerve, therefore it looks as if the shots were aimed at me. I have some reason, too, for supposing that I have been followed. If you remember my question last night at supper about the men who wanted to sell me a horse, Malcolm Anderson is convinced that the whole thing was only a ruse to enable them to become acquainted with my face. They wanted to be able to recognize me, and so got up this story in order to have me pointed out to them, and to have a talk with me. None of the officers did send them to me, as they said, and they could hardly have hit upon a better excuse for speaking to me." "It certainly looks like it," Colonel Hume said gravely. "I would give a good deal if we had caught those 2 men in the wood. If we had, I would have given them the choice of being hung at once, or telling me what was their motive in firing at you, and who paid them to do it. This is monstrous. If we could get but a shadow of proof against your enemies, I would lay a formal complaint before the king. Marquis or no marquis, I am not going to have my officers assassinated with impunity. However, till we have something definite to go upon, we can do nothing, and until then, Leslie, you had best keep your suspicion to yourself. It were best to say nothing of what you think. In this country it is dangerous even to whisper against a king's favourite. Let it be supposed that this attack in the woods was only the work of some malicious scoundrels who must have fired out of pure hatred of the king's troops." Captain Campbell and Ronald quite agreed with the view taken by the colonel, and answered all questions as to the affair, that they had not the least idea who were the men who fired on them, and that no one obtained as much as a glimpse of them. With most of the officers of the regiment, indeed with all except one, Ronald was on excellent terms. The exception was a lieutenant named Crawford. He was first on the list of his company, and had, indeed, been twice passed over in consequence of his quarrelsome and domineering disposition. He was a man of 7 or 8 and 20. He stood about the same height as Ronald, and was of much the same figure. Indeed, the general resemblance between them had often been remarked. His dislike to Ronald had arisen from the fact that previous to the latter joining the regiment, Crawford had been considered the best swordsman among the officers, and Ronald's superiority which had been proved over and over again in the fencing room, had annoyed him greatly. Knowing that he would have no chance whatever with Ronald in a duel, he had carefully abstained from open war, showing his dislike only by sneering remarks and sarcastic comments, which frequently tried Ronald's patience to the utmost, and more than once called down a sharp rebuke from Colonel Hume or one or other of the majors. He did not lose the opportunity afforded by the shots fired in the wood, and was continually suggesting all sorts of motives which might have inspired the would-be assassins. Ronald, who was the reverse of quarrelsome by disposition, laughed good-temperedly at the various suggestions, but one or two of the senior officers remonstrated sharply with Crawford as to the extent which he carried his gibes. "You are presuming too much on Leslie's good nature, Crawford," Captain Campbell said one day. "If he were not one of the best-tempered young fellows going he would resent your constant attacks upon him, and you know well that, good swordsman as you are, you would have no chances whatever if he did so." "I am quite capable of managing my own affairs," Crawford said sullenly, "and I do not want any advice from you or any other man." "I am speaking to you as the captain of Leslie's troop," Captain Campbell said sharply, "and I do not mean to quarrel with you. You have had more quarrels than enough in the regiment already, and you know Colonel Hume said on the last occasion that your next quarrel should be your last in the regiment. I tell you frankly that if you continue your course of annoyance to young Leslie, I shall report the matter to the colonel. I have noticed that you have the good sense to abstain from your remarks when he is present." 3 days later the regiment joined the army before Namur. That evening, having drunk more deeply than usual, Lieutenant Crawford, after the colonel had retired from the circle round the fire into his tent, recommenced his provocation to Ronald, and pushed matters so far that the latter felt he could no longer treat it as a jest. "Mr. Crawford," he said, "I warn you that you are pushing your remarks too far. On many previous occasions you have chosen to make observations which I could, if I had chosen, have resented as insulting. I did not choose, for I hate brawling, and consider that for me, who have but lately joined the regiment, to be engaged in a quarrel with an officer senior to myself would be in the highest degree unbecoming, but I am sure that my fellow officers will bear me out in saying that I have shown fully as much patience as is becoming. I, therefore, have to tell you that I will no longer be your butt, and that I shall treat any further remark of the nature of those you have just made as a deliberate insult, and shall take measures accordingly." A murmur of approval rose among the officers sitting round, and those sitting near Crawford endeavoured to quiet him. The wine which he had taken had, however, excited his quarrelsome instinct too far for either counsel or prudence to prevail. "I shall say what I choose," he said, rising to his feet. "I am not going to be dictated to by anyone, much less a boy who has just joined the regiment, and who calls himself Leslie, though no one knows whether he has any right to the name." "Very well, sir," Leslie said in a quiet tone, which was, however, heard distinctly throughout the circle, for at this last outburst on the part of Crawford a dead silence had fallen on the circle, for only one termination could follow such an insult. "Captain Campbell will, I hope, act for me." "Certainly," Captain Campbell said in a loud voice, "and will call upon any friend Lieutenant Crawford may name and make arrangements to settle this matter in the morning. Macleod, will you act for me?" Crawford said to a lieutenant sitting next to him. "I will act," the young officer said coldly, "as your second in the matter, but all here will understand that I do solely because it is necessary that someone should do so, and that I disapprove absolutely and wholly of your conduct." "Well, make what arrangements you like," Crawford said with an oath, and, rising, he left the circle and walked away. When he had left, there was an immediate discussion. Several of the officers were of opinion that the duel should not be allowed to proceed, but that Crawford's conduct should be reported to the colonel. "I am entirely in your hands, gentlemen," Ronald said. "I have no desire whatever to fight. This affair has been forced upon me, and I have no alternative but to take it up. I am not boasting when I say that I am a far better swordsman than he, and I have no need to shrink from meeting him, but I have certainly no desire whatever to take his life. He has drunk more than he ought to do, and if this matter can be arranged, and he can be persuaded in the morning to express his regret for what he has said, I shall be very glad to accept his apology. If it can be settled in this way, without either fighting or reporting his conduct to the colonel, which would probably result in his having to leave the regiment, I should be truly glad— What is that?" he broke off, as a loud cry rang through the air. The whole party sprang to their feet, and snatching up their swords ran in the direction from which the cry had come. The tents were at some little distance, and just as they reached them they saw a man lying on the ground. "Good heavens, it's Crawford!" Captain Campbell said, stooping over him. "See, he has been stabbed in the back. It is all over with him. Who can have done it?" He questioned several of the soldiers, who had now gathered round, attracted like the officers by the cry. None of them had seen the act or had noticed anyone running away, but in so large a camp there were so many people about that an assassin could well have walked quietly away without attracting any attention. The colonel was speedily on the spot and instituted a rigid inquiry, but entirely without success. The attack had evidently been sudden and entirely unsuspected, for Crawford had not drawn his sword. "It is singular," he said, as, with the officers, he walked slowly back to the fire. "Crawford was not a popular man, but I cannot guess at any reason for his murder. Strange that this should be the second attack made on one of my officers since we left Paris." Captain Campbell now related what had taken place after he left the circle. "The matter should have been reported to me at once," he said, "although, as it has turned out, it would have made no difference. Perhaps, after all, it is best as it is, for a duel between two officers of the regiment would have done us no good, and the man was no credit to the regiment. But it is a very serious matter that we should be dogged by assassins. Leslie, come up with me to my tent. I am not going to blame you, lad," he said when they were together, "for you could not have acted otherwise than you have done. Indeed, I have myself noticed several times that Crawford's bearing toward you was the reverse of courteous. Have you any idea as to how he came by his death?" "I, sir!" Ronald said in surprise. "No, I know no more than the others." "It strikes me, Leslie, that this is only the sequel of that attack in the wood, and that your enemies have unwittingly done you a service. Crawford was very much your height and build, and might easily have been mistaken for you in the dark. I fancy that blow was meant for you." "It is possible, sir," Ronald said after a pause. "I had not thought of it, but the likeness between him and myself has been frequently noticed. It is quite possible that that blow was meant for me." "I have very little doubt of it, my lad. If any of these men were hanging about and saw you, as they believed, coming away from the circle alone, they may well have taken the opportunity. Let it be a lesson to you to be careful henceforth. It is unlikely that the attempt will be repeated at present. The men who did it will think that they have earned their money, and by this time are probably on the way to Paris to carry the news and claim their reward, so that, for a time at least, it is not probable that there will be any repetition of the attempt. After that you will have to be on your guard night and day." "I wish to heaven we could obtain some clue that would enable me to take steps in the matter, but at present we have nothing but our suspicions, and I cannot go to the king and say 3 attempts have been made on the life of one of my officers, and that I suspect his grandfather, the Marquis de Recambours, has been the author of them." When Malcolm heard the events of the evening his opinion was exactly the same as that of the colonel, and he expressed himself as convinced that Crawford had fallen by a blow intended for Ronald. He agreed that for a while there was no fear of a renewal of the attempt. "The fellows will take the news straight to Paris that you have been put out of the way, and some time will elapse before the employers know that a mistake has been made. Then, as likely as not, they will decide to wait until the campaign is over." The camp before Namur was a large and brilliant one. The king and dauphin had already arrived with the army. All the household troops were there, and a large contingent of the nobles of the court. The English army was known to be approaching, and was expected to fight a battle to relieve Namur, which the French were besieging vigorously. The French confidently hoped that in the approaching battle they would wipe out the reverse which had befallen them at Dettingen. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Bonnie Prince Charlie, A Tale of Fontenoy and Culloden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adele Pignerolles. Bonnie Prince Charlie, A Tale of Fontenoy and Culloden by G.A. Henty. Chapter 9. Fontenoy. A fortnight after the Scottish dragoons joined the army the king was present at an inspection of their regiment. As the brilliant cortege passed along the line, Ronald saw, among the gaily dressed throng of officers riding behind the king and Marshal Saxe, the Marquis de Recambours and the Duc de Chateaurouge, side by side. Ronald with two other gentlemen volunteers were in their places in the rear of the regiment. It was drawn up in double line, and as the royal party rode along for the second time, Ronald saw that the two noblemen were looking scrutinizingly through the line of troopers at himself and his two companions. That evening Colonel Hume, on his return from a visit to Marshal Saxe, told Ronald that the general had inquired after him, and had sent him word that if he won the battle he would not forget the promise he had made him. He had requested Colonel Hume to place Ronald at his disposal on the day of the battle. "I shall want active officers to carry my messages," he said, "and your young friend may have a greater opportunity of distinguishing himself than he would with the regiment. I should in that case find it all the easier to bring his business before the king." "The marshal is terribly ill," Colonel Hume said as he reported the conversation to Ronald, "so ill that he can only occasionally sit on his horse. Nothing but his indomitable courage sustains him. He is drawn about in a light carriage made of basketwork, and this serves him also for his bed." On the 7th of May the enemy were known to be close at hand, and the French selected the position on which they would fight. The village of Fontenoy had already been occupied by a strong body of troops under Marshal Noailles, and the rest of the army now moved forward to the posts allotted to them. The English army were close at hand, and it was certain that the battle would be fought on the morrow. In the evening the king held a grand reception at which all the officers of rank were present. When Colonel Hume returned to his camp his officers were still sitting round the fire. "Have you any news for us, sir?" "No, I believe everything stands as was arranged. The king is in the highest spirits, though I must say his majesty did not choose reminiscences of a nature to encourage those who heard him. He remarked, for instance, that since the days of St. Louis the French had never gained a decisive success over the English, and a few minutes later he observed that the last time a king of France with a son had fought at the head of the French army was at the battles of Poitiers." There was a general laugh. "Certainly the king was not happy in his reminiscences," Major Munro remarked, "but I think this time the tables are going to be turned. In the first time we considerably outnumbered the enemy, even after leaving 15,000 men to continue the siege. In the second place, the position we have chosen is almost impregnable. The Scheldt covers our right, with the fortified bridge securing our communication, and the village of Antoine resting on the river. Along our front from Antoine to Fontenoy is a narrow and difficult valley. Our left is covered by the wood of Bar, where a strong redoubt has been constructed, and the whole of the position is fortified with breastworks and abattis as far as Fontenoy. Between that village and Bar the natural difficulties are so great that field works are unnecessary. I cannot believe myself that they will attack us in such a position, especially as nearly half their army are Dutch, who will count for little. The English are the only troops which we shall find formidable." Before daybreak the camp was astir, and the troops took the positions assigned to them. Even now it was hardly believed that an attack would be made by the enemy so long as the French remained in their all but impregnable position. But presently the columns of the enemy were seen advancing. Ronald had ridden up to the litter on which Marshal Saxe was placed, and, after saluting, had taken up his position with a number of other officers, in readiness to carry orders to different parts of the field. At a short distance from the marshal the King of France, with the Dauphin and the brilliant cortege of nobles, had taken up his post. From the position in which the marshal had caused himself to be placed a complete view of the enemy's approaching ranks was obtained. It could soon be seen that the Dutch troops, who on the English right were advancing to the attack, were moving against the villages of Antoine and Fontenoy. A strong force, headed, as was known afterwards, by General Ingoldsby, moved towards the wood of Bar, while a solid column of English and Hanoverians, 10,000 strong, marched forward to the attack across the broken ground between Fontenoy and the wood of Bar. It was, as yet, but 5 o'clock in the morning when the cannon broke out into a roar on both sides. The Dutch, who were commanded by the Prince of Waldeck, soon hesitated, and in a short time fell back out of range of fire. On the English right General Ingoldsby penetrated some distance into the wood of Bar, and then fell back again as the Dutch had done. In an hour after the fighting had commenced the right and left of the allied army had ceased their attack. There remained only the centre, but this was advancing. Under the command of the Duke of Cumberland the column crossed the ravine in front of Fontenoy. The ground was so broken that the troops were unable to deploy, but moved forward in a solid mass with a front of only 40 men. The French batteries from the right and left mowed them down in lines, but as steadily as if on parade the places were filled up, and unshaken and calm the great column moved forward. The cannon which they dragged along by hand opened against Fontenoy and the redoubts, and as, in spite of the hail of fire, they pressed steadily on, the French gunners were obliged to abandon their cannon and fly. The regiment of French guards, officered almost entirely by the highest nobles, met the English guards, who composed the front lines of the column. A tremendous volley flashed along the English line, shattering the ranks of the French guard. There was a moment's fierce fighting, and then the English column swept from before it the remains of the French guard, and cleared the ravine which defended Fontenoy. Ronald felt his heart beat with excitement and a feeling of pride and admiration as he saw the English advancing unmoved through the storm of fire. They advanced in the most perfect order. The sergeants calmly raised or depressed the soldiers' muskets to direct the fire. Each vacant place was filled quietly and regularly without hesitation or hurry, and exclamations of surprise and admiration broke even from the French officers. Regiment after regiment was brought up and hurled against the head of the column, but with no more effect than waves against a rock, each being dashed aside, shattered and broken by the steady volleys and regular lines of bayonets. Ronald and other officers were sent off to bring up the cavalry, but in vain did these strive to break the serried column. One regiment after another charged down upon it, but the English, retaining their fire until they were within a few yards of their muzzles, received them with such tremendous volleys that they recoiled in disorder. The French regiment of Vaisseau next advanced to the attack, and fought with greater gallantry than any which had preceded it, but at last, when almost annihilated, its survivors fell back. And now it seemed as if this 10,000 men were to be victorious over the whole French army. Marshal Saxe begged the king to retire with the Dauphin across the bridge of Calonne while he did what he could to retrieve the battle, but the king refused to leave the field. There was a hurried council held round Louis, and it was agreed to make a general effort by calling up the whole of the troops between Fontenoy and Antoine, as the positions they held were no longer threatened by the Dutch. Had the latter now advanced, nothing could have saved the French army from utter defeat, but they remained immovable at a distance from the field of battle. The English now won the crown of the position, had cut through the French centre, and were moving towards the bridge of Calonne, when the whole of the French artillery, which had, by the advice of the Duke of Richelieu, been brought up, opened fire on the English column. At the same moment the French regiments from Antoine fell upon it, while Marshal Saxe, who had, when the danger became imminent, mounted his horse, himself brought up the Irish brigade, who, with a wild yell of hatred, flung itself furiously upon the flank of the English. Attacked thus on all sides, mown down by a heavy fire of artillery, unsupported amid an army of foes, the column could do no more. 10,000 men could not withstand 50,000. Their ranks were twice broken by the Irish, but twice their officers rallied them, until at last, when it became evident that no more could be done, the column fell slowly back in an order as perfect and regular as that in which it had advanced. French historians have done ample justice to the extraordinary valour shown by the English troops on this occasion, a valour never surpassed in the long annals of the British army. Had they received the slightest assistance from their cowardly allies the victory must have been theirs. As it was, although unsuccessful, the honour and glory of the day rested with them, rather than with the victorious army of France. More than half the column had fallen in the desperate engagement, but the loss of the victors was even greater, and comprised many belonging to the noblest families of France. Ronald had won the warm approval of Marshal Saxe for the manner in which he carried his orders across ground swept by heavy fire, and brought up the regiments to within close quarters of the English, and after the battle was over Marshal Saxe presented to the king several of his staff who had most distinguished themselves, and, calling up Ronald who was standing near, for his horse had been shot under him as he rode by the side of the marshal with the Irish brigade to the attack, the marshal said: "Allow me to present to your majesty Ronald Leslie, a young Scottish gentleman of good family, who is a volunteer in the Scottish Dragoons, and has rendered great service today by the manner in which he has borne my orders through the thickest of the fire." "I will bear you in mind, young gentleman," the king said graciously, "and I charge the marshal to bring your name before me on a future day." His duty as an aide de camp over, Ronald rejoined his regiment. They had lost nearly a third of their number in their charges upon the English column. Major Munro had been killed, the colonel severely wounded, and a number of the officers had fallen. Ronald went about among the men assisting to bind up wounds, and supplying those who needed it with wine and other refreshments. Presently he was joined by Malcolm. "Thank God you are safe, Ronald. I tell you, you have given me many a fright today as I watched you galloping along through the line of the English fire." "Where were you, Malcolm? I did not see you." "I had nothing to do," Malcolm said, "and I climbed a tree not 50 yards from the marshal's litter, and keeping the trunk in front of me to protect me from a stray bullet, I had a good view of the whole proceedings. At one time I was on the point of slipping down and making a bolt for it, for I thought it was all over with us. How that column did fight! I have been in many a battle, but I never saw anything like it. It was grand, and if it hadn't been for the Irish brigade, I think they would have beaten the whole French army. But if you go into battle again I shan't come to see you. I have done my share of fighting, and can take hard knocks as well as another, but I would not go through the anxiety I have suffered today about you on any condition. However, this has been a great day for you." "You mean about the marshal presenting me to the king? Yes, that ought to help us." "No, I didn't mean that, for I had not heard of it. I meant about that old rascal your grandfather, the Marquis de Recambours." "What about him? I have not heard." "No!" Malcolm exclaimed. "Then I have good news for you. A ball from one of the English field pieces struck him full in the chest, and of course slew him instantly. He was not 30 yards from the tree when I saw him knocked over. He is quite dead, I can assure you, for when the others moved off I took the trouble to clamber down to assure myself. So now the greatest obstacle for the release of your father and mother is out of the way." "Thank God for that!" Ronald said. "I have no reason for feeling one spark of regret at what has befallen him. He was the cruel persecutor of my parents, and did his best to get me removed. There is but one obstacle now to obtaining my father's release, and as he is neither a relation nor an old man I shall be able to deal with him myself." "Yes, but you must be careful, Ronald. Remember the decree against duelling. We must not make a false step now, when fortune is at last favouring us. There will be no more fighting, I fancy. The English will certainly not attack us again, and Tournay must fall, and I don't think that on our part there will be any desire whatever to go out of our way to seek another engagement with them. The king is sure to go back to Paris at once, where he will be received with enthusiasm. Marshal Saxe will probably follow as soon as Tournay has fallen. I should advise you, therefore, to get leave from the colonel to be absent from the regiment for a time, and we will make our way down to Tours and let your mother know the marquis is dead, and get her to write a memorial to the king requesting permission to leave the convent, and then when the marshal arrives in Paris we will get him to present it." Ronald agreed to Malcolm's proposal, and the next morning, having obtained leave of absence from the colonel, he and Malcolm rose and rode for Tours. The message was duly conveyed to the countess by Jeanne, together with Ronald's earnest request that his mother would again meet him. She sent back by Jeanne the memorial he had asked her to write to the king, begging that she might be allowed to leave the convent, but she refused to agree to his wishes to meet her, bidding Jeanne say that now it seemed there was really a hope of her release shortly, she would less than ever risk any step which if discovered might prejudice their plans. Although disappointed, Ronald could not deny that her decision was a wise one, and therefore contented himself by sending word that he had obtained one very powerful friend, and that he hoped she would ere long receive good tidings. After a short stay at Tours, Ronald and Malcolm returned to Paris, where a series of brilliant fêtes in the honour of the victory of Fontenoy were in preparation. Tournay had surrendered a few days after the battle, the governor of that town having accepted a heavy bribe to open the gates, for the place could have resisted for months, and the allied army were ready to recommence hostilities in order to relieve it. After its surrender they fell back and resumed a defensive attitude. The king therefore returned at once to Paris, and Marshal Saxe, handing over the command of the army to Marshal de Noailles, followed him by easy stages. Delighted above all things at a success gained over the English, who had for centuries been victorious in every battle in which England and France had met as enemies, the citizens of Paris organized a succession of brilliant fêtes, which were responded to by entertainments of all kinds at Versailles. The Scottish dragoons were still at the front, but Colonel Hume had been brought to Paris, as it would be some time ere he would be able to again take the command of the regiment. Ronald called at the house where the colonel lodged, upon the day after his return from Tours, and found that he had arrived the previous day. Ronald was at once shown up on sending his name. The colonel was lying on the couch when he entered. "How are you, Colonel?" "I am going on as well as possible, Ronald. They found the ball and got it out the day before I left the regiment, and I shall do well now. I have been carried on a litter all the way by 8 of our troopers, and the good fellows were as gentle with me as if I had been a child, and I scarce felt a jar the whole distance. What I have got to do now is lie quiet, and the doctor promises me that in 6 weeks' time I shall be fit to mount a horse again. Marshal Saxe sent yesterday evening to inquire after me, and I will send you to him to thank him for so sending, and to inquire on my part how he himself is going on. My message will be a good excuse for you presenting yourself." Ronald found the antechamber of the marshal crowded with nobles and officers who had come to pay their respects to the victorious general, who was, next to the king himself, at that moment the most popular man in France. Hitherto, as a Protestant and a foreigner, Maurice of Saxony had been regarded by many with jealousy and dislike, but the victory which he had won for the French arms had for the first time obliterated every feeling save admiration and gratitude. Presently the marshal came out of the inner room with the dauphin, who had called on the part of the king to inquire after his health. He was now able to walk, the excitement of the battle and the satisfaction of the victory having enabled him partially to shake off the disease which afflicted him. After the dauphin had left, the marshal made a tour of the apartment, exchanging a few words with all present. "Ah, there you are, my young Leslie," he said familiarly when he came to Ronald. "Where have you been? I have not seen you since the day which you galloped about with my messages through the English fire as if you had a charmed life." "Colonel Hume gave me leave, sir, to travel on private business. I am now the bearer of a message from him, thanking you for the kind inquiries as to his wound. He bids me say that he trusts your own health is rapidly recovering." "As you see, Leslie, Fontenoy has done wonders for me as well as for France. But wait here, I will speak with you again." In half an hour most of the callers took their departure, then the marshal called Ronald into an inner room. "Tomorrow," he said, "I am going to pay my respects to the king at Versailles. I will take you with me. Have you your mother's memorial? That is right. As her father was killed at Fontenoy there will, I hope, be the less difficulty over the matter, but we must not be too sanguine, for there will be a host of hungry competitors for the estates of the marquis, and all these will unite against you. However, I do not think the king will be able to refuse my first request, and when your mother is out we must put our heads together and see about getting your father's release." Ronald expressed his deep gratitude at the marshal's kindness. "Say nothing about it, my lad. Fortunately I want nothing for myself, and it is no use being a victorious general if one cannot utilize it in some way, so I am quite glad to have something to ask the king." The next day Ronald presented himself at the hotel of Marshal Saxe and rode by the side of his carriage out to Versailles. The king, surrounded by the brilliant train of courtiers, received the marshal with the greatest warmth, and after talking to him for some time retired with him into his private closet. A few minutes later one of the royal pages came out into the audience chamber, and said in a loud voice that the king desired the presence of Monsieur Ronald Leslie. Greatly embarrassed at finding himself the centre of observation not unmingled with envy at the summons, Ronald followed the page into the presence of the king, who was alone with Marshal Saxe. Louis, who was in high good humour, gave Ronald his hand to kiss, saying, "I told the marshal to recall your name to me, and he has done so now. He says that you have a boon to ask of me." "Yes, sire," the marshal said, "and please consider graciously that it is I who ask it as well as he. Your majesty has always been gracious to me, and if you think me deserving of any mark of your favour after this success which your majesty and I have gained together, I would now crave that you grant it." "It is granted before you name it, marshal," the king said. "I give you my royal word that whatever be your boon, provided that it be within the bounds of possibility, it is yours." "Then, sire, I ask that an old comrade and fellow soldier of mine, who fought bravely for your majesty, but who fell under your majesty's displeasure many years ago on account of a marriage which he made contrary to your pleasure, may be released. He has now been over 16 years in prison, and has therefore paid dearly for thwarting your will, and his wife has all this time been confined in a convent. They are the father and mother of this brave lad, Colonel Leslie, who commanded your majesty's regiment of the Scotch Dragoons, and his wife, the Countess Amelie of Recambours. I ask your majesty, as my boon, that you will order this officer to be released and the lady be allowed to leave the convent." "Peste, marshal!" the king said good temperedly. "Your request is one of which will get me into hot water with a score of people. From the day the marquis was killed at Fontenoy I have heard nothing but questions about his estates, and I believe that no small portion of them have already been promised." "I say nothing about the estates," the marshal replied. "As to that, your majesty's sense of justice is too well known for it to be necessary for me to say a single word. The countess has estates of her own, which she inherited from her mother, but even as to these I say nothing. It is her liberty and of her husband which I and this brave lad ask of your majesty." "It is granted, marshal, and had your boon been a great one instead of a small one I would have granted it as freely." And the king again held out his hand to Ronald, who bent on one knee to kiss it, tears of joy flowing down his cheeks, and preventing the utterance of any audible thanks for the boon, which far surpassed his expectations, for the marshal had said nothing as to his intention of asking his father's freedom, which indeed he had only decided to do upon seeing in how favourable a disposition he had found the king. "You see, marshal," Louis went on, "marriages like this must be sternly discouraged, or all order in our kingdom would be done away with. Wilful girls and headstrong soldiers cannot be permitted to arrange their affairs without reference to the plans of their parents, and in this instance it happened that the father's plans had received our approval. The great estates of France cannot be handed over to the first comer, who may perhaps be utterly unworthy of them. I do not say that in the present case Colonel Leslie was in any way personally unworthy, but the disposal of the hands of the great heiresses of France is in the king's gift, and those who cross him are against his authority." The king touched a bell and bade the page who entered to order his secretary to attend at once. "Search the register of the state prisons," he said, "and tell me where Colonel Leslie, who was arrested by our orders 16 years ago, is confined, and then make out an order to the governor of his prison for his release. Also draw up an order upon the Lady Superior of—" and he paused. "The Convent of Our Lady at Tours," Ronald ventured to put in. "Oh, you have discovered that, eh?" the king said with a smile, and then turned again to the secretary, bidding her suffer the Countess Amelie de Recambours to leave the convent and to proceed where she will. The secretary bowed and retired. Ronald, seeing that his own presence was no longer required, said a few words of deep gratitude to the king, and retired to the audience room, where he remained till, 10 minutes later, the door of the king's closet opened, and the king and Marshal Saxe again appeared. The audience lasted for another half hour, and then the marshal, accompanied by many of the nobles, made his way down to the carriage. Ronald again mounted, and as soon as the carriage had left the great courtyard of the palace, rode up alongside and poured out his gratitude to the marshal. "It has been another Fontenoy," the marshal said, smiling. "Here are the 2 orders, the one for Tours, the other for the governor of the royal castle at Blois. The king made light of it, but I know his manners so well that I could see he would rather I had asked for a dukedom for you. It is not often that kings are thwarted, and he regards your parents as being rebels against his authority. However, he was bound by his promise, and there are the papers. Now, only one word, Leslie. Do not indulge in any hopes that you will see your father more than a shadow of the stalwart soldier that he was 16 years ago. There are few men, indeed, whose constitution enables them to live through 16 years' confinement in a state prison. Therefore prepare yourself to find him a mere wreck. I trust that freedom and your mother's care may do much for him, but don't expect too much at first. If you take my advice you will go first and fetch your mother, in order that she may be at hand to receive your father when he leaves the fortress. By the way, I thought it just as well not to produce your mother's memorial, as it seemed that we should be able to do without it, for it might have struck the king to ask how you obtained it, and he would probably have considered your communication with your mother as a fresh act of defiance against his authority. Malcolm was wild with joy when Ronald returned with the account of his interview with the king and its successful result, and had his not been a seasoned head, the number of bumpers which he drank that night in honour of Marshal Saxe would have rendered him unfit for travelling in the morning. Ronald had, after acquainting him with the news, gone to Colonel Hume, whose pleasure at hearing that his former colonel and comrade was to regain his freedom was unbounded. Every preparation was made for an early start. "Be sure you look well to the priming of your pistols before you put them in your holsters tomorrow," Malcolm said. "Do you think it will be necessary?" "I am sure of it, Ronald. News travels fast, and you may be sure that by this time the fact that the king has granted an order for the release of your father and mother is known to the Duke of Chateaurouge. If he did not hear it from the king himself, which he would be most likely to do, as Louis would probably lose no time in explaining to him that he had only gone against his wishes, because under the circumstances it was impossible for him to refuse the marshal's request, the secretary who drew out the document would, no doubt, let the duke know of it. There are no secrets at court. But now that the orders for release have been granted," Ronald said, "the duke can have no motive in preventing them being delivered, for fresh ones could, of course, be obtained." "In the first place, Ronald, the duke will be so furious at your success that he will stick at nothing to have his revenge. In the second place, he and the others, for there are many interested in preventing your mother from coming into her father's possessions, will consider that the gain of time goes for a good deal. You are the mover in the matter. Were you out of the way, and the documents destroyed, the matter might rest as it is for a long time. The marshal is busy from morning till night, and would be long before he missed you, and would naturally suppose that you had, after obtaining the release of your parents, retired with them to some country retreat, or even left the kingdom. This would give ample time for working upon Louis. Besides, the king might never inquire whether the prisoners had been released. Then the marshal might die or be sent away to the frontier. Therefore, as you see, time is everything. I tell you, Ronald, I consider the journey you are going to take tomorrow an affair of greater danger than going into a pitched battle. You will have to doubt everyone you meet on the road, the people at the inns you stop at. You may be attacked anywhere and everywhere. As to our travelling by the direct road, I look upon it as impossible. Our only chance is to throw them off the scent, and as they know our destination that will be no easy matter." They were astir by daylight, and Malcolm soon brought the horses round to the door. "It's a comfort to know," he said, "that the horses have passed the night in the barracks, and that therefore they have not been tampered with. Look well to the buckles of your girths, Ronald. See that everything is strong and in good order. That is not your horse, Malcolm, is it?" "No, it is one of the troopers. It is one of the best in the regiment, and I persuaded the man to change with me for a week. No one is likely to notice the difference, as they are as nearly as possible the same colour. Your horse is good enough for anything, but if I could not keep up with you its speed would be useless. Now, I think, we can keep together if we have to ride for it. What have you got in that valise, Malcolm? One would think that you were going upon a campaign." "I have got 4 bottles of good wine, and bread and meat enough to last us for 2 days. I do not mean, if I can help it, to enter a shop or stop at an inn until we arrive at Tours. We can make a shift to sleep for tonight in a wood. It would be safer 1,000 times than an inn, for I will bet 50 to 1 that if we ventured to enter one we should find one or both of our horses lame on starting again." "Oh, come, Malcolm, that's too much. The Duke of Chateaurouge is not ubiquitous. He has not an army to scatter over all France." "No, he has not," Malcolm agreed; "but from what I know of him, I doubt not that he can lay his hand on a number of men who will stick at nothing to carry out his orders and earn his money. Paris swarms with discharged soldiers and ruffians of all kinds, and with plenty of gold to set the machine in motion there is no limit to the number of men who might be hired for any desperate deed." As they were talking they were making their way towards one of the southern gates. They arrived there before it opened, and had to wait a few minutes. Several other passengers on horseback and foot were gathered there. "I could bet a crown piece," Malcolm said, "that some one among this crowd is on the watch for us, and that before another half hour the Duke of Chateaurouge will know that we have started." Chapter 10 by Adele de Pignerolles. Chapter 10 of Bonnie Prince Charlie, A Tale of Fontenoy and Culloden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adele de Pignerolles. Bonnie Prince Charlie, A Tale of Fontenoy and Culloden by Henty. Chapter 10 A Perilous Journey. A number of peasants with market carts were waiting outside the gates, and for the first few miles of their ride the road was dotted with people making their way to the city. As they rode, Malcolm discussed the question of the best road to be taken. Ronald himself was still in favour of pushing straight forward, for he was not so convinced as his follower that a serious attempt would be made to interrupt their journey. He pointed out that the road, as far as Orleans at least, was one of the most frequented in France, and that in that city even the most reckless would hardly venture to assault them. "I agree with you, Ronald, that the road offers less opportunities for ambushes than most others, for the country is flat and well cultivated; but after all a dozen men with muskets could lie in ambush in a cornfield as well as a wood, and the fact that people are going along the road counts for little one way or the other, for not 1 in 50 would venture to interfere if they saw a fray going on. But granting that so far as Orleans the country is open and cultivated, beyond that is for the most part forest; but above all, although they may regard it as possible that we may be on our guard, and may travel by other roads, it is upon this direct line that they are sure to make the most preparations for us. Beyond that it can only be chance work. We may go by one road or by another. There may be one trap set on each road, but once past that we are safe." After riding for upwards of an hour they came, at the turn of the road, upon two carts. One had apparently broken down, and the other had stopped that those with it might give assistance in repairing it. One cart was turned across the road, and the other filled the rest of the space. "Stop!" Malcolm exclaimed, checking his horse suddenly. "What is it?" Ronald asked in surprise. "Turn back," Malcolm said sharply, as he wheeled his horse round. Ronald, without a word, did the same, and they galloped 100 yards down the road. "We were nearly caught there," Malcolm said. "Why, how do you mean?" "Never mind now, Ronald. Turn sharp to the right here and make a detour through the fields. You will soon see whether I was right." "It is a shame riding through this ripe corn," Ronald said, as without further comment he leaped his horse over the bank and dashed off among the golden grain, which stretched far and wide on both sides of the road. They had not gone 50 yards before they heard large shouts, and as they came abreast of where the carts were standing several shots were fired, and 10 or 12 men were seen running through the corn as if to cut them off. But although they heard the whiz of the bullets they were too far off to be in much danger, and the men on foot had no chance of cutting them off, a fact which they speedily perceived, as one by one they halted and fired. 100 yards further the two horsemen came round into the road again and pursued their journey. "Well, what do you think of that, Ronald?" "It was an ambush, no doubt, Malcolm, but what on earth made you suspect it? I saw nothing suspicious. Merely two carts in the road, with 3 or 4 men doing something to one of the wheels." "I am in a suspicious humour this morning, Ronald, and it is lucky I am. The sight of the two carts completely blocking the road brought me to a halt at once, and as I checked my horse I felt a movement among the bushes on the side of the road and felt sure that it was an ambush. It was a well laid one, too, and had we ridden on we should have been riddled with bullets. No doubt there were men lying in the carts. They would have jumped up as we came to them, and the fellows in the bushes would have taken us in the rear. Between their two fires our chances would have been small indeed. No doubt they had a man on watch, and directly they saw us coming they got their carts across the road and took up their positions. It was a well contrived scheme, and we have had a narrow escape. Thanks to your quickness and watchfulness, Malcolm, which has saved our lives. I admit that you are right and I was wrong, for I own that I did not share your apprehensions as to the dangers of our journey. Henceforth I will be as much on the lookout as you are, and will look with suspicion at every beggar woman that may pass." "And you will be right to do so," said Malcolm seriously, "but for the present I think we are safe. This no doubt was their main ambush, and they may reasonably have felt certain of success. However, we may be sure that they did not rely solely upon it. This is, no doubt, the unmounted portion of their gang. They were to try and put a stop to our journey at its outset, but mounted men have ridden on ahead, especially as they couldn't have been sure that we should follow this road. We might have gone out by one of the other gates at the south side of the town, and they will have watched all the roads. Now I propose that we take the next lane which branches off to the right, and travel by byroads in the future. Do not press your horse too fast. We have a long journey before us, and must always have something in hand in case it is necessary to press them to full speed." 2 miles further a road branched to the right. As they approached it Ronald was about to touch his horse's reins, when Malcolm said shortly, "Ride straight on." Although surprised at this sudden change of plan, Ronald obeyed without question. "What was that for?" he asked when he had passed the turning. "Did you not see that man lying down by the heap of stones at the corner?" "Yes, I saw him, but what of that?" "I have no doubt he was on the lookout for us. Yes, I thought so," he went on, as he stood up in his stirrups and looked back. "There, do you see that horse's head in that little thicket, just this side of where the road separates? I expected as much. If we had turned off in another 2 minutes that fellow would have been galloping along this road to take the news to those ahead, and they would have ridden to cut us off further along. I have no doubt that we shall find someone on watch at every turning between this and Orleans." "But this is a regular campaign, Malcolm." "It is a campaign, Ronald. The ruffians and thieves of Paris form a sort of army. They have heads to whom they implicitly obey, and those who have money enough to set this machine in motion can command the services of any number of men. Sharp fellows, too, many of them are, and when they received orders to arrest our journey to Tours at any cost, they would not omit a single precaution which could ensure success. Their former attack upon you, and its result, will have showed them that we are not children, and that the enterprise is one which demanded all their efforts." "What is our next move now, Malcolm?" "We will turn off before we get to the next road. They can see a long way across these level plains, so we will dismount and lead our horses. The corn is well nigh shoulder deep, and if we choose a spot where the ground lies rather low, neither that scoundrel behind nor the one at the next road is likely to see us." Half a mile further there was a slight dip in the ground. "This is a good spot," Malcolm said. "This depression extends far away on our right, and although it is very slight, and would not conceal us if the ground were bare, it will do so now, so let us take advantage of it." So saying he dismounted, and leading his horse turned into the cornfield. Ronald followed him, and for 2 miles they kept straight on through the corn. Then they came upon a narrow road connecting two villages. They mounted and turned their horses' heads to the south. "It is as well that none of the peasants saw us making through their corn," Ronald said, "or we should have had them upon us with stone and flail like a swarm of angry bees." "It could not be helped," Malcolm replied, "and we could easily have ridden away from them. However, it is just as well that we have had no bother with them. Now we will quicken our pace. We are fairly between two of the main roads south, and if we can contrive to make our way by these village tracks we shall at any rate for some time be free of all risk of molestation." "I should think we should be free altogether," Ronald said. "When they find we do not come along the road they will suppose we have been killed at the first ambush." Malcolm shook his head. "Do not build upon that, Ronald. No doubt as soon as we had passed, some of those fellows mounted the horses we saw in the carts, and rode off in accordance with an agreed plan to give notice that we had passed them safely, and were proceeding by that road. In the next place the fellow we saw on watch would most likely after a time mount and follow us, and when he got to the watcher at the next crossroad and found that we had not come along there, would know that we must have turned off either to the right or left. One of them is doubtless before this on his way to the next party with the news, while the other has set to work to find out where we turned off, which will be easy enough to discover. Still we have gained something, and may fairly reckon that if we ride briskly there is no fear of those who are posted along the road we have left cutting us off." They rode all day at a steady pace, stopping occasionally for a short time to allow the horses a rest and a feed. The people in the quiet little villages looked in surprise at the young officer and his followers as they rode through their street or stopped for a quarter of an hour while the horses were fed, for even Malcolm agreed that such pauses were unattended by danger. It was rarely, indeed, that a stranger passed along these bypaths, and the peasants wondered among themselves what could induce them to travel by country byways instead of following the main roads. As they left the rich plains of the Beauce, the country was less carefully cultivated. The fields of corn were no longer continuous, and presently they came to tracts of uncultivated land with patches of wood. They now left the little road they had been following, and rode straight across country, avoiding all villages. They crossed several hills, and late in the afternoon drew rein in a wide spreading forest. They were, Malcolm thought, quite as far south as Orleans, and by starting at daylight would arrive at Tours by midday. "Here at least we are perfectly safe," he said. "When we approach Tours our perils will begin again. When once they find that we have given them the slip, they are not likely to try to intercept us anywhere along the route till we are near the town, for they will know that the chances are enormous against their doing so, and the parties along the various roads will push on so as to meet us somewhere near that city. The river can only be crossed at certain points, and they will feel sure we shall go by one or other of them." "And I suppose we shall," Ronald said. "No, Ronald, my idea is that we turn west and ride to Le Mans, then take a wide detour and enter Tours from the south side. It will take us a day longer, but that is of little consequence, and I think that we shall in that way entirely outwit them. The only precaution we shall have to take is to cross the main road on our right at some point remote from any town or village." "I think that is a capital plan. I do not mind a share of fair fighting, but to be shot down suddenly in an ambush like that of this morning I own I have little fancy for it." Hobbling their horses they turned them loose to pick up what they could in the forest, and then sat down to enjoy a good meal from the ample supply Malcolm had brought with him. When night fell they unstrapped their cloaks from their saddles and rolled themselves in them, and lay down to sleep. An hour later they were roughly awakened, each being seized by three men, who, before they could attempt to offer resistance, bound their arms to their sides and then hurried them along through the forest. "I have been a fool, Ronald," Malcolm said bitterly. "I ought to have kept watch." "It was not your fault, Malcolm. One could never have guessed they would have found us in this forest. Somebody must have followed us at a distance and marked us down and brought the rest upon us, but even had you kept watch it would have been no good, for they would have shot us down before we could make any resistance." "I wonder they didn't cut our throats at once," Malcolm said. "I don't know what they are troubling to make us prisoners for." Presently they saw a light in the forest ahead of them, and soon arrived at a spot where a number of men were sitting round a fire. "You had no trouble with them, Pierre, I suppose?" "No, captain, they slept as soundly as moles. They have been speaking some strange language as we came along." "Thank God!" Malcolm exclaimed fervently. "I think, after all, Ronald, we have only fallen in with a band of robbers, and not with our enemies." "Unbind their hands," the captain of the band said, "but first take away their swords and pistols. Gentlemen, may I ask you to be seated, and then, perhaps, you will inform us what you, an officer in the Scotch Dragoons, as I perceive by your uniform, are doing here in the forest?" Ronald, to whom the question was principally addressed, replied frankly: "We took to this forest, I fancy, for the same reason for which you use it, namely, for safety. We are on our way to Tours, and there are some people who have interest in preventing our arriving there. They made one attempt to stop us near Paris. Fortunately that failed, or we should not now be enjoying your society. But as it was likely that another attempt would be made upon the road, we thought it better to leave it altogether and take to the forest for the night." "What interest could anyone have in preventing an officer of the king from arriving at Tours?" the man asked doubtfully. "It is rather a long story," Ronald said, "but if it is of interest to you I shall be happy to relate it, and I may mention that there are 3 bottles of good wine in the valise of one of the saddles, and a story is none the worse for such an accompaniment." A laugh went round the circle at Ronald's coolness, and a man stepped forward with the 2 saddles which he had carried from the spot when the captives had been seized. The wine was taken out and opened. "Yes," the captain of the band said, after tasting it, "the wine is good. Now let us have your story." Ronald gave them an outline of his history, told them how his father and mother had been for many years imprisoned for marrying contrary to the king's pleasure, and how he had at last obtained the royal order for their release, and how the enemies of his parents were now trying to prevent them from having his orders carried out. "There are the orders," Ronald said as he concluded, taking them from the inner pocket where he carried them. "You see they are addressed to the abbess of the Convent of Our Lady at Tours, and to the government of Blois." "The story you tell us is a singular one," the captain replied, "and I doubt not its truth. What was the name of your father?" "He was Colonel Leslie, and commanded the same regiment to which I belong." "I remember him," one of the band said. "Our regiments were quartered together, nigh 20 years ago, at Flanders, and I was in Paris at the time he was imprisoned. We were in the barracks next to the Scotchman, and I remembered what a stir it made. The regiment was very nigh mutinying." "And I remember you too, though I cannot recall your name," Malcolm said, rising and looking hard at the speaker. "And if I mistake not we have cracked many a flask together, and made many a raid on the hen roofs of the Flemish farmers. My name is Malcolm Anderson." "I remember you well," the other said, rising and giving him his hand. "Of course I met you scores of times, for the regiments were generally brigaded together." "That confirms your story altogether, monsieur," the captain of the band said. "From this moment do not consider yourself a prisoner any longer. I may say that we had no expectation of booty in your case, and you were captured rather from curiosity than from any other reason. One of my men, this afternoon, happened to see you ride into the wood and then dismount, and make preparations for passing the night there. He reported the matter to me. I know that a gentleman of your cloth I may say of mine, for I was once an officer of his majesty, though I left the service somewhat hastily," and he smiled, "on account of an unfortunate deficiency in the funds of the regiment in which I happened, at the time, to be acting as paymaster, are seldom burdened with spare cash, but the incident seemed so strange that I determined to capture and question you. If you happen to have more cash on you than you care about carrying, we shall be glad to purchase a few bottles of wine equal to that which you have given us. If not, I can assure you that I do not press the matter." "I am obliged to you for your courtesies," Ronald said, "and as at present I really happen to be somewhat flush of cash I am happy to contribute 10 louis for the laudable purpose you mention." So saying he took out his purse, counted out 10 pieces, and handed them to the captain. The action was received with a round of applause, for the robbers had not, from the first, anticipated obtaining any booty worth speaking of, and the turn affairs had taken had altogether driven any idea of gain from their minds. "Thank you warmly, sir," the captain said, "and promise you that I will tomorrow despatch a messenger to Orleans, which is but 10 miles away, and will lay out the money and liquor, with which we will, tomorrow night, drink your health and success in the enterprise. Nay, more, if you like, a dozen of my men shall accompany you on your road to Tours. They have, for various reasons, which I need not enter to, a marked objection to passing through towns, but as far as Blois they are at your service." "I thank you for your offer," Ronald replied, "but will not accept it, as we intend to ride tomorrow morning to Le Mans, and then to enter Tours from the south side, by which we shall throw our enemies completely off the scent." "But why do you not go to Blois first?" the man asked. "It is on your way to Tours." "I wish my mother to be present at the release of my father. So long a confinement may well have broken him down. Now that I see how obstinately bent our enemies are upon our destruction, I will take with me 2 or 3 stout fellows from Tours to act as an escort." "What day will you be leaving there?" the man asked. "Today is Tuesday," Ronald said. "On Thursday we shall be at Tours, on Friday morning we shall leave." "Very well," the man replied, "we will be on the road. It is no difference to us where we are, and as well there as here. I will have men scattered all along in the forest between Blois and Amboise, and if I find that there are any suspicious parties along the road we will catch them, and if you are attacked you will find that we are close at hand to help you. You are a generous fellow, and your story has interested me. We gentlemen of the woods are obliged to live, whatever the rule says, but if we can do a good action to anybody it pleases us as well as others." "I am greatly obliged to you," Ronald said, "and can promise you, anyhow, that your time will not altogether be thrown away." Soon afterwards the whole band lay down around the fire and were sound asleep. In the morning Malcolm saddled the 2 horses, and after a hearty adieu from the captain and his followers, all of whom were discharged soldiers who had been driven to take up this life from an inability to support themselves in any other way, they started for Le Mans, which town they reached late in the afternoon, without adventure. Deeming it in the highest degree improbable that any watch would be set for them at a place so far from their line of travel, they put up for the night at the principal inn. In the morning they again started, and after riding for some distance to the south, made a wide sweep, and, crossing the river, entered Tours from the south, late in the evening. They again put up at the principal inn, for although they doubted not that their arrival would be noticed by the emissaries of the enemy, they had no fear of molestation in a town like Tours, and on the following morning Ronald presented himself at the entrance to the convent. "I wish to see the Lady Superior," he said to the lay sister at the wicket. "I am the bearer of a communication to her from the king." He was left waiting for a few minutes outside the gate, then the wicket door opened, and the sister requested him to follow her. Not a soul was to be seen as he traversed the gloomy courts and passed through several corridors to the room where the abbess was awaiting him. In silence he handed to her the king's order. The abbess opened and read it. "His Majesty's command shall be obeyed," she said. "In an hour the countess will be in readiness to depart. A carriage shall be waiting at the gate to receive her," Ronald said, bowing, and then, without another word, retired. Malcolm was awaiting him outside, and they at once went to the officer of the royal post and engaged a carriage and post horses to take them to Blois. The carriage was at the door at the appointed time, and a few minutes later the gate opened, and the countess, in travelling attire, issued out, and in a moment was clasped in her son's arms. He at once handed her into the carriage and took his place beside her. Malcolm closed the door and leapt upon the box, the postillion cracked his whip, and the carriage moved off. "Can it be true, Ronald, or am I dreaming? It is but a week since you were here last, and the news of my release came upon me with such a surprise that, do you know, I fainted. Am I really free? Is it possible that I have seen the last of those hateful walls? It seems like a dream. Where are we going?" "We are going to Blois." "To a prison?" the countess exclaimed. "But no, there are no guards or escorts. Are we going, oh Ronald, are we going to see my husband?" "Yes, mother, we are going, not only to see him but to release him. I have the king's order in my pocket." For some time the countess was unable to speak, her joy was too great for words. Then tears came to her relief, and she sobbed out exclamations of joy and gratitude. Ronald said nothing until she had somewhat recovered her calmness, and then he told her the manner in which Marshal Saxe had obtained the 2 orders of release. "I will pray for him night and morning to the last day of my life," the countess said. "God is indeed good to me. I had hoped, from what you said, that my term of imprisonment was drawing to an end, but I had looked forward to a long struggle, to endless efforts and petitions before I could obtain your father's release, with, perhaps, failure in the end. Not for one moment did I dream that such happiness as this awaited me." Ronald now thought it wise to repeat the warning which the marshal had given him. "Mother dear," he said, "you must be prepared to find that a total change will have taken place in my father. His imprisonment has been a very different one to yours. You have had companions and a certain amount of freedom and comfort. You have had people to speak to, and have known what is going on in the world. He has been cut off altogether from mankind. He cannot even know whether you are alive, or whether you may not have yielded to the pressure that would be sure to be brought upon you, and acquiesced in a divorce being obtained. He has, doubtless, been kept in a narrow cell, deprived almost of the air and light of heaven. He will be greatly changed, mother. He will not be like you, for it does not seem to me that you have changed much from what you were. I could not see you that night on the terrace very much, but now I see you I can hardly believe that you are my mother, so young do you look." "I am nearly 40," the countess said smiling. "I was past 21 when I married. Had I not been of age they could have pronounced the marriage null and void. But you are right, Ronald, and I will prepare myself to find your father greatly changed. It cannot be otherwise after all he has gone through, but I have him again it is enough for me, no matter how great the change that may have taken place in him. But who are these men?" the countess exclaimed as, a quarter of a mile outside the town, 4 men in horseback took up their places, 2 in each side of the carriage. "Do not be alarmed, mother, they are our escort. Malcolm hired them at Le Mans. They are all old soldiers, and can be relied on in case of necessity." "But what need can there be for them, Ronald? I have heard that bands of discharged soldiers and others make travelling insecure, but I had no idea that it was necessary to have an armed escort." "Not absolutely necessary, mother, but a useful measure of precaution. We heard of them as I came through from Paris, and Malcolm and I agreed that as you would have with you any jewels and valuables that you took to the convent, it would be just as well to be in a position to beat off any who might be disposed to trouble us. As you see, they have brought with them Malcolm's horse and mine, and we shall now mount. The less weight the horses have to draw the better. I will get in and have a talk from time to time where the road happens to be good, but to tell you the truth, the jolting and shaking are neither pleasant nor good for talking." "You are expecting to be attacked, Ronald," the countess said. "I am sure you would not be wanting to get out and leave me so soon after we have met did you not anticipate some danger." "Frankly, mother, then, I do think it probable that an attempt may be made to stop us, and that not by regular robbers, but by your enemies. They did their best to prevent me from reaching Tours, and will now most likely try to prevent our arriving at Blois. I will tell you all about it when we get there tonight. Here's the order for my father's release. Will you hide it in your dress? I had rather not have it about me. And, mother, if we should be attacked, do not be alarmed, for I have reason to believe that if we should be outnumbered and hard pressed, help will be speedily forthcoming." "I am not in the least afraid for myself," the countess said; "but be careful, Ronald. Remember I have only just found you, and for my sake do not expose yourself unnecessarily." "I will always take care of myself, mother," he said. "You know I have always had to do so." Malcolm had already mounted his horse, and Ronald was really glad when he took his place beside him a few yards ahead of the carriage. The art both of road making and carriage building was still in its infancy. When the weather was fine and the ground hard a fair rate of progress could be maintained, but in wet weather the vehicles often sank almost to their axles in mud holes and quagmires, and the bumping and jolting were terrible. "Now we take up our work of looking out for ambushes again, Malcolm." "It will not be quite the same thing now," Malcolm said. "Before, 2 or 3 men with guns behind a wall might do for the business; now they will have to make a regular attack. I have no doubt that we were watched from the time we entered the town, and that the news that we are travelling with the countess in a carriage and with an escort of 4 armed men has been carried on ahead already. It is by horsemen that we shall be attacked today if we are attacked at all, and they will probably fall upon us in the forest beyond Amboise. They will know that a vehicle must keep the road, and that as we cannot travel more than 6 miles an hour at the outside we cannot attempt to escape by our speed." "Do you think we had better wait at Amboise for the night and go on to Orleans tomorrow?" "No, I think we had better push straight on, especially as we told our friends in the forest that we should come today, and I feel sure they will keep their promise to be on the lookout to aid us. If it were not for that, I should have said let us stay at Tours for the present, as we may expect to be attacked by a force much superior to our own." "Why, they would not have sent down more than 6 men to attack us too, Malcolm?" "No, if they had been sure which road we should travel; but as they didn't know that, they may have had small parties at half a dozen spots, and these will now be united. Probably there may be a score of them. However, I will rely on the robbers. The captain meant what he said, and you won the goodwill of all the men. If there are a dozen horsemen anywhere along the road they are sure to know of it, and will, I have no doubt, post themselves close at hand so as to be ready to join in the fray as soon as it commences." Amboise was reached without adventure. Here the horses and the carriage were changed, and the party proceeded on their way. 4 miles further they entered a great forest. Ronald now ordered 2 of the men to ride a few yards in front of the horses' heads. He and Malcolm rode on each side of the coach, the other 2 followed close behind. He ordered the driver, in case they were attacked, to jump off instantly and run to the horses' heads, and keep them quiet during the fray. A vigilant lookout was kept. Suddenly, when they were in the thickest part of the wood, a number of mounted men dashed out from either side. In obedience to the orders Ronald had given, the men in front and behind at once closed in, so that there were 3 on either side of the carriage. The assailants fired their pistols as they dashed down, but the bullets flew harmlessly by, while the fire of the defenders, sitting quietly on their horses, was more accurate, 2 of the assailants falling dead, while another was severely wounded. A moment later swords were drawn, and a furious combat ensued. Ronald had told his men to keep close to the carriage, so that they could not be attacked in the rear, keeping just far enough out on either side of him to be able to use their swords. For a short time the defenders of the coach maintained their position, the number of their assailants giving them but slight advantage, as they were unable to utilize their force. Ronald ran the first man who attacked him through the body, and laid open the face of the next with a sweeping blow from left to right. The men they had hired fought stoutly, but they were being pressed together as the assailants urged forward their horses, when suddenly a volley of firearms was heard. Several of the assailants fell dead, and with a loud shout a number of men rushed out from the wood and fell upon them in rear. The assailants turned to fly, and it was now the turn of the defenders of the coach to attack, which they did furiously. In 2 or 3 minutes all was over. 5 or 6 only of the assailants cut their way through the footmen who had attacked them in rear, while 12 lay dead or dying on the ground. Ronald's first impulse was to ride up to the carriage to assure his mother of his safety, the next to leap off his horse and grasp the hand of the chief of the robbers. "You have kept your promise nobly," he said, "and have arrived at the very nick of time. They were beginning to press us hotly, and though I fancy we should have rendered an account of a good many more, we must have been beaten in the end." "I was farther behind than I intended to be," the man said, "but we were obliged to keep in hiding some little distance behind them. There were 4 parties of them. We kept them in sight all day yesterday, and last night they assembled a mile or 2 away. I had men watching them all night, and this morning we followed them here, and saw them take up their position on both sides of the road. We crept up as closely as we dared without being observed, but you had for a couple of minutes to bear the brunt of it alone." "I thank you most heartily," Ronald said. "My mother will thank you herself." So saying, he led them to the door of the carriage, which he opened. "Mother, I told you that if we were attacked I relied upon help being near at hand. We owe our lives, for I have no doubt that yours as well as mine would have been taken, to this brave man and his followers." "I thank you most sincerely, sir," the countess said. "At present I feel like one in a dream, for I have been so long out of the world that such a scene as this has well nigh bewildered me." "I am only too glad to have been of service," the man said as he stood bareheaded. "I am not a good man, madame. I am one of those whom the necessities of the time have driven to earn their living as they can without much regard to the law, but I trust that I have not quite lost my instincts as a gentleman, and I am only too glad to have been of some slight assistance to a persecuted lady, for your son, the other night, related to us some of the treatment which you had to endure." With a bow he now stepped back. His followers were engaged in searching the pockets of the fallen, and found in them a store of money which spoke well for the liberality of their employer, and well satisfied the robbers for the work they had undertaken. After a few words with her son the countess opened up a small bag she had carried with her, and taking from it a valuable diamond brooch, called the leader of the band up and presented it to him. Ronald and his party then remounted their horses. The robbers had already overtaken and caught those of the fallen assailants. The driver mounted the box, and after a cordial farewell to their rescuers the party proceeded on their way to Blois. End of chapter 10. Recording by Adele de Pignerolles.
Chapter 11 of Bonnie Prince Charlie, A Tale of Fontenoy and Culloden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. Bonnie Prince Charlie, A Tale of Fontenoy and Culloden by G.A. Henty. Chapter 11. Free. It was late at night before Blois was reached, and having alighted at the Aile d'Or, they engaged a private room. "Even the Duke of Chateaurouge will be satisfied," Ronald said, "that his schemes have failed, and that no more can be done just at present. It will be a bitter blow to him when those scoundrels, on their return to Paris, report their utter failure, for he must have considered it impossible that we could escape from the toils he had laid for us. I only wish that we had clear evidence that he is the author of these attempts. If so, I would go straight with Marshal Saxe, an accusation against him before the king. But however certain we may feel about it, we have really nothing to connect him with the affair, and it would be madness to accuse a king's favourite unless one could prove absolutely the truth of what one says. However, I hope some day that I shall get even with him. It will not be my fault if I do not." That night Ronald and his mother debated what would be the best way to proceed in the morning, and finally they agreed that Malcolm should present himself at the prison with the order of release, and that they should remain at the hotel, to which Malcolm should bring Colonel Leslie, after breaking to him the news that his wife and son were both awaiting him. The shock, in any case of sudden liberty, would be a severe one, and the meeting with his attached comrade would act as a preparation for that with his wife. Mother and son sat hand in hand after hearing the carriage drive off with Malcolm next morning. In the hours they had spent together they had come to know each other, and their relationship had become a real one. They had scarce been able to make out each other's features at their midnight meeting on the terrace, and that meeting, rejoiced as they both were, there was still a feeling of strangeness between them. Now they knew each other as they were, and both were well satisfied. The Countess was less strange to Ronald than he was to her. Malcolm had already described her to him as he knew her 18 years before, and the reality agreed closely with the ideal that Ronald had pictured to himself, except that she was younger and brighter. For in thinking of her he had told himself over and over again that she would have grown much older, that her hair might have turned grey with grief and trouble, and her spirit been altogether broken. She, on her part, had been able to form no idea as to what the infant she had last seen would have grown up, and was not even sure that he was in existence. She had hoped that if he had lived he would have grown up like his father, and although she now saw but slight resemblance between them, she was indeed well satisfied with her son. He was not, she thought, as handsome as his father, but he bade fair to surpass him in strength and stature. She was delighted with his manly bearing, and when he laughed he reminded her of her husband, and she thought that she read in his grey eye and firm mouth a steadfastness of depth and character equal to his. They spoke but little now, both were too anxious, Ronald for his mother's sake rather than his own. He was prepared to find this unknown father, a man broken down by his years of captivity, but although his mother said that she too was prepared for great changes, he could not but think that the reality would be a sad shock to her. In little over an hour the carriage drove into the courtyard. "Be brave, mother," Ronald said, as he felt the hand he held in his own tremble violently. "You must be calm for his sake." Steps were heard approaching. The door opened, and Malcolm entered with a man leaning on his arm. The Countess, with a cry of joy, sprang forward, and the next moment was clasped in her husband's arms. "At last, my love, at last!" she said. Ronald drew aside to the window to leave his father and mother to enjoy the first rapture of their meeting undisturbed, while Malcolm slipped quietly from the room again. "Why, Amelie," Leslie said at last, holding her at arm's length, that he might look the better at her, "you are scarce changed. It does not seem to me that you are 5 years older than when I saw you last, and yet Malcolm tells me that you too have been a prisoner. How much my love has cost you, dear! No, you are scarce changed, while I have become an old man. My hair is as white as snow, and I am so crippled with rheumatism that I can scarce move my limbs." "You are not so much changed, Angus. Your hair is white, and your face is very pale, but you are not so much changed. If I have suffered for your love, dear, what have you suffered for mine? I have been a prisoner in a way, but I had a certain amount of freedom in my cage, while you—" and she stopped. "Yes, it has been hard," he said, "but I kept up my spirits, Amelie. I never lost the hope that some day we should be reunited. And now, Angus, here is our boy, to whom we owe our liberty and the joy of this meeting. You may well be proud of such a son." "I am proud," Leslie said, as Ronald advanced, and he took him in his arms. "God bless you, my boy. You have performed well nigh a miracle. Malcolm has been telling me of you. Call him in again. It is right that he, to whom you owe so much, should share in our happiness." Ronald at once fetched Malcolm, and until late at night they talked of all that had happened during so many years. Colonel Leslie had passed the first 3 years of his confinement in the Châtelet. "It was well it was no longer," he said, "for even I, hard as I was with years of soldiering, could not have stood that much longer. My cell there was below the level of the river. The walls were damp, and it was there I got the rheumatism which has crippled me ever since. Then they moved me to Blois, and there my cell was in one of the turrets, and the sun shone in through the window slit for half an hour a day. Besides, for an hour once a week I was allowed to take what they called exercise on the wall between my turret and the next. The governor was not a bad fellow, and did not try to pocket the best part of the money allowed for the keep of the prisoners. Fortunately I never lost hope. Had I done so, I would have thrown myself over the parapet and ended it at once. I felt sure that you too were shut up, Amelie, and I pictured to myself how they would try to make you give me up, but I never thought they would succeed, dear. I knew you too well for that. Sometimes for months I lay as if paralyzed by rheumatism, and I think I should have died if I had not known how my enemies would have rejoiced at the news of my death. So I held on stoutly, and I have got my reward." But the hardships had told their tale. Although but the same age as Malcolm Anderson, Colonel Leslie looked fully 10 years older. His long confinement had taken every tinge of colour out of his face, and left it almost ghastly in whiteness. He could with difficulty lift his hands to his head, and he walked as stiffly as if his legs had been jointless. His voice only had not lost the cheery ring his wife remembered. "No, Amelie," he said when she remarked this, "I kept my tongue in practice; it was the one member that was free. After I had been confined a few months, it struck me that I was rapidly losing the power of speech, and I determined that if I could not talk for want of someone to answer me, I could at least sing, and having a good store of songs, Scottish and French, I sang for hours together, at first somewhat to the uneasiness of the prison authorities, who thought that I could not be so merry unless I had some communication from without, or was planning an escape, but at last they grew accustomed to it, and as my voice could not travel through the thick walls of my cells, it annoyed no one." "And did you never think of escaping, father?" "The first few years of my confinement I was always thinking of it, Ronald, but nothing ever came of my thought. I had no tools to burrow through a 4-foot wall, and if I could have done so I should have tried it if it had been only to give me something to do, had it not been that I hoped some day to obtain my release, and that any attempt at escape would, if discovered, as it was almost certain to be, decrease my chances." Not a word was said that evening as to their future plans, all their thoughts being in the past, but the next morning Colonel Leslie said at breakfast, "And now what are we going to do next? How do we stand?" "I know no more than you do, Angus. I do not know whether the king has gifted my mother's estate to others, as assuredly he has done my father's lands. If he has, I have been thinking that the best plan will be to ask the king's permission to leave the kingdom and return to your native Scotland. I am very fond of Scotland, Amelie, but I have also a fondness for living, and how should I live in Scotland I have not the most remote idea. My estate there was a small one, and was forfeited 30 years ago, so unless I become a Gaberlunzie and sit on the steps of St. Andrew's asking for alms, I don't see how we should get porridge, to say nothing of anything else. No, Amelie, it seems to me that we must stop in France. For very shame they cannot let the daughter of the Marquis de Recambours starve, and they must at least restore you a corner of your parents' estates, if it be but a farm. How are we off for funds at present?" he asked with a laugh. "I hope at least we have enough to pay our hotel bill." "We have 40 louis in cash, father, the remains of the 100 you committed to Malcolm with me." "Is that so?" he exclaimed. "All I can say is that the money has lasted longer than any that ever passed through my fingers before." "We have plenty of money," the countess said quietly. "I have all the jewels which came to me from my mother, and their sale will keep us for years, either in Scotland or France." "That is good indeed," the colonel said cheerily. "Yes, I took them all with me when I was sent to the convent, and have parted with none save the diamond necklet which I gave to the girl who brought Ronald and me together, as a parting keepsake, and a brooch with which I rewarded the men who aided us in the forest. But seriously, Angus, we must settle upon something." "I quite agree with you, Amelie, but what is that something to be?" "I should think, Angus, that the proper thing would be for me to write to the king thanking him for our release, asking his commands, and petitioning him that my mother's estates may be restored to me. I will also ask permission to retire to some southern town, where there are waters which may do good to your rheumatism." Colonel Leslie frowned. "I suppose that is the right thing to do, Amelie, though for my part I cannot thank a sovereign whom I have served well after such treatment as I have received. I would rather beg my bread from door to door." "No, I would not ask you, Angus, and of course you are differently placed, but I have my rights as a peeress of France. Besides, I have on my own account no complaint against the king. It was my father who shut me up in the convent, not the king." "By the way, Amelie," her husband said, "you are not yet in mourning." "Nor do I intend to be," she said firmly. "Unless I have to go to court no thread of mourning do I put on. My father behaved like a tyrant to me, and I will not feign a grief at an event which has brought us happiness. Well, Ronald, what do you think had best be done? You and Malcolm have managed so well that we had best leave it for you to decide." "I think what you propose, mother, is best. I think you had better travel down to some place near where your mother's estates lay, and then write your petition to the king. I will leave you there, and return with it to Paris, and will there consult Colonel Hume and Marshal Saxe as to how it should be delivered to the king." The plan was carried out. The party journeyed together to Poitiers, and there having seen his parents comfortably settled in a small house near the town, and remained with them a few days, Ronald with Malcolm returned to Paris, bearing with him his mother's memorial to the king. Ronald was glad to find that Colonel Hume was now recovered from his wound. Marshal Saxe too was better. The latter at once took charge of the petition, and said that he would hand it to the king on the first opportunity. Ronald accompanied the marquis several times to Versailles, but the latter had no private audience with the king, and thought it better not to present the memorial in public. One day, however, he was called into the king's closet. When he emerged with the king, Ronald thought from his expression of countenance that things had not gone well. On leaving the palace he mounted his horse, for he was now well enough to ride, and as he set out he called Ronald, who with other gentlemen had accompanied him, to ride beside him. "Things have not gone well," he said. "Your father's enemies have evidently been at work, and have been poisoning the king's mind." He read the memorial, and then said harshly, "The Countess of Recambours has forfeited all rights to her mother's estates by marrying an alien. The lands of France are for the King of France's subjects, not for soldiers of fortune." This touched me, and I said, "Your majesty may recollect that I am an alien and a soldier of fortune, and methinks that in time of war the swords of our soldiers of fortune have done such things for France that they have earned some right to gratitude. In 100 battles our Scottish troops have fought in the front ranks, and had it not been for the Irish Brigade we should not have had to write Fontenoy down among the list of French victories." "You are bold, Marshal," the king said angrily. "I am bold, sir," I replied, "because I am in the right, and I humbly submit that a brave soldier like Colonel Leslie deserves better treatment than he has received at the hands of France." The king rose at once. "An answer to the petition will be sent to you tomorrow, Marshal." I bowed, and without another word the king left his closet and entered the room of audience. "However, lad, you must not look so downcast. We could perhaps expect no more the first time. Of course every man who has a hope, or who has a relation who has a hope, of obtaining the grant of your mother's estates, is interested in exciting the king's displeasure against her, besides which there is, as you have told me, the Duc de Chateaurouge, who may be regarded as a personal enemy of your father, and who has the king's ear as much as anyone about him. However, we must have courage. I consider my personal honour is touched in the matter now, and I will not let the matter drop till justice is done." At the appointed time Ronald again called at Marshal Saxe's hotel, and watched the gay crowd of officers and nobles who were gathered in his reception rooms. An hour later a royal attendant entered and handed a document to the marshal. The latter glanced at it and looked around. As soon as his eye fell upon Ronald he nodded to him. "Here is the judgment," he said in a low tone as he handed him the paper. "You see it is directed to the countess, to my care. I suppose you will start with it at once." "Yes, Marshal. The horses are saddled, and we shall leave immediately." "Don't hurry your horses," the marshal said with a slight smile. "From the king's manner I think that the contents are such that a few hours' delay in the delivery will cause the countess no pain. However, I do not anticipate anything very harsh. In the first place, although the king is swayed by favourites who work on his prejudices, his intention is always to be just, and in the second place, after granting the release of your parents as a boon to me, he can scarcely annul the boon by any severe sentence. Will you tell the countess from me that I am wholly at her service, and that, should any opportunity offer, she may be sure that I will do what I can to incline the king favourably towards her. Lastly, Leslie, take care of yourself. The change in the king's manner shows that you have powerful enemies, and now that you have succeeded in obtaining your parents' freedom you have become dangerous. Remember the attack that was made upon you before, when there seemed but little chance that you would ever succeed in obtaining their release, or in seriously threatening the interests of those who were looking forward to the reversion of the family estates. Their enmity now, when it only needs a change in the king's mood to do justice to your parents, will be far greater than before. Bid your father, too, to have a care for himself and your mother. Remember that violence is common enough, and there are few inquiries made. An attack upon a lonely house and the murder of those within it is naturally put down as the act of some party of discharged soldiers or other ruffians. Tell him, therefore, he had best get a few trusty men around him, and be on guard night and day against a treacherous attack. Those who stand in the way of powerful men in France seldom live long, so he cannot be too careful." A quarter of an hour later Ronald was on horseback. He had already provided himself with a pass to leave the city after the usual hour of closing the gates, and he and Malcolm were soon in the open country. As they rode along Ronald repeated the warning that the marshal had given him. "He is quite right, Ronald, and you cannot be too careful. We have against us, first, the vindictive Duc de Chateaurouge, who no doubt has poisoned the king's mind. In all France there is no one whom I would rather not have as foe. He is powerful, unscrupulous, and vindictive. He would hesitate at nothing to carry out anything on which he had set his mind, and I would think no more of obtaining the removal of one whom he considered to stand in his way than of crushing a worm. Even as a young man he had a villainous reputation, and was regarded as one of the most dangerous men about the court. To do him justice, he is brave and a fine swordsman, and for choice he would rather slay with his own hands those who offend him than by other means. Though he was but 23 at the time I first left France, he had fought half a dozen duels and killed as many men, and several others who were known to have offended him died suddenly. Some were killed in street brawls, returning home at night. 1 or 2 were suspected of having been poisoned. Altogether the man was feared and hated in those days, although of course none spoke their suspicions openly. From what I've heard those suspicions have stuck to him ever since. He has not been engaged in many duels, because in the first place edicts against duelling are very strict, and in the second because his reputation as a swordsman is so great that few would risk their lives against him. Still all who stood in his way have somehow or other come to a sudden end. We must therefore be on our guard night and day. He is of course your most dangerous foe, but besides him must be numbered all those who hope to obtain your mother's estates. The heirs of the marquis doubtless feel perfectly safe from interference. There is no chance whatever of the king dispossessing them in favour of a foreigner, so we need not count them among your foes. It is just as well, Ronald, that we started tonight instead of waiting tomorrow. The duke is pretty certain to learn that the king's answer will be sent this evening, and may possibly have made preparations for you on the road, but he will hardly expect that you will start before the morning. However, in order to be on the safe side, I propose that we shall presently turn off from the main road, and avoid all large towns on our way down to Poitiers." "Do you think the danger is as great as that, Malcolm?" "I do not think there is much danger, Ronald, just at present, though I do in the future." Travelling by byways, Ronald and Malcolm arrived at Poitiers without adventure. "I have brought you the king's answer, mother," Ronald said as he alighted, "but before you open it I may tell you that it is unfavourable, though I am ignorant of the precise nature of its contents. But you must not be disappointed. Marshal Saxe bade me tell you that he considers his honour engaged in seeing you righted, and that whenever an opportunity occurs he will endeavour to move the king's mind in your favour. How is my father?" "He suffers grievously from rheumatism, Ronald, and can scarce move from his couch." As soon as they joined the colonel the countess opened the king's letter. It was brief. "The Countess Amélie de Recambours is hereby ordered to withdraw at once to her estate of La Grenouille, and there to await the king's pleasure concerning her." The king's signature was affixed. "Well, that is not so very bad," the countess said. "At any rate my right to one of my mother's estates is recognized. La Grenouille is the smallest of them, and contains but 3 or 4 farms. Still that will suffice for our wants, and as it lies but 20 miles from Bordeaux, the air will be warm and soft for you, Angus. Is there a chateau on it, mother?" "Yes, there is a small chateau. I was there once as a girl. It has never been modernized, but is still a castle such as it was 200 years ago." "All the better," Ronald said, and he then gave Malcolm's reasons for their being on the watch against any sudden attack. "He is quite right, Ronald," Colonel Leslie said. "The duke is capable of anything. However, we will be on our guard, and if, as your mother says, it is a fortified house, we need have no fear of any sudden attack." "I would suggest, Colonel, that I should ride to Tours," Malcolm said, "and hire 2 of the men who escorted Madame's carriage. They have served in the wars and can be relied upon. They would not need high wages, for most of the discharged soldiers have trouble enough to keep body and soul together. With a couple men of this kind, and 2 or 3 of the men on the estate, I think, Colonel, you need fear no sudden attack." The colonel approved of the suggestion, and a week later Malcolm having returned with the 2 men, a carriage was hired to convey the colonel and his wife, and so they journeyed quietly down to La Grenouille. On arriving there they found that they were expected, the old steward in charge having received a letter from the royal chancellor, saying that he was to receive the countess as the owner of the estate. The old man, who had known her mother well and remembered her visits as a child, received the countess with respectful joy. The chateau was, as Amelie had said, really a castle. It was surrounded by a moat filled with water, from which the walls rose abruptly, with no windows in the lower stories, and only small loopholes in those above. Although the steward was ignorant when his mistress might be expected, he had already caused great fires to be lighted in all the rooms, and had temporarily engaged 2 of the farmers' daughters to wait upon the countess, and 3 stout men as servitors. "What are the revenues of the estate?" the countess asked the steward that evening. "My mother's other estates have not been restored to me as yet, and I have only this to depend upon, and I do not know what establishment I can afford to keep up." "The revenue amounts to 12,000 francs," he said. "There are 3 large farms and 4 small ones. 12,000 francs are not much, countess, for your mother's daughter, but they go a long way here, where one can live for next to nothing. We have a garden which will provide all the fruit and vegetables you require, and your poultry will cost you nothing. The vineyard attached to the chateau furnishes more than enough wine, and the cellars are well filled, for every year I have put aside a few barrels, so that in fact it will be only meat that you have to buy." "So that you think I can keep the 2 men I have brought with me and the servants you have engaged?" "Easily, madam, and more if you wished it." "Do you think 5 men will be sufficient?" the countess said. "I ask because I have powerful enemies, and in these lawless times an attack upon a lonely house might well be carried out." "With the drawbridge drawn up, madam, 5 men could hold the chateau against a score, and the sound of the alarm bell would bring all the tenants and their men down to your assistance. I will answer for all of them. There were great rejoicings last week when I sent round the news that you were expected. The memory of your mother, who once resided here for a year, is very dear to all of us, and there is not a man on the estate but would take up arms in your defence. The sound of the alarm bell would bring 30 stout fellows, at least, to your aid." "Then we need not trouble on that score, Amelie," the colonel said cheerfully. "Malcolm will see to the drawbridge tomorrow. Probably it has not been raised for years." "I have already been examining it," Malcolm, who had just entered the room, said. "It only needs a little oil and a bolt or 2. I will have it raised tonight. Things look better than I expected, Colonel, and I shall be able to return to Paris without having any anxiety upon your score." "But you are not thinking of going back, Ronald?" the countess asked anxiously. "If there is danger here for us, there must surely be danger for you in Paris, and I want you here with us." "I will stop for a few days, mother, and then Malcolm and I will be off. As I have Marshal Saxe's protection, I need fear no open enmity from anyone, and as I shall be with the regiment, I shall be safe from the secret attacks. Besides, my sword can guard my head." "You have taught him to defend himself, eh, Malcolm?" Colonel Leslie said. "I," Malcolm repeated, "can use my sword in a melee, Colonel, as you know, and hold my own against Dutchman or German when I meet them on the field, but Ronald is a different blade altogether. He was well taught in Glasgow, and has practised under the best maitres d'armes in Paris since, and I am proud to say that I do not think there are 10 men in France against whom he could not hold his own." That is good indeed," the colonel said, delighted. "Malcolm, I feel my obligations to you more and more every day. Truly I had never even hoped that if my son were ever to be restored to me I should have such cause to be proud of him." "But why do you think you had better return to Paris, Ronald?" his mother inquired. "Because, mother, it will not do to let your enemies have entirely their own way, now that you have been so far restored. Doubtless your family will be the more inclined to aid you with their influence, but there must be somebody to urge them to do so." "Besides, Amelie," the colonel put in, "we must not cage the lad here at your apron strings. He has already won Saxe's regard and protection by his conduct in the field, and can now accept a commission in the old regiment. He has begun well, and may yet live to command it. No, no, my love, I should like to keep him here as much as you would, but in every way it is better that he should go out and take his place in the world. To you and me, after our long imprisonment, this place is life, freedom, and happiness, and we are together; but for him it is a dreary little country chateau, and he would soon long for a life among men." And so after 3 weeks' stay at the chateau, Ronald and Malcolm rode back to Paris, and the former received a week later a commission through Marshal Saxe in the Scottish Dragoons. That regiment had returned from the frontier, and Ronald at once took his place in its ranks, and was heartily received by all the officers, to whom he was formally introduced by Colonel Hume as the son of their former commanding officer. A short time afterwards it became the turn of duty to the Scottish Dragoons to furnish guards for a week at Versailles, and Colonel Hume took down 2 troops for that purpose. That to which Ronald belonged was one of them. Ronald, knowing that for the present he was not in favour with the king, begged the colonel to put him on duty as often as possible, so that he might avoid the necessity of being present at the king's audiences with the other officers. He was one day walking with the colonel and several other officers in the grounds at a distance from the palace, when they came, at the turn of the walk, upon the Duc de Chateaurouge and 3 other gentlemen of the court. The former stopped abruptly before Colonel Hume. "I had the honour, Colonel Hume, to speak to you some time since of a volunteer in your regiment who chose to call himself the name of Leslie. I understand he is now an officer. I see by the lists in the courtyard that a Cornet Leslie is now on duty here. Where does he hide himself? For I have been seeking in vain to meet him." "Cornet Leslie is not one to balk at any man's desire that way," Colonel Hume said gravely. "This is Cornet Leslie." Ronald stepped forward and looked the duke calmly in the face. "So this is the young cockerel," the duke said contemptuously. "A worthy son of a worthy father, I doubt not." "At any rate, my lord duke," Ronald said quietly, "I do not rid myself of my foes by getting those I am afraid to meet as man to man thrown into prison, nor by setting midnight assassins upon them. Nor do I rely upon my skill as a swordsman to be a bully and a coward." The duke started as if struck. "I had made up my mind to kill you, young sir," he said, "sooner or later, but you have brought it on yourself now. Draw, sir!" and the duke drew his sword. Colonel Hume and several others drew themselves before Ronald. "Put up your sword, sir. Duelling is forbidden, and you know the consequence of drawing within the precincts of the palace." "What care I for ordinances?" the duke said furiously. "Stand aside, gentlemen, lest I do you harm." "Harm or no harm," Colonel Hume said sternly, "my young friend shall not fight in the palace grounds. I protest against his being forced into a duel at all, but at any rate he shall not fight here." The duke looked for a moment as if he was about to spring upon Colonel Hume, but he saw by their faces that his companions also were against him, for the consequences of drawing a sword within the precincts of a palace were so serious that even the most powerful nobles shrank from braving them. "Very well," he said at last, thrusting his sword back into its scabbard. "It is but 10 minutes' walk to the boundary wall. I will let him live until then." So saying he started off with rapid strides down the walk, followed at a slower pace by the rest. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Bonnie Prince Charlie, A Tale of Fontenoy and Culloden. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. Bonnie Prince Charlie, A Tale of Fontenoy and Culloden by G.A. Henty. Chapter 12. The End of a Quarrel. "This is a serious business, Leslie," the colonel said in a low voice. "If it had been anyone but you, I should have ordered him to the barracks at once under pain of arrest, and have laid the matter before the king, for it would have been nothing short of murder. But I can trust you to hold your own even against the Duke of Chateaurouge, and, in truth, after what has been said, I do not see that you can do other but meet him." "I would not avoid it if I could," Ronald said. "His insults to me do not disturb me, but I have my father's wrongs to avenge." "Forbes," the colonel said to one of the other officers, "do you go straight to the barracks, bid Leslie's man saddle his own horse and his master's instantly, and bring them round outside the wall of the park. If Leslie wounds or kills his man he will have to ride for it." The officer at once hurried away. "Ronald, I will tell you a piece of news I heard this morning. The young Chevalier left Paris secretly 5 days ago, and I have received certain private information this morning that he has gone to Nantes, and that he is on the point of sailing for Scotland on his own account. I am told that this plan of his is known to but 5 or 6 persons. If you get safely through this business, mount and ride thither at all speed. They are more likely to pursue you towards the frontier or the northern ports, and will not think you have made for Nantes. If you get there before the prince has sailed, present yourself to him and join his expedition. The king will be furious at first, both at the loss of his favourite and the breaking of the edicts, but he must come round. The gentlemen here with the duke are all honourable men, and were, I could see, shocked at the insult which the duke passed on to you. Therefore I can rely upon them to join me in representing the matter in its true light to the king. Before your return the matter will have blown over, and it may be that the removal of your father's most powerful enemy may facilitate an arrangement. In any case, my dear boy, you can rely upon the marshal and myself to look after your interests." They had now reached a wicket gate in the wall of the park. The duke was standing a few paces distant, having already removed his coat and turned up the shirt sleeve of the sword arm. "You will act as second, Marquis," he said to one of the gentlemen. The latter bowed coldly. "I act as second to my friend Leslie," Colonel Hume said, "and I call upon you all, gentlemen, to bear witness in the future that this encounter has been wantonly forced upon him by the Duc de Chateaurouge, and that Cornet Leslie, as a man of honour, has no alternative whatever but to accept the challenge forced upon him." Ronald had by this time stripped to his shirt sleeves. The seconds took the 2 swords and compared their length. They were found to be as nearly as possible the same. They were then returned to their owners. A piece of even turf was selected, and a position chosen in which the light was equally favourable to both parties. Then both fell into position on guard, and as the rapiers crossed, Colonel Hume said solemnly, "May God defend the right." An instant later they were engaged in a deadly conflict. It lasted but a few seconds. The duke, conscious of his own skill, and believing that he had but a lad to deal with, at once attacked eagerly, desirous of bringing the contest to a termination before there was any chance of interruption. He attacked then carelessly and eagerly, and made a furious lunge which he thought would terminate the encounter at once, but Ronald did not give way an inch, but parrying in carte, slipped his blade round that of the duke, feinted in tierce, and then, rapidly disengaging, lunged in carte as before. The blade passed through the body of his adversary, and the lunge was given with such force that the pommel of his sword struck against the ribs. The duke fell an inert mass upon the ground as Ronald withdrew the rapier. An exclamation of surprise and alarm broke from the 3 gentlemen who had accompanied the duke, while Colonel Hume said gravely, "God has protected the right. Ah, here come the horses. Mount and ride, Leslie, and do not spare the spurs. I should advise you," he said, drawing them aside, "to take the northern route for a few miles, so as to throw them off the scent. When you get to Nantes search the inns till you find the Duke of Athole. He is an intimate friend of mine, and it was from him I learned, in strict secrecy, of the prince's intentions. Show him this ring, he knows it well, and tell him I send you to join him, saying nothing at first as to this business here. Your own name and my name will be enough. He will introduce you to Prince Charlie, who will be with him under a disguised name. May God bless you, my lad. We will do our best for you here." At this moment Malcolm arrived with the 2 horses. "Thank God you are safe, Ronald," he exclaimed as Ronald leapt into his saddle. and with a word of thanks and adieu to the colonel dashed off at full speed. Colonel Hume then rejoined the group gathered round the duke. The Scottish officers were looking very grave, the courtiers even more so. They had from the first recognized fully that the duel had been provoked by the duke, and had accompanied him reluctantly, for they regarded the approaching conflict as so unfair that it would excite a strong amount of feeling against all who had a hand in the matter. As to the edict against duelling, it had not concerned them greatly, as they felt sure that with the duke's influence the breach of the law would be passed over with only a show of displeasure on the part of the king, and in order to absent themselves for a short time from court. The contingency that this young Scottish officer, who had scarcely yet attained the age of manhood, should kill one of the best swordsmen in France, had not occurred to them, but this had happened, and there could be no doubt that the king's anger, alike at the loss of his favourite and at the breach of the law, would fall heavily on all concerned, and that a prolonged exile from court was the least evil they could expect. Not a word had been spoken after they had, on stooping over the duke, found that death had been instantaneous, until Colonel Hume joined them. "Well, gentlemen," he said, "this is a bad business, and means trouble for us all. His Majesty will be vastly angry. However, the duke brought it upon himself, and is the only person to blame. His character is pretty well known, and it will be manifest that if he had made up his mind to fight no remonstrance on your part would have availed to induce him to abstain from doing so. At the same time the king will not, in the first burst of his anger, take that into consideration, and for a while we shall no doubt all of us suffer from his displeasure, but I do not think that it will be lasting. The duke forced on the duel, and would have fought within the royal park had we not interfered, and we were in a way forced to be present. I propose that we return to the palace and give notice of what has occurred. Captain Forbes, as you were not present at the affair, and will not therefore be called upon to give any account of it, will you remain here until they send down to fetch the body? We will, if you please, gentlemen, walk slowly, for every mile that Leslie can put between him and Versailles is very important. The news will reach the king's ears very shortly after we have made it public. You and I, Marquis, as the seconds in the affair, are sure to be sent for first. As, fortunately, we were both present at the quarrel, we are both in a position to testify that the duke has brought his fate upon himself, that there was no preventing the duel, and that had we refused to act he was in a frame of mind which would have driven him to fight without seconds if none had been forthcoming. Lastly, we can testify that the combat was a fair one, and that the duke fell in consequence of the rashness of his attack and his contempt for his adversary, although in point of fact I can tell you that young Leslie is so good a swordsman that I am confident the result would have in any case been the same. "I suppose there's nothing else for it," the marquis grumbled. "I must prepare myself for a prolonged visit to my country estates." "And I shall no doubt be placed under arrest for some time," Colonel Hume said, "and the regiment will probably be packed off to the frontier again. However, these things don't make much difference in the long run. What I am most anxious about, Marquis, is that his majesty should thoroughly comprehend that Leslie was not to blame, and that this affair was so forced upon him that it was impossible for him to avoid it. There is much more than the lad's own safety dependent upon this. You may be sure, Colonel, that I will do him justice." At a slow pace the party proceeded until they neared the palace, when they quickened their steps. The marquis proceeded immediately to the apartments occupied by the duke, and told his domestics that their master had been killed in a duel, and directed them to obtain assistance and proceed at once to the spot where his body would be found. The colonel went to the king's surgeon and told him of what had taken place. "His death was instantaneous," he said. "The sword passed right through him, and I believe touched the heart. However, it will be as well that you should go and see the body, as the king will be sure to ask particulars as to the wound." The rest of the party joined their acquaintances and told them what had happened, and the news spread quickly through the palace. It created a great sensation. Breaches of the edict were not unfrequent, but the death of so powerful a noble, a chief favourite too of the king, took it altogether out of the ordinary category of such events. The more so, since the duke's reputation as a swordsman and a duellist was so great that men could scarce believe that he had been killed by a young officer who had but just joined the regiment. It seemed like the story of David and Goliath over again. A quarter of an hour later a court official approached Colonel Hume and the Marquis de Vallecourt, who were standing together surrounded by a number of courtiers and officers. "Monsieur le Marquis and Colonel Hume," he said, saluting them, "I regret to say that I am the bearer of the orders of his Majesty that you shall deliver me your swords, and that you will then accompany me to the king's presence." The two gentlemen handed over their swords to the official, and followed him to the king's presence. Louis was pacing angrily up and down his apartment. "What is this I hear, gentlemen?" he exclaimed as they entered. "A breach of the edicts here at Versailles, almost in the boundaries of the park, and that the Duc de Chateaurouge, one of my most valued officers and friends, has been killed. They tell me that you acted as seconds in the affair." "They have told your Majesty the truth," the marquis said, "but I think that, much as we regret what has happened, we could scarcely have acted otherwise than we did. The duke drew in the first place within the limits of the park, and would have fought out his quarrel there had we not, I may almost say forcibly, intervened. Then he strode away towards the boundary of the park, calling upon his antagonist to follow him, and had we not gone the encounter would have taken place without seconds or witnesses, and might then have been called a murder instead of a duel." "You should have arrested him, sir," the king exclaimed, "for drawing in the park." "Perhaps we should have done so, sire, but you must please to remember that the Duke of Chateaurouge was of temper not to be crossed, and I believe that bloodshed would have taken place had we endeavoured to thwart him. He enjoyed your Majesty's favour, and a forcible arrest, with perhaps the shedding of blood, in the royal demesne would have been a scandal as grave as that of his duel." "How did it come about?" the king asked abruptly. "The duke was walking with Delisle, St. Aignan, and myself, when we suddenly came upon Colonel Hume with 3 of the officers of his regiment. The duke at once walked up to them and addressed Colonel Hume, and finding which of his companions was Monsieur Leslie, addressed him in terms of so insulting a nature that they showed that he had been waiting for the meeting to provoke a quarrel. The young officer replied perfectly calmly, but with what I must call admirable spirit and courage, which so infuriated the duke that, as I have already had the honour of telling your Majesty, he drew at once, and when we interfered he called upon him to proceed forthwith outside the park and there settle the quarrel. We most reluctantly accompanied him and determined to interfere at the first blood drawn, but the affair scarcely lasted for a second. The duke threw himself furiously and rashly upon the lad, for as your Majesty is aware he is but little more. The latter, standing firm, parried with admirable coolness, and in an instant ran the duke right through the body. "But I have always heard," the king said, "that the duke was one of the best swordsmen in the army." "Your Majesty has heard correctly," Colonel Hume replied, "but young Leslie is one of the best swordsmen in France. The duke's passion and rashness led to the speedy termination of the duel, but had he fought with his accustomed coolness, I believe that Leslie would have turned out his conqueror." "But what was the cause of the quarrel? Why should the Duc de Chateaurouge fix a dispute, as you tell me he did, upon this officer of yours?" "I believe, sire, that it was a long-standing quarrel. The duke's words showed that he bore an enmity against the lad's father, and that it was on this account that he so insulted the son." "Leslie!" the king exclaimed with a sudden recollection. "Is that the youth whom Marshal Saxe presented to me?" "The same, sire, the lad who distinguished himself at Fontenoy, and whom the marshal afterwards appointed to a commission in my regiment, in which he had served as a gentleman volunteer for nearly a year." "These Leslies are always causing trouble," the king said angrily. "I have already given orders that he shall be arrested wherever he is found, and he shall be punished as he deserves." "In punishing him," Colonel Hume said with grave deference, "I am sure that your Majesty will not forget that this quarrel was forced upon him, and that had he accepted the insults of the Duke of Chateaurouge, he would have been unworthy to remain an officer of your Majesty." "Silence, sir!" the king said angrily. "You will return immediately to Paris, under arrest, until my pleasure in your case is notified to you. I shall at once give orders that your troops here are replaced by those of a regiment whose officers will abstain from brawling and breaking the edicts in our very palace. Marquis, you will retire at once to your estates." The two gentlemen bowed and left the royal presence. "Not worse than I expected," the Marquis said, after the door had closed behind them. "Now he will send for St. Aignan and De Lisle, and will hear their account; and as it cannot but tally with ours, the king must see that the duke brought his fate upon himself. Louis is not unjust when his temper cools down, and in a few weeks we shall meet again here." "I expect to be on the frontier with my regiment before that," Colonel Hume replied; "but as I would rather be there than in Paris, that will be no hardship." Colonel Hume at once mounted and rode back to Paris, and proceeded straight to the hotel of Marshal Saxe, to whom he communicated what had occurred. "If Leslie gets safely away it will, perhaps, all turn out for the best," the marshal said. "As soon as the king's anger dies out I will begin to plead the cause of the boy's parents, and now that the influence of Chateaurouge the other way is withdrawn, I may hope for a more favourable hearing. As to the lad himself, we will make his peace in a few months. The king is brave himself, as he showed when under fire at Fontenoy, and he admires bravery in others, and when he has once gotten over the loss of Chateaurouge he will appreciate the skill and courage which the lad showed in an encounter with one of the most noted duellists in France. Now, too, that the duke has gone, some of the stories to his disadvantage, of which there are so many current, are likely to meet the king's ears. Hitherto no one has ventured to speak a word against so powerful a favourite, but the king's eyes will soon be open now, and he will become ashamed of so long having given his countenance to a man who is generally regarded as having not only killed half a dozen men in duels, but as having procured the removal by unfair means of a score of others. When he knows the truth the king is likely to do justice, not only to young Leslie but to his parents. I only hope that they will not manage to overtake the lad before he reaches the frontier, for although I can rely on the king's justice when he is cool, I would not answer for it just at present." As Ronald rode off at full speed with Malcolm, he related to him the whole circumstances of the quarrel and subsequent duel. "It was well done, Ronald. I made sure that sooner or later you and the duke would get to blows, that is, if he did not adopt other means to get you removed from his path. Anyhow, I am heartily glad it's over, and that the most dangerous enemy of your father and yourself is out of the way. And now we must hope that we shan't be overtaken before we get to the frontier. The danger is that orders for your arrest will be passed by signal." "We are not going to the frontier, Malcolm. I am only riding this way to throw them off the scent. We are going to Nantes." "Well, that's not a bad plan," Malcolm said. "They are not so likely to send orders there as to the northern ports. But it will not be easy to get a vessel to cross, for you see, now that we are at war with England, there is little communication. However, we shall no doubt be able to arrange with a smuggler to take us across." "We are not going to England, Malcolm. We are going direct to Scotland. Colonel Hume has told me a secret. Prince Charles has gone down to Nantes and is going to cross at once to Scotland." "What! Alone, and without an army?" Malcolm exclaimed in astonishment. "I suppose he despairs of getting assistance from Louis. Now that Fontenoy has put an end to danger on the frontier, the King of France is no longer interested in raising trouble for George at home." "But it is a mad scheme of the prince's," Malcolm said gravely. "If his father did not succeed in '15, how can he expect to succeed now? The country has had all the longer time to get sick of the Hanoverians, and the gallantry of the enterprise will appeal to the people. Besides, Malcolm, I am not so sure that he will not do better coming alone than if he brought 15,000 men he had at Dunkirk last year with him. 15,000 men would not win him a kingdom, and many who would join him if he came alone would not do so if he came backed by an army of foreigners. It was the French, you will remember, who ruined his grandfather's cause in Ireland. Their arrogance and interference disgusted the Irish, and their troops never did any fighting to speak of. For myself, I would 1,000 times rather follow Prince Charles fighting with an army of Scotsmen for the crown of Scotland than fight for him with a French army against Englishmen." "Well, perhaps you are right, Ronald. It went against the grain at Fontenoy, for after all, as you said, we are closely akin in blood and language to the English, and although Scotland and France have always been allies, it is very little good France has ever done us. She has always been glad enough to get our kings to make war on England, whenever she wanted a diversion to make. But she has never put herself out of the way to return the favour. It has been a one-sided alliance all along. Scotland has for centuries been sending some of her best blood to fight as soldiers in France, but with a few exceptions no Frenchman has ever drawn his sword for Scotland. No, I am inclined to think you are right, Ronald, and especially after what we saw at Fontenoy, I have no wish ever to draw sword again against the English, and I am willing to be the best friends in the world with them, if they will but let us Scots have our own king and go away peacefully. I don't want to force Prince Charles upon them, if they will but let us have him for ourselves. If they won't, you know, it is they who are responsible for the quarrel, not us." "That is one way of putting it, certainly," Ronald laughed. "I am afraid after having been one kingdom since King James went to London, they won't let us go our own way without making an effort to keep us. But here is a cross road. We will strike off here and make for the west." They avoided the towns on their routes, for although they felt certain that they were ahead of any messengers who might be sent out with orders for their arrest, they knew that they might be detained for some little time at Nantes, and were therefore anxious to leave no clue of their passage in that direction. On the evening of the third day after starting they approached their destination. On the first morning after leaving Versailles they had halted in a wood a short distance from Chartres, and Malcolm had ridden in alone, and had purchased a suit of citizen's clothes for Ronald, as the latter's uniform as an officer of the Scottish Dragoons would at once have attracted notice. Henceforward, wherever they stopped, Malcolm had taken an opportunity to mention the stable boy that was accompanying his master, the son of an advocate of Paris, on a visit to some relatives in La Vendée. This story he repeated at the inn where they put up at Nantes. The next morning Malcolm went round to all the inns in town, but could hear nothing of the Duke of Athole, so he returned at noon with the news of his want of success. "They may have hired a private lodging to avoid observation," Ronald said, "or not improbably may have taken another name. The best thing we can do is go down to the riverside, inquire what vessels are likely to leave port soon, and then if we see anyone going off to them, to accost them. We may hear of them in that way." Accordingly they made their way down to the river. There were several vessels lying in the stream, in readiness to sail when the wind served, and the mouth of the river was reported to be clear of any English cruisers. They made inquiries as to the destination of the vessels. All the large ones were sailing for Bordeaux, or the Mediterranean ports of France. "What is that little vessel lying apart from the rest?" Malcolm asked. "She looks a saucy little craft." "That is the privateer La Doutelle, one of the fastest little vessels on the coast. She has brought in more than one English merchantman as a prize." As they were speaking a boat was seen to leave her side and make for the shore. With a glance at Malcolm to break off his conversation with the sailor and follow him, Ronald strode along the bank towards the spot where the boat would land. Two gentlemen got out and advanced along the quay. As they passed, Ronald said to Malcolm, "I know one of those men's faces." "Do you, Ronald? I cannot recall having seen them." Ronald stood for a moment in thought. "I know now," he exclaimed, "and he is one of our men, sure enough." "I think, sir," he said as he came up to them, "that I have had the honour of meeting you before." A look of displeasure came across the gentleman's face. "I think you are mistaken, sir," he said coldly. "You must take me for someone else. My name is Verbois, Monsieur Verbois of Le Mans." "I have not the pleasure of knowing Monsieur Verbois," Ronald said with a slight smile, "but I hardly think, sir, that it is the name that you went by when I had the honour of meeting you in Glasgow more than 2 years ago." "In Glasgow?" the gentleman said, looking earnestly at Ronald. "In Glasgow? I do not remember you." "I had the pleasure of doing you some slight service, nevertheless," Ronald said quietly, "when I brought you news that your enemies were upon you, and managed to detain them while you made your escape through the attic window." "A thousand pardons!" the gentleman exclaimed, speaking in English. "How could I have forgotten you? But I saw you for such a short time, and 2 years have changed you greatly. This is the young gentleman, Marquis, to whom I am indebted for my escape when I was so nearly captured at Glasgow, as you have heard me say. It was to his kindly warning in the first place, and to his courage in the second, that I owed my liberty. It is wonderful that you should remember me." "2 years have not changed you as much as they have changed me," Ronald said. "Besides, you were very busy in destroying papers, while I had nothing to do but to watch you." "That is so," the gentleman agreed. "In any case I am heartily glad of the happy chance which has thrown us together, and has given me an opportunity of expressing to you the deep gratitude which I have felt for your warning and assistance. Had it not been for that, not only should I myself have been taken, but they would have got possession of those papers, which might have brought the heads of a score of the best blood of Scotland to the scaffold. I took a boat that was lying in readiness, and making down the river got on board a ship which was cruising there awaiting me, and got off. It has always been a matter of bitter regret to me that I have never learned so much as the name of the brave young gentleman to whom I owed so much, or what happened to him for his share in that night's work." "My name is Ronald Leslie, sir. I am the son of Leslie of Glenlyon, who fought with the Chevalier in '15, and afterwards entered the service of the King of France, and was colonel of the 2nd Scotch Dragoons." "Of course I knew him well," the gentleman said, "and with others endeavoured to obtain his pardon when he fell under the king's displeasure, some 15 years ago, although I regret to say without success. Believe me, if Prince Charles—" He stopped suddenly as his companion touched him. "You would say, sir," Ronald said with a smile, "if Prince Charles succeeds in his present enterprise, and regains his throne, you will get him to exert his influence to obtain my father's release." The two gentlemen gave an exclamation of astonishment. "How do you know of any enterprise that is meditated?" "I was told of it as a secret by a Scotch officer in Paris, and am the bearer of a message from him to the Duke of Athole to ask him to allow me to join the prince." "I am the duke," the other gentleman said. "Since it is you, sir, I may tell you that the officer I spoke of is Colonel Hume, and that he bade me show you this ring, which he said you would know, as a token that my story was a correct one." "Hume is my greatest friend!" the duke exclaimed, "and his introduction would be sufficient even if you had not already proved your devotion to the cause of the Stuarts. I will take you at once to the prince. But," he said, "before I do so, I must tell you that the enterprise upon which we are about to embark is a desperate one. The prince has but 5 companions with him, and we embark on board that little privateer lying in the stream. It is true that we shall be escorted by a man of war, which will convey the arms which Prince Charles has purchased for the enterprise, but not a man goes with us, and the prince is about to trust wholly to the loyalty of Scotland." "I shall be ready to accompany him in any case, sir," Ronald said, "and I beg to introduce you to a faithful friend of my father and myself. His name is Malcolm Anderson. He fought for the Chevalier in '15, and accompanied my father in his flight to France, and served under him in the French service. Upon the occasion of my father's arrest he carried me to Scotland, and has been my faithful friend ever since." So saying he called Malcolm up, and presented him to the duke, and the party then proceeded to the lodging where Prince Charles was staying. "I have the misfortune to be still ignorant of your name, sir," Ronald said to his acquaintance of Glasgow. "What!" the gentleman said in surprise. "You do not know my name, after doing so much for me? I thought, as a matter of course, that when you were captured for aiding my escape you would have heard it, hence my remissness in not introducing myself. I am Colonel Macdonald. When you met me I was engaged in a tour through the Highland clans, sounding the chiefs, and obtaining additions to the 7 who had signed a declaration in favour of the prince 3 years before. The English government had obtained through one of their spies about the person of the Chevalier news of my mission, and had sent a vigilant watch for me." "But is it possible that there can be spies among those near the Chevalier?" Ronald exclaimed in astonishment. "Ay, there are spies everywhere," Macdonald said bitterly. "All sorts of people come and go round the Chevalier and round Prince Charles. Every Scotch or Irish vagabond who has made his native country too hot to hold him come to them and pretend that they are martyrs to their loyalty to the Stuarts, and the worst of it is their story is believed. They flatter and fawn, they say just what they are wanted to say, and have no opinion of their own, and the consequence is that the Chevalier looks upon these fellows as his friends, and often turns his back upon Scottish gentlemen who have risked and lost all in his service, but who are too honest to flatter him or to descend to the arts of courtiers. Look at the men who are here with the prince now." "Macdonald, Macdonald!" the duke said warmly. "Well, well," the other broke off impatiently, "no doubt it is better to hold one's tongue, but it is monstrous, and that when there are a score, ay, 100 of Scotch gentlemen of family, many of them officers with a high knowledge of war, who would gladly have accompanied him at the first whisper of his intentions, the prince should be starting on such a venture as this with yourself only, Duke, as a representative of the Scottish nobles and chiefs, and 6 or 8 mongrels, Irish, English, and Scotch, the sort of men who haunt the pothouses of Flanders, and spend their time in telling what they have suffered in the Stuart cause to any who will pay for their liquor." "Not quite so bad as that, Macdonald," the duke said. "Still I admit that I could have wished that Prince Charles should have landed in Scotland surrounded by men with names known and honoured there, rather than by those he has selected to accompany him." "But you are going, are you not, sir?" Ronald asked Colonel Macdonald. "No, I do not accompany the prince, but I hope to follow shortly. As soon as the prince has sailed it is my mission to see all his friends and followers in France, and urge them to join him in Scotland, while we bring all the influence we have to bear upon Louis, to induce him to furnish arms and assistance for the expedition." Chapter 13. of Bonnie Prince Charlie, A Tale of Fontenoy and Culloden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. Chapter 13. Prince Charles. Upon arriving at the prince's lodgings, Macdonald remained without, the Duke of Atholl entering, accompanied only by Ronald. "The prince is in disguise," he said, "and but 1 or 2 of us visit him here in order that no suspicion may be incited among the people of the house that he is anything but what he appears to be, a young student of the Scotch college at Paris." They ascended the stairs to the upper story, and, on the marquis knocking, a door was opened. The duke entered, followed by Ronald. "Well, Duke, what's the news?" The question was answered by a young man, who was pacing restlessly up and down the room, of which he was, with the exception of his valet de chambre, an Italian named Mitchell, the person who had opened the door, the only occupant. "Ah! Whom have you here?" "Allow me to present your Royal Highness Lieutenant Leslie. He is the son of Leslie of Glenlyon, who fought by my side in your father's cause in '15, and has, like myself, been in exile ever since. This is the young gentleman who, 2 years since, saved Macdonald from arrest in Glasgow." "Ah, I remember the adventure," the prince said courteously, "and right gallant action it was. But how did you hear I was here, sir?" "I was told by my good friend and commanding officer, Colonel Hume of the 2nd Scottish Dragoons, your Royal Highness." "I revealed it to Hume before leaving Paris," the duke said, "he being a great friend of mine, and as staunch as steel, and I knew that he could be trusted to keep a secret." "It seems that in the last particular you were wrong," the prince remarked with a slight smile. "Colonel Hume only revealed it to me, sir," Ronald said, anxious to save his friend from the suspicion of having betrayed a secret confided to him, "for very special reasons. I had the misfortune to kill in a duel the Duke of Châteaurouge, and as we fought just outside the park of Versailles, and the duke was a favourite of the king's, I had to ride for it. Then Colonel Hume, knowing my devotion to the cause of your highness, whispered to me the secret of your intention, and gave me a message to his friend the Duke of Atholl." "Do you say that you have killed the Duke of Châteaurouge in a duel?" the duke exclaimed in astonishment. "Why, he has the reputation of being one of the best swordsmen in France, and has a most evil name as a dangerous and unscrupulous man. I met him constantly at court, and his arrogance and haughtiness were well nigh insufferable. And you have killed him!" "I knew him well too," the prince said, "and his reputation. We do not doubt what you say, young gentleman," he added quickly, seeing a flush mount into Ronald's face, "but in truth it seems strange that such should have been the case." "Colonel Hume did me the honour to be my second," Ronald said quietly, and the Marquis de Valecourt was second to the Duke. Some other officers of the Scottish regiment were present, as were two other French noblemen, De Lisle and Saint Aignan. "We doubt you not, sir," the Duke said warmly. "You will understand that it cannot but seem strange that you at your age, for it seems to me that you cannot be more than 19, should have been able to stand for a moment against one of the best swordsmen in France, to say nothing of having slain him." "Colonel Hume would scarcely have consented to act as my second had he thought that the contest was a wholly unequal one," Ronald said with a slight smile. "Indeed, I may say that he regarded it as almost certain that I should have the best of the fray." "Why, you must be a very paladin," the prince said admiringly; "but sit down and tell us all about it. Upon my word, I am so sick of being cooped up for 4 days in this wretched den that I regard your coming as a godsend. Now tell me how it was that the Duc de Chateaurouge condescended to quarrel with a young officer in the Scottish horse." "It was a family quarrel, sir, which I had inherited from my father." "Yes, yes, I remember now," the Duke of Athole broke in. "It is an old story now, but I heard all about it at the time, and did what I could, as did all Leslie's friends, to set the matter right, but in vain. Leslie of Glenlyon, Prince, was colonel of the Scottish Dragoons, and as gallant and dashing a soldier as ever was in the service of the King of France, and as good looking a one too. And the result was the daughter of the Marquis de Recambours, one of the richest heiresses in France, whom her father and the king destined as the bride of this Duke of Chateaurouge, who was then quite a young man, fell in love with Leslie, and a secret marriage took place between them. For 3 years no one suspected it, but the young lady's obstinacy in refusing to obey her father's orders caused her to be shut up in a convent. Somehow the truth came out. Leslie was arrested and thrown into the Bastille, and he has never been heard of since. What became of the child which was said to have been born no one ever heard, but it was generally supposed that it had been put out of the way. We in vain endeavoured to soften the king's anger at Leslie, but the influence of Recambours and Chateaurouge was too great for us. Hume told me some time since that Leslie's son had been carried off to Scotland by one of his troopers, and had returned and was riding as a gentleman volunteer in his regiment, but we have had no further talk on the subject." "You will be glad to hear, sir," Ronald said, "that my father and mother have within the last few weeks been released, and are now living on a small estate of my mother's in the south. They were ordered to retire there by the king." "I am glad indeed," the duke said cordially. "And how is your father?" "He is sadly crippled by rheumatism, and can scarce walk," Ronald said, "and I fear that his health is altogether shaken with what he had to go through." "How did you obtain their release, Leslie?" the prince asked. "Marshal Saxe obtained it for me," Ronald answered. "Colonel Hume first introduced me to him, and as he too had known my father, he promised that should he obtain a victory he would ask as a boon from the king the release of my father, and he did so after Fontenoy, where the Marquis de Recambours was killed, and the king thereby freed from his influence. The Duke of Chateaurouge, whose hostility against my father had always been bitter, was doubtless greatly irritated at his release, and took the first opportunity, on meeting me, of grossly insulting me. On my replying in terms in accordance with the insult, he drew, and would have fought me on the palace grounds, had not Colonel Hume and his friends interfered. Then we adjourned outside the park. The duke doubtless thought that he would kill me without difficulty, and so rushed in so carelessly that at the very first thrust I ran him through." "And served him right," the prince said heartily. "Now, since both your father's enemies are gone, it may be hoped that his troubles are over, and that your mother will recover the estates to which she is entitled. And now, Duke, what is your news? When are we going to sail?" "The Doutelle is already by this time on her way down the river, and it is proposed that we shall start this evening and board her there. The stores and arms are all safely on board the Elizabeth, and she is lying off Belle Isle. So far as Mr. Walsh has heard, no suspicion has been excited as to their purpose or destination, so that we may hope in 24 hours to be fairly on board." "That is the best news I have heard for months," the prince said. "Thank goodness the time for action is at last at hand." "I have, I trust, your Royal Highness' permission to accompany you," Ronald said, "together with my follower Anderson. He is the trooper who carried me over to Scotland as a child, and has been my faithful friend ever since." "Certainly, Leslie. I shall be glad indeed to have a member of a family who have proved so faithful to my father's cause with me, in the adventure upon which I am embarking." Ronald, with a few words of thanks, bowed and took his leave, after receiving instructions from the duke to start shortly and to ride down the river towards Lorient. "You can halt for a few hours on the road, and then ride on again. We shall overtake you before you reach the port. We shall all leave singly or in pairs, to avoid attracting any attention." Ronald left, delighted with the kindness of the prince's manner. Prince Charles was indeed possessed of all the attributes which win men's hearts and devotion. In figure he was tall and well formed, and endowed both with strength and activity. He excelled in all manly exercises, and was an excellent walker, having applied himself ardently to field sports during his residence in Italy. He was strikingly handsome, his face was of a perfect oval, his features high and noble. His complexion was fair, his eyes light blue, and, contrary to the custom of the time, when wigs were almost universally worn, he allowed his hair to fall in long ringlets on his neck. His manner was graceful, and, although he always bore himself with a sort of royal dignity, he had the peculiar talent of pleasing and attracting all with whom he came in contact, and had the art of adapting his conversation to the taste or station of those whom he addressed. His education had been entrusted to Sir Thomas Sheridan, an Irish Roman Catholic, who had grossly neglected his duties, and who indeed has been more than suspected of acting as an agent in the pay of the British government. The weakness in the prince's character was that he was a bad judge of men, and inclined on all occasions to take the advice of designing knaves who flattered and paid deference to him, rather than that of the Scottish nobles who were risking their lives for his cause, but who at times gave their advice with a bluntness and warmth which were displeasing to him. It was this weakness which brought an enterprise, which at one time had the fairest prospect of success, to destruction and ruin. On leaving the house Ronald was joined by Malcolm, and half an hour later they mounted their horses and rode for the mouth of the Loire. The whole party arrived on the following day at Saint Nazaire, embarking separately on board the Doutelle, where Prince Charles, who had come down from Nantes in a fishing boat, was received by Mr. Walsh, the owner of the vessel. Ronald now saw gathered together the various persons who were to accompany Prince Charles on this adventurous expedition. These were Sheridan, the former tutor of the prince, Kelly, a non-juring clergyman, and Sullivan, both, like Sheridan, Irishmen, Strickland, a personage so unimportant that while some writers call him an Englishman, others assert that he was Irish, Annius MacDonald, a Scotchman, Sir John Macdonald, an officer in the Spanish service, the prince's valet, Mitchell, and the Duke of Atholl, or, as he is more generally called, the Marquis of Tullibardine, the last named being the only man of high standing or reputation. Never did a prince start to fight for a kingdom with such a following. The Doutelle weighed anchor as soon as the last of the party arrived on deck, and under easy sail proceeded to Belle Isle. Here she lay for some days awaiting the arrival of the Elizabeth. Mr. Rutledge, a merchant at Nantes, had obtained an order from the French court that this man of war should proceed to cruise on the coast of Scotland, and had then arranged with the captain of the ship to take on board the arms that had been purchased by the prince, with the proceeds of the sale of some of the family jewels. These consisted of 1,500 muskets, 1,800 broadswords, 20 small field pieces, and some ammunition. The captain had also agreed that the Doutelle, which only mounted 18 small guns, should sail in company with the Elizabeth to Scotland. As soon as the Elizabeth was seen, the Doutelle spread her sails, and, keeping a short distance from each other, the two vessels sailed north. So great was the necessity for prudence that the prince still maintained his disguise as a Scottish student, and, with the exception of Mr. Walsh, none of the officers and crew of the Doutelle were acquainted with his real rank, and the various members of his party treated him and each other as strangers. 4 days after leaving Belle Isle, a British man of war of 58 guns hove in sight, and crowding on all sail, rapidly came up. The Elizabeth at once prepared to engage her, signalling to the Doutelle to do the same. The prince urged Mr. Walsh to aid the Elizabeth, but the latter steadily refused. He had undertaken, he said, to carry the prince to Scotland, and would do nothing to endanger the success of the enterprise. The two vessels were well matched, and he would not allow the Doutelle to engage in the affair. The prince continued to urge the point until at last Mr. Walsh said that unless he abstained from interference he should be forced to order him below. The Doutelle, therefore, stood aloof from the engagement, which lasted 5 or 6 hours, and sailed quietly on her course, in order to be beyond the risk of capture should the English ship prove victorious. Neither of the vessels, however, obtained any decided advantage. Both were so crippled in the encounter that the Elizabeth returned to France, the Lion to Plymouth to refit. Thus the small supply of arms and artillery, which the prince had with such great trouble got together, was lost. "Well, Ronald," Malcolm said that evening, as they leant over the taffrail together, "I do think that such a mad-headed expedition as this was never undertaken. An exiled prince, an outlawed duke, 6 adventurers, a valet, and our 2 selves. One could laugh, if one was not almost ready to cry, at the folly of invading a country like England in such a fashion." "That is only one way of looking at it, Malcolm. We are not an army of invasion. The prince is simply travelling with a few personal followers to put himself at the head of an army. The affair depends not upon us, but upon the country. If the clans turn out to support him as they did in '15, he will soon be at the head of some 20,000 men. Not enough, I grant you, to conquer England, but enough for a nucleus round which the Lowland and English Jacobites can gather." "Yes, it depends upon the ifs, Ronald. If all the Highland clans join, and if there are sufficient Jacobites, the Lowlands and England to make a large army, we may do. I have some hopes of the clans, but after what we saw of the apathy of the English Jacobites in '15, I have no shadow of faith in them. However, I fought for the Chevalier in '15, and I am ready to fight for Prince Charles now, as long as there is any fighting to be done, and when that is over I shall be as ready to make for France as I was before." Ronald laughed. "You are certainly not enthusiastic about it, Malcolm." "When one gets to my age, Ronald, common sense takes the place of enthusiasm, and I have seen enough of wars to know that for business a well appointed and well disciplined army is required. If Prince Charles does get what you call an army, but which I should call an armed mob, together there will be the same dissensions, the same bickerings, the same want of a plan that there was before, and unless something like a miracle happens, it will end as the last did at Preston, in defeat and ruin. However, lad, here we are, and we will go through with it to the end. By the time we get back to France we must hope that King Louis will have got over the killing of his favourite. However, I tell you frankly that my hope is that when the Highland chiefs see that the prince has come without arms, without men, and without even promises of support by France, they will refuse to risk liberty and life, and to bring ruin upon their people by joining in such a mad-brained adventure." "I hope not, Malcolm," Ronald said, as he looked at the prince, as he was pacing up and down the deck with the Duke of Atholl, talking rapidly, his face flushed with enthusiasm, his clustering hair blown backward by the wind. "He is a noble young prince. He is fighting for his own. He has justice and right on his side, and God grant that he may succeed." "Amen to that, Ronald, with all my heart. But so far as my experience goes, Strength and discipline and generalship and resources go a great deal further than right in deciding the issue of a war." 2 days later another English man of war came in sight and gave chase to the Doutelle, but the latter was a fast sailer and soon left her pursuer behind, and without further adventure arrived among the Western Isles, and dropped anchor near the little island of Erisca, between Barra and South Uist. As they approached the island, an eagle sailed out from the rocky shore and hovered over the vessel, and the Duke of Atholl pointed it out as a favourable augury to the prince. Charles and his companions landed at Erisca and passed the night on shore. They found on inquiry that this cluster of islands belonged to Macdonald of Clan Ranald, a young chief who was known to be attached to the Jacobite cause. He was at present absent on the mainland, but his uncle and principal adviser, Macdonald of Boydale, was in South Uist. The prince set off one of his followers in a boat to summon him, and he came aboard the Doutelle the next morning, but when he heard from the prince that he had come alone and unattended, he refused to have anything to do with the enterprise, which he asserted was rash to the point of insanity, and would bring ruin and destruction on all who took part in it. The prince employed all his efforts to persuade the old chief, but in vain, and the latter returned to his isle in a boat, while the Doutelle pursued her voyage to the mainland, and entered the bay of Loch Nanua, in Inverness shire, and immediately sent a messenger to Clan Ranald, who came on board shortly with Macdonald of Kinloch Moidart, and several other Macdonalds. They received the prince with the greatest respect, but, like Macdonald of Boydale, the two chiefs refused to take up arms in an enterprise which they believed to be absolutely hopeless. In vain Prince Charles argued and implored. The two chiefs remained firm until the prince suddenly turned to a younger brother of Moidart, who stood listening to the conversation, and with his fingers clutching the hilt of his broadsword as he heard the young prince, whom he regarded as his future king, in vain imploring the assistance of his brother and kinsmen. "Will you at least not assist me?" the prince exclaimed. "I will, I will!" Ranald Macdonald exclaimed. "Though no other man in the Highlands shall draw a sword, I am ready to die for you." The enthusiasm of the young man was catching, and throwing to the winds their own convictions and forebodings, the two Macdonalds declared that they also would join, and use every exertion to engage their countrymen. The clansmen who had come on board the ship, without knowing the object of the visit, were now told who the prince was, and they expressed their readiness to follow to the death. 2 or 3 days later, on the 25th of July, Prince Charles landed, and was conducted to Borrowdale, a farmhouse belonging to Clan Ranald. Charles at once sent off letters to the Highland chiefs, whom he knew to be favourable to the Stuart cause. Among these the principal were Cameron of Locheil, Sir Alexander Macdonald, and Macleod. Locheil immediately obeyed the summons, but being convinced of the madness of the enterprise, he came not to join the prince, but to dissuade him from embarking in it. On his way he called upon his brother, Cameron of Fassifern, who agreed with his opinion as to the hopelessness of success, and urged him to write to the prince instead of going to see him. "I know you better than you do yourself," he said. "If the prince once sets eyes upon you, he will make you do whatever he pleases." Locheil, however, persisted in going, convinced that the prince would, on his representation, abandon the design. For a long time he stood firm, until the prince exclaimed, "I am resolved to put all to the hazard. In a few days I will erect the royal standard, and proclaim to the people of Britain that Charles Stuart is come over to claim the crown of his ancestors, or perish in the attempt. Locheil, who my father has often told me was our firmest friend, may stay at home and learn from the newspapers the fate of his prince." Locheil's resolution melted at once at these words, and he said, "Not so. I will share the fate of my prince, whatsoever it be, and so shall every man over whom nature or fortune hath given me power." The conversion of Locheil was the turning point of the enterprise. Upon the news of the prince's landing spreading, Most of the other chiefs had agreed that if Locheil stood aloof they would not move, and had he remained firm not a man would have joined the prince's standard, and he would have been forced to abandon the enterprise. Sir Alexander Macdonald and Macleod, instead of going to see the prince, had gone off together, on the receipt of his letter, to the Isle of Skye, so as to avoid an interview. Clanranald was despatched by Prince Charles to see them, but they declined to join, urging with the truth that the promises which they had given to join in a rising were contingent upon the prince arriving at the head of a strong French force with arms and supplies. They therefore refused at present to move. Others, however, were not so cautious. Fired by the example of Locheil, and by their own traditions of loyalty to the Stuarts' cause, many of the lesser chiefs at once summoned their followers to the field. With the majority the absence of French troops had the exactly opposite effect that it had had with Sir Alexander Macdonald and Macleod. Had the prince landed with a French army, they might have stood aloof and suffered him to fight out his quarrel unaided. But his arrival alone and unattended, trusting solely and wholly to the loyalty of the Scottish people, made an irresistible appeal to their generous feelings, and although there were probably but few who did not foresee that failure, ruin, and death would be the result of the enterprise, they embarked in the cause with as much ardour as if their success had been certain. From Borrowdale, after disembarking the scanty treasure of 4,000 louis d'or which he had brought with him and a few stands of arms from the Doutelle, Charles proceeded by water to Kinloch Moidart. Mr. Walsh sailed in the Doutelle, after receiving the prince's warmest thanks, and a letter to his father in Rome begging him to grant Mr. Walsh an Irish earldom as a reward for the services he had rendered, and a recommendation which was complied with. The chiefs soon began to assemble at Moidart, and the house became the centre of a picturesque gathering. Ronald had now put aside the remembrance of Malcolm's forebodings, and entered heart and soul into the enterprise. He had in Glasgow frequently seen Highlanders in their native dress, but he had not before witnessed any large gathering, and he was delighted with the aspect of the sturdy mountaineers in their picturesque garb. The prince had at once laid aside the attire in which he had landed, and had assumed Highland costume, and by the charm and geniality of his manner he completely won the hearts of all who came in contact with him. Among those who joined him at Moidart was Murray of Broughton, a man who was destined to exercise as destructive an influence on the prince's fortune as had Mr. Forster over that of his father. Murray had hurried from his seat in the south, having first had a large number of manifestoes for future distribution printed. He was at once appointed by Charles his Secretary of State. While the gathering at Moidart was daily growing, the English remained in ignorance of the storm which was preparing. It was not until the 30th of July that the fact that the prince had sailed from Nantes was known in London, and as late as the 8th of August, nearly 3 weeks after Charles first appeared on the coast, the fact of his landing was unknown to the authorities in Edinburgh. On the 16th of August the English governor at Fort Augustus, alarmed at the vague reports which reached him, and the sudden news that bodies of armed Highlanders were hurrying west, sent a detachment of 2 companies under Captain Scott to reinforce the advanced post of Fort William. After marching 20 miles the troops entered the narrow ravine of Speen Bridge, when they were suddenly attacked by a party of Keppoch's clansmen, who were on their way to join the prince when they saw the English troops on their march. They were joined by some of Locheil's clansmen, and so heavy a fire was kept up from the heights that the English, after having 5 or 6 men killed and many more wounded, among them their commanding officer, were forced to lay down their arms. They were treated with great humanity by their captors, and the wounded were well cared for. The news of this success reached the prince on the day before that fixed for the raising of his standard, the 19th of August, and added to the enthusiasm which prevailed among the little force gathered in Glenfinnan, where the ceremony took place. The glen lay about halfway between Borrowdale and Fort William, both being about 15 miles distant. The gathering consisted principally of the Camerons of Locheil, some 600 strong, and they brought with them 2 English companies captured on the 16th, disarmed and prisoners. The Duke of Atholl performed the ceremony of unfurling the banner. He was the heir to the dukedom of Atholl, but had been exiled for taking part in the rising of '15, and the dukedom bestowed by the English government upon his brother. Thus among the English he was still spoken of as the Marquis of Tullibardine, while at the French court and among the followers of the Stuarts he was regarded as the rightful Duke of Atholl. The unfurling of the standard was greeted with loud shouts, and the clansmen threw their bonnets high in the air. The Duke then read the manifesto of the Chevalier, and the commission of regency granted by him to Prince Charles. After this the prince himself made an inspiring speech, and declared that at the head of his faithful Highlanders he was resolved to conquer or to perish. Among the spectators of the ceremony was Captain Sweetenham, an English officer taken prisoner a few days before, while on his way to assume the command of Fort William. He had been treated with great courtesy and kindness by the prince, who, after the ceremony, dismissed him with the word, "You may now return to your general. Tell him what you have seen, and add that I am about to give him battle." Soon after the conclusion of the ceremony, Keppoch marched in with 300 of his clan, and some smaller parties also arrived. The next morning the force marched to Locheil's house at Auchnacarry, where the prince was joined by the Macdonalds of Glencoe, 150 strong, 200 Stuarts of Appin under their chief, and by the younger Glengarry with 200 more, so that the force had now swelled to 1,600 men. "We begin to look like an army," Ronald said to Malcolm. "Well, yes," the latter replied dryly. "We are rather stronger than one regiment, and not quite so strong as 2. Still, if things go on like this, we shall ere very long have mounted up to the strength of a brigade; but even a brigade, Ronald, does not go very far towards the conquest of a kingdom, especially when only about 1 man in 3 has got a musket, and so far there are neither cavalry nor artillery. Still, you know, these things may come." Ronald laughed gaily at his companion's want of faith. He himself had now caught the enthusiasm which pervaded all around. It was true that as yet the prince's adherents were but a handful, but it was not to be expected that an army would spring from the ground. Promises of assistance had come from all quarters, and if the army was a small one the English army in Scotland was but little larger, and if a first success could be achieved all Scotland might be expected to rise, and the news would surely influence the Jacobites of England to declare for the prince. Sir John Cope, the English officer commanding the English forces in Scotland, at the first rumour of troubles, had ordered his troops to assemble at Stirling. He had with him 2 regiments of dragoons, Gardiners and Hamiltons, both young regiments, and the whole force at his disposal, exclusive of troops in garrison, did not exceed 3,000 men. With these he proposed to march at once to the west, and crush the rebellion before it gained strength. The English government approved of his proposal, and sent him a proclamation offering a reward of £30,000 to any person who should seize and secure the pretended Prince of Wales. On the day of the raising of the standard, Cope set out from Edinburgh for Stirling, and the next day commenced his march at the head of 1,500 infantry, leaving the dragoons behind him, as these could be but of little service among the mountains, where they would have found it next to impossible to obtain forage for their horses. He took with him a large quantity of baggage, a drove of black cattle for food, and 1,000 stand of arms to distribute among the volunteers whom he expected would join him. As, however, none of these came in, he sent back 700 muskets to Crieff. The first object of the march was Fort Augustus, which he intended to make his central post. As he advanced he was met by Captain Sweetenham, who informed him of the raising of the standard and the gathering he had witnessed. As, however, only Locheil's clansmen had arrived before Sweetenham left, Cope considered his force ample for the purpose, and continued his march. In order to reach Fort Augustus, however, he had to pass over Corry Arrack, a lofty and precipitous mountain, which was ascended by a military road with 15 zigzags, known to the country as the Devil's Staircase. Prince Charles, who had received early news of the advance from Stirling, had recognized the importance of the position, and having burned and destroyed all baggage that would impede his progress, made a forced march and reached Cherrick on the 27th, before Sir John Cope had commenced his ascent. As Sir John saw that the formidable position was in the hands of the enemy, he felt that it would be in vain to endeavour to force it. Each zigzag would have to be carried in turn, and the enterprise would be a desperate one. Success would be of no great advantage, as the Highlanders, lightly clad and active, would make off and defy pursuit. Defeat would be disastrous. He, therefore, called a council of war and asked his officers to decide whether it would be best to remain at Dalwhinnie, at the foot of the mountain, to return to Stirling, or to march to Inverness, where they would be joined by the well-affected clans. He himself strongly urged the last course, believing that the prince would not venture to descend into the Lowlands while he remained in his rear. The council of war adopted his opinion. No officer advocated remaining inactive at Dalwhinnie. One only supported the alternative of retreat to Stirling. The rest agreed upon an advance to Inverness. When it was found that Cope's army had moved away without fighting, the exultation of the Highlanders was great. Most of the chiefs wished to follow at once and give battle, urging that it would be hazardous to advance south, and leave the enemy to cut off their retreat, but the prince himself saw the supreme importance of a descent into the Lowlands, and that plan of action was decided upon. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Bonnie Prince Charlie, A Tale of Fontenoy and Culloden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. Bonnie Prince Charlie, A Tale of Fontenoy and Culloden by Henty. Chapter 14. Prestonpans. Advancing in high spirits through the mountains of Badenoch, Prince Charles with his army came down into the Vale of Atholl, and visited, with Tullibardine, the castle of Blair Atholl, the noble property of which the Marquis had so long been deprived, owing to his constancy to the cause of the Stuarts, but which would again be his own were this great enterprise successful. From Blair Atholl the little army moved on to Perth. Here they were joined by powerful friends, of whom the principal were the young Duke of Perth, Lord Nairn, and Lord George Murray, the younger brother of the Marquis of Tullibardine. Lord George Murray was but 10 years of age when the events of 1715 had taken place, but 4 years later he came over with the Marquis with a handful of Spaniards and was wounded at the battle of Glenshiels. The influence of the family obtained his pardon on the plea of his extreme youth, but he remained at heart a Jacobite, and, going to the Continent, entered the service of Sardinia, the portion of the possessions of the Duke of Savoy. For many years he served abroad, and acquired a considerable reputation as an excellent officer and a most gallant soldier. He had indeed a natural genius for military operations, and had he not been thwarted at every turn by the jealousy of Murray of Broughton, it is by no means improbable that he would have brought the enterprise to a successful termination, and seated the Stuarts upon the throne of England. The accession of such an offer was the highest value to the prince. Hitherto the army had consisted merely of wild clansmen, full of valour and devotion, but wholly undisciplined, while among those who accompanied him, or who had joined him in Scotland, there was not a single officer of any experience in war or any military capacity whatever. Lord George Murray and the Duke of Perth were at once named generals in the prince's army, but the command in reality remained entirely in the hands of Murray, for Lord Perth, though an estimable young nobleman, possessed of considerable ability, had no military experience and was of a quiet and retiring disposition. Lord George Murray at once set about raising the tenantry of his brother the Hanoverian Duke of Atholl, who was absent in England, and as these had always remained attached to the Stuart cause, and still regarded the Marquis of Tullibardine as their rightful head, they willingly took up arms upon Lord George Murray's bidding. Lord George decided at once that it would be useless to attempt to drill the Highlanders into regular soldiers, but that they must be allowed to use their national style of fighting, and trust to their desperate charge with broadsword and target to break the enemy's ranks. Unfortunately, dissensions commenced among the leaders from the very first. Secretary Murray, who desired to be all-powerful with the prince, saw that he should not succeed in gaining any influence over so firm and energetic a character as Lord George Murray, while it would be easy for him to sway the young Duke of Perth, and he was not long in poisoning the ear of the latter against his companion in arms by representing to him that Lord George treated him as a mere cipher, although of equal rank in the army. The secretary's purpose was even more easily carried out with Prince Charles. The latter was no judge of character, and fell readily under the influence of the wily and unscrupulous Murray, who flattered his weaknesses and assumed an air of deference to his opinions. Lord George Murray, on the other hand, was but too prone to give offence. He was haughty and overbearing in manner, expressed his opinions with a directness and bluntness which were very displeasing to the prince, and, conscious of his own military genius and experience, put aside with open contempt the suggestions of those who were in truth ignorant of military matters. Loyal, straightforward, and upright, he scorned to descend to the arts of the courtier, and while devoting his whole time to his military work, suffered his enemies to obtain the entire command of the ear of the prince. Ronald was introduced to him as soon as he joined at Perth, and finding that young Leslie had some military experience, Lord George at once appointed him as one of his aides de camp, and soon took a warm liking to the active and energetic young officer, whose whole soul was in his work, and who cared nothing for the courtly gatherings around the person of the prince. Malcolm rode as Ronald's orderly, and during the few days of their stay in Perth, Ronald was at work from morning till night, riding through the country with messages from Lord George, and in the intervals of such duty in trying to inculcate some idea of discipline into the wild Highland levies. At this time Charles was using all his efforts to persuade Lord Lovat, one of the most powerful of the northern noblemen, to join him, offering him patent as Duke of Fraser and the Lord Lieutenancy of the northern countries. Lovat, however, an utterly unscrupulous man, refused openly to join, although he sent repeatedly assurances of his devotion. Throughout the struggle he continued to act a double part, trying to keep friends with both parties, but declaring for the prince at the moment when his fortunes were at their highest. The result was that, while he afforded the prince but little real assistance, his conduct cost him his head. Sir John Cope, finding that his march to Inverness had failed to draw the prince after him, and had left the Lowlands and the capital open to the insurgents, directed his march to Aberdeen, and sent the Edinburgh for transports to bring down his army to cover that city. But Prince Charles determined to forestall him, and on the 11th of September commenced his march south. The age and infirmities of the Marquis of Tullibardine prevented his accompanying Prince Charles during active operations. It was impossible for the army to march direct against Edinburgh, as the magistrates of that town had taken the precaution to withdraw every ship and boat from the northern side of the Forth, and the prince was consequently obliged to make a detour, and to cross the river at the fords 8 miles above Stirling, and then marching rapidly towards Edinburgh, arrived on the evening of the 16th within 3 miles of that town. So long as the coming of the prince was doubtful, the citizens of Edinburgh had declared their willingness to defend the town to the last. Volunteer regiments had been formed and guns placed on the walls, but when the volunteers were ordered to march out with Hamilton's regiment of dragoons to oppose the advance of the insurgents, the men quitted their ranks and stole away to their houses, leaving the dragoons to march out alone. The latter, however, showed no greater courage than that of their citizen allies, when on the following day they came in contact with a party of mounted gentlemen from the prince's army, who fired their pistols at their pickets. These rode off in haste. Their panic was communicated to the main body, whose officers in vain endeavoured to check them, and the whole regiment galloped away in wild confusion, and passing close under the walls of Edinburgh, continued their flight, without halting, to Preston. There they halted for the night, but one of the troopers happening in the dark to fall into a disused well, his shouts for assistance caused an alarm that they were attacked, and mounting their horses the regiment continued their flight to Dunbar, where they joined General Cope's army, which had just landed there. This disgraceful panic added to the terror of the citizens of Edinburgh, and when late in the afternoon a summons to surrender came from Prince Charles, the council could arrive at no decision, but sent a deputation to the prince asking for delay, hoping thereby that Cope's army would arrive in time to save them. But the prince was also well aware of the importance of time, and that night he sent forward Lochiel with 500 Camerons to lie in ambush near the Netherbow Gate. They took with them a barrel of powder to blow it in if necessary, but in the morning the gate was opened to admit a carriage, and the Highlanders at once rushed in and overpowered the guard, and sending parties through the streets they secured these also without disturbance or bloodshed, and when the citizens awoke in the morning they found, to their surprise, that Prince Charles was master of the city. The Jacobite portion of the population turned out with delight to greet the prince, while the rest thought it politic to imitate their enthusiasm. The Highlanders behaved with perfect order and discipline, and although the town had, as it were, been taken by storm, no single article of property was touched. An hour later Prince Charles, at the head of his troops, entered the royal palace of Holyrood, being met by a crowd of enthusiastic supporters from the city, who received him with royal shouts and tears of joy. In the evening a grand ball was held in the palace, in spite of the fact that it was within range of the guns of Edinburgh Castle, which still held out. But one day was spent in Edinburgh. This was occupied in serving about 1,000 muskets found in the magazines to the Highlanders, and in obtaining tents, shoes, and cooking vessels, which the town was ordered to supply. They were joined during the day by many gentlemen, and on the night of the 19th the army, 2,500 strong, of whom only 50 were mounted, moved out to the village of Dettingen. There the prince that evening called a council of war, and proposed to march next morning to meet the enemy halfway, and declared that he would himself lead his troops and charge in the first ranks. The chiefs, however, exclaimed against this, urging that if any accident happened to him ruin must fall upon the whole, whether they gained or lost the battle, and upon the prince persisting they declared that they would return home and make the best terms they could for themselves. He was therefore obliged to give way, declaring, however, that he would lead the second line. The next morning the army commenced its march. They had with them only one cannon, so old that it was quite useless, and it was only taken forward as an encouragement to the Highlanders, who had the greatest respect for artillery. Sir John Cope, who had received intelligence of all that had happened at Edinburgh, had also moved forward on the 19th, and on the 20th the two armies came in sight of each other. The Highlanders, after passing the bridge of Musselburgh, left the road, and, turning to the right, took up their position on the brow of Carberry Hill, and there awaited the attack. The English forces were marching forward with high spirit, and believed that the Highlanders would not even wait their assault. Cope had with him 2,200 men, including 600 runaway dragoons. The numbers, therefore, were nearly equal, but as the English were well armed, disciplined, and equipped, while only about half the Highlanders had muskets, and as they had, moreover, 6 pieces of artillery against the one unserviceable gun of Prince Charles, they had every reason to consider the victory to be certain. On seeing the Highland array, Cope drew up his troops in order of battle, his infantry in the centre, with a regiment of dragoons and 3 pieces of artillery on each flank. His right was covered by a park wall and by the village of Preston. On his left stood Seaton House, and in his rear lay the sea, with the villages of Prestonpans and Cockenzie. Their front was covered by a deep and difficult morass. It was now about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the Highlanders, seeing that the English did not advance against them, clamoured to be led to the attack. Prince Charles was himself eager to fight, but his generals persuaded him to abstain from attacking the English in such a formidable position. The Highlanders, however, fearing that the English would again avoid a battle, were not satisfied until Lord Nairn, with 500 men, was detached to the westward to prevent the English from marching off towards Edinburgh. During the night the two armies lay upon the ground. Cope retired to sleep at Cockenzie, the prince lay down in the middle of his soldiers. Before doing so, however, he held a council, and determined to attack next morning, in spite of the difficulty of the morass. But in the course of the night Anderson of Whitburg, a gentleman well acquainted with the country, bethought himself of a path from the height towards their right from the farm of Rugan Head, which in a great measure avoided the morass. This important fact he imparted to Lord George Murray, who at once awoke the prince. Lochiel and some other chiefs were sent for, and it was determined to undertake the enterprise at once. An aide-de-camp was sent to recall Lord Nairn and his detachment, and under the guidance of Anderson and the troops made their way across the morass. This was not, however, accomplished without great difficulty, as in some places they sank knee deep. The march was unopposed, and covered by the darkness they made their way across to firm ground just as the day was breaking dull and foggy. As they did so, however, the dragoon outposts heard the sound of their march, and firing their pistols galloped off to give the alarm. Sir John Cope lost no time in facing his troops about, and forming them in order of battle. He was undisturbed while doing so, for the Highlanders were similarly occupied. As the sun rose the mist cleared away, and the two armies stood face to face. The Macdonalds had been granted the post of honour on the Highland right, the line being completed by the Camerons and Stuarts, Prince Charles with the second line being close behind. The Highlanders uncovered their heads, uttered a short prayer, and then, as the pipers blew the signal, they rushed forward, each clan in a separate mass, and raising their war cry, the Camerons and Stuarts rushed straight at the cannon on the left. These guns were served, not by royal artillerymen, but by some seamen brought by Cope from the fleet. They, panic-struck by the wild rush of the Highlanders, deserted their guns and fled in all directions. Colonel Gardiner called upon his dragoons to follow them, and with his officers led them to the charge. But the Stuarts and Camerons, pouring in a volley from their muskets, charged them with their broadswords, and the dragoons, panic-stricken, turned their horses and galloped off. The Macdonalds on the right had similarly captured 3 guns, and charging with similar fury upon Hamilton's regiment of dragoons, drove them off the field. Macgregor's company, who, for want of other weapons, were armed with scythes, doing terrible execution among the horses and their riders. The English infantry, deserted by their cavalry and with their guns lost, still stood firm, and poured a heavy fire into the Highlanders, but these, as soon as they had defeated the cavalry, faced round and charged with fury upon both flanks of the infantry. Their onslaught was irresistible. The heavy masses of the clans broke right through the long line of the English infantry, and drove the latter backward in utter confusion. But the retreat was impeded by the enclosure and park wall of Preston, and the Highlanders pressing on, the greater portion of the English infantry were killed or taken prisoners. 170 of the infantry alone succeeded in making their escape. 400 were killed and the rest captured. Colonel Gardiner and many of his officers were killed fighting bravely, but the loss of the dragoons was small. Only 30 of the Highlanders were killed and 70 wounded. The battle lasted but 6 minutes, and the moment it had terminated, Prince Charles exerted himself to the utmost to obtain mercy for the vanquished. He treated the prisoners with the greatest kindness and consideration, and the wounded were relieved without any distinction of friend or foe. The dragoons fled to Edinburgh and dashed up the hill to the castle, but the governor refused to admit them, and threatened to open his guns upon them as cowards who had deserted their colours. Later on in the day the greater portion were rallied by Sir John Cope and the Earls of Loudon and Home, but, being seized with a fresh panic, they galloped on again at full speed as far as Coldstream, and the next morning continued their flight in a state of disgraceful disorder as far as Berwick. The contents of the treasure chest, consisting of 2,500 pounds, with the standards and other trophies, were brought to Prince Charles. The rest of the spoil was divided among the Highlanders, of whom a great number immediately set off towards their homes, to place the articles they had gathered in safety. So greatly was the Highland army weakened by the number of men who thus left the ranks, that the prince was unable to carry out his wish for an instant advance into England. His advisers, indeed, were opposed to this measure, urging that in a short time his force would be swelled by thousands from all parts of Scotland, but unquestionably his own view was the correct one, and had he marched south, he would probably have met with no resistance whatever on his march to London. There were but few troops in England. A requisition had been sent to the Dutch by King George for the 6,000 auxiliaries they were bound to furnish, and a resolution was taken to recall 10 English regiments home from Flanders. Marshal Wade was directed to collect as many troops as he could at Newcastle, and the militia of several counties was called out, but the people in no degree responded to the efforts of the government. They looked on coldly, not indeed apparently favouring the rebellion, but as little disposed to take part against it. The state of public feeling was described at the time by a member of the administration, Henry Fox, in a private letter. "England, Wade says, and I believe, is for the first comer, and if you can tell me whether these 6,000 Dutch and the 10 battalions of England, or 5,000 French or Spaniards, will be here first, you know of our fate. The French are not come, God be thanked, but had 5,000 landed in any part of this island a week ago, I verily believe the entire conquest would not have cost a battle." The prince indeed was doing his best to obtain assistance from France, conscious of how much his final success depended upon French succour. King Louis for a time appeared favourable. The prince's brother, Henry of York, had arrived from Rome, and the king proposed to place him at the head of the Irish regiments in the king's service, and several others, to enable him to effect a landing in England, but with his usual insincerity the French king continued to raise difficulties and cause delays until it was too late, and he thus lost for ever the chance of placing the family who had always been warm friends of France, and who would, in the event of success, have been his natural friends and allies, on the throne of England. In the meantime Prince Charles had taken up his abode in Edinburgh, where he was joined by most of the gentry of Scotland. He was proclaimed king in almost every town of the Tweed, and was master of all Scotland, save some districts beyond Inverness, the Highland forts, and the castles of Edinburgh and Stirling. Prince Charles behaved with the greatest moderation. He forbade all public rejoicing for victory, saying that he could not rejoice over the loss which his father's misguided subjects had sustained. He abstained from any attempt to capture Edinburgh Castle, or even to cut off its supplies, because the general of the castle threatened that unless he were allowed to obtain provisions he would fire upon the city and lay it in ruins, and he even refused to interfere with a Scotch minister who continued from his pulpit to pray for King George. In one respect he carried his generosity so far as to excite discontent among his followers. It was proposed to send one of the prisoners taken at Preston to London, with a demand for the exchange of prisoners taken or to be taken in war, and with the declaration that if this were refused, and if the prince's friends who fell into the enemy's hands were put to death as rebels, the prince would be compelled to treat his captives in the same way. It was evident that this step would be of great utility, as many of the prince's adherents hesitated to take up arms, not from fear of death in battle, but of execution of taken prisoners. The prince, however, steadily refused, saying, "It is beneath me to make empty threats, and I will never put such as this into execution. I cannot, in cold blood, take away lives which I have saved in the heat of action." 6 weeks after the victory the prince's army mustered nearly 6,000 men, but Macleod, Macdonald, and Lovat, who could have brought a further force of 4,000 men, still held aloof. Had these three powerful chiefs joined at once after the battle of Prestonpans, Prince Charles could have marched to London, and would probably have succeeded in placing his father on the throne, without having occasion to strike another blow. But they came not, and the delay caused during the fruitless negotiations enabled the English troops to be brought over from Flanders, while Prince Charles, on his side, only received a few small consignments of arms and money from France. But in the meantime Edinburgh was as gay as if the Stuart cause had already been won. Receptions and balls followed each other in close succession, and Prince Charles won the hearts of all alike by his courtesy and kindness, and by the care which he showed for the comfort of his troops. At the commencement of the campaign Lord George Murray had but one aide-de-camp besides Ronald. This was an officer known as the Chevalier de Johnstone, who afterwards wrote a history of the campaign. After the battle of Prestonpans he received a captain's commission, and immediately raised a company with which he joined the Duke of Perth's regiment. 2 other gentlemen of his family were then appointed aides-de-camp, and this afforded some relief to Ronald, whose duties had been extremely heavy. A week after the battle Lord George said to Ronald, "As there is now no chance of a movement at present, and I know that you care nothing for the court festivities here, I propose sending you with the officers who are riding into Glasgow tomorrow, with the orders of the council that the city shall pay a subsidy of £5,000 towards the necessities of the state. The citizens are Hanoverians to a man, and may think themselves well off that no heavier charge is levied upon them. Do you take an account of what warlike stores there are in the magazines there, and see that all muskets and ammunition are packed up and forwarded." The next morning Ronald started at daybreak with several other mounted gentlemen and an escort of 100 of Clanranald's men, under the command of the eldest son of that chief, for Glasgow, and late the same evening entered that city. They were received with an acclamation by a part of the population, but the larger proportion of the citizens gazed at them from their doorways as they passed in sullen hostility. They marched direct to the barracks lately occupied by the English troops, the gentlemen taking the quarters occupied by the officers. A notification was at once sent to the provost to assemble the City Council at 9 o'clock in the morning, to hear a communication from the Royal Council. As soon as Malcolm had put up Ronald's horse and his own in the stables, and seen to their comfort, he and Ronald sallied out. It was now dark, but they wrapped themselves up in their cloaks, so as not to be noticed, as in the hostile state of the town they might have been insulted, and a quarrel forced upon them, had they been recognised as two of the new arrivals. The night, however, was dark, and they passed without recognition through the ill-lighted streets to the house of Andrew Anderson. They rang at the bell. A minute later the grille was opened, and a voice, which they recognised as that of Elspeth, asked who was there, and what was their business. "We come to arrest one Elspeth Dow as one who troubles the state and is a traitor to his Majesty." There was an exclamation from within, and the doors suddenly opened. "I know your voice, Baron. The Lord be praised that you have come home again." And she was about to run forward when she checked herself. "Is it yourself, Ronald?" "It is no one else, Elspeth," he replied, giving the old woman a hearty kiss. "And such a man as you have grown!" she exclaimed in surprise, for the 2 years had added several inches to Ronald's stature, and he now stood over 6 feet in height. "And have you no welcome for me, Elspeth?" Malcolm asked, coming forward. "The Lord preserve us!" Elspeth exclaimed. "Why, it's my boy Malcolm!" "Turned up again like a bad penny, you see, Elspeth." "What is it, Elspeth?" Andrew's voice called from above. "Who are these men you are talking to, and what do they want at this time of night?" "They want some supper, Andrew," Malcolm called back, "and that badly." In a moment Andrew ran down and clasped his brother's hand. In the darkness he did not notice Malcolm's companion, and after the first greeting with his brother led the way upstairs. "It is my brother Malcolm," he said to his wife as he entered the room. Ronald followed Malcolm forward. As the light fell on his face Andrew started, and, as Ronald smiled, ran forward and clasped him in his arms. "It is Ronald, wife! Ah, my boy, have you come back to us again?" Mrs. Anderson received Ronald with motherly kindness. "We had heard of your escape before your letter came to us from Paris. Our city constables brought back the news of how you had jumped overboard and had been pulled into a boat and disappeared. And finally they were laughed at when they told their tale. Then came your letter saying it was Malcolm who had met you with the boat, and how you had sailed away and been wrecked on the coast of France, but since then we have heard nothing." "I wrote twice," Ronald said, "but owing to the war there have been no regular communications, and I suppose my letters got lost." "And I suppose you have both come over to have a hand in this mad enterprise." "I don't know whether it is mad or not, Andrew, but we have certainly come over to have a hand in it," Malcolm said. "And now, before we have a regular talk, let me tell you that we are famishing. I know your supper is long since over, but doubtless Elspeth has still something to eat in her cupboard. Oh, here she comes." Elspeth soon placed a joint of cold meat upon the table, and Ronald and Malcolm set to at once to satisfy their hunger. Then a jar of whisky and glasses were set upon the table, and pipes lighted, and Ronald began a detailed narration of all that had taken place since they had last met. "Had my father and mother known that I was coming to Scotland, and should have an opportunity of seeing you both, they would have sent you their warmest thanks and gratitude for your kindness to me," he concluded. "For over and over again have I heard them say how deeply they felt indebted to you for your care of me during so many years, and how they wished that they could see you and thank you in person. What we did was done, in the first place, for my brother Malcolm, and afterwards for love of you, Ronald, and right glad I am to hear that you obtained the freedom of your parents, and a commission as an officer in the service of the King of France. I would be glad that you had come over here on any other errand than that which brings you. Things have gone on well with you so far, but how will they end? I hear that the Jacobites of England are not stirring, and you do not think that with a few thousand Highland clansmen you are going to conquer the English army that beat the French at Dettingen and well nigh overcame them at Fontenoy. Ah, lad, it will prove a sore day for Scotland when Charles Stuart sets foot on our soil." "We won't talk about that now, Andrew," said Malcolm, good-temperedly. "The matter has got to be fought out with the sword, and if our tongues were to wag all night they could make no difference one way or another, so let's not touch upon politics. But I must say that as far as Ronald and I are concerned, we did not embark on this expedition because we had, at the moment, any great intention of turning Hanoverian George off his throne, but simply because Ronald had made France too hot to hold him, and this was the simplest way that presented itself of getting out of the country. As long as there are blows to be struck, we shall do our best. When there is no more fighting to be done, either because King James is seated on his throne in London, or because the clans are scattered and broken, we shall make for France again, where by that time I hope the king will have got over the breach of his edict and the killing of his favourite,
and where Ronald's father and mother will be longing for his presence." "But it's awful, sirs," Elspeth, who, as an old and favourite servant, had remained in the room after laying the supper and listened to the conversation, put in, "to think that a young gallant like our Ronald should have slain a man. He who ought not yet to have done with his learning, to be going about into wars and battles, and to have stood up against a great French noble and slain him. But it's awful to think of." "It would be much more awful, Elspeth, if the French noble had killed me, at least from the light in which I look at it." "That's true enough," Elspeth said, "and if he wanted to kill you, and it does seem from what you say that he did want, of course I cannot blame you for killing him. But to us quiet bodies here in Glasgow it seems an awful affair, and though, after you got in a broil here and drew on the city watch, I ought not to be surprised at anything." "And now we must go," Ronald said, rising. "It is well nigh midnight, and time for all decent people to be in bed." Chapter 14